At sword point, a terrified hooded man begs for his life, insisting he was only following orders. The black-haired man offers a deal: reveal who ordered Celine Eldred's assassination, and live. After a moment of hesitation, the assassin confesses the queen ordered the hit, only to be immediately cut down with a swift slip of the blade. With a cold smirk, the black-haired man reveals his vengeful thoughts, making it clear he never intended to forgive the attempt on Celine's life. The scene shifts to Celine's opulent room within the Eldred ducal residence. While reading, the purple-haired Celine is surprised to learn that His Highness Wilfred has arrived to see her. Celine smiles warmly, granting Wilfred permission to enter. Wilfred bursts into the room, his face beaming as he calls out Celine's name in delight. Taking her hands, a blushing Wilfred confesses he has missed her immensely. Celine playfully teases him, reminding him it has only been 5 days. Wilfred earnestly insists it felt like an eternity, and Celine, despite finding him dramatic, decides to let it go. Celine notices blood on Wilfred's wrist, which he casually dismisses as being from taking out the trash. Celine's expression hardens as she realizes Will has killed again, worrying that he is becoming crueler, just as the novel predicted. Will looks at her with desperate eyes, pleading for her not to leave him, declaring she's his one and only. Celine reassures Will with a sworn promise that she will never hate or leave him. Celine reflects on a disturbing vision of a bloody Will, realizing she can't leave him for fear of what he'd become. As Will rests his head in her lap, Celine tenderly admits that he is important to her too. Overjoyed, Will thanks Celine and vows to protect her for the rest of his life. The scene shifts dramatically to a young purple-haired girl in a pink dress, staring at her reflection in disbelief. She touches her face in shock, realizing she is now a much younger version of Celine. She realizes with a jolt that she has been reincarnated as Celine Eldred, the evil sister from her favorite novel. She recalls the novel's plot. As the villainess, she's destined to be killed by the hero prince for abusing her sister, the heroine Adele. Frustrated, she bemoans her fate, wondering why she had to be reincarnated into the doomed villainess after already living a hard life. A flashback reveals her previous life was spent bedridden, where books were her only escape from constant pain. She jumps for joy, celebrating the simple fact that she can walk, something she couldn't do in her past life. Her joyous jumping ends with a loud biam as she trips and falls with a cry. 2 maids dash over in alarm, crying out for her. When the maids ask if she's hurt, Celine's polite apology leaves them completely bewildered. Peeking from a doorway is the heroine, Adele, and Celine immediately finds her adorable and so unlike the original villainess. Adele Eldred is formally introduced as the novel's universally loved heroine. The novel's plot is explained. Heroine Adele falls for the hero Prince Louis, while a jealous Celine teams up with the sorcerer Prince to torment her. As she recalls the novel's happily ever after ending for the heroes, Celine grimly remembers that she is the one who dies. Realizing her death is caused by bullying Adele, Celine concludes that her young age gives her time to change her fate. She excitedly decides on her survival plan: befriend Adele, avoid her death flag, and live a peaceful life. Reflecting on her sickly past, she feels grateful for her new healthy body and the freedom it will bring. Filled with resolve, she vows to live the normal, happy life she was denied before. Celine's attempt to speak to Adele is met with terror as a startled Adele apologizes for being worried. With a panicked cry to disappear, Adele dashes away, leaving a baffled Celine behind. As maids whisper about her continued bullying, Celine realizes her terrible reputation is preventing her from even speaking to Adele. No. She panics, fearing her chance at survival is already gone before she even started. Undeterred, Celine tries again the next day with a cheerful morning greeting for Adele. But Adele just shrieks and dashes away in terror again. Later, outside, Celine makes another friendly attempt to talk to her, but the maids quickly shuffle in front of Adele, blocking Celine's path. Celine's attempt to see Adele is blocked by a maid who informs her they have orders to keep the sisters apart. Bummer, she thinks. Slumping over her desk in utter defeat, unable to even get close to her sister, she grudgingly admits it makes sense, recalling all the ways the original Celine used to torment Adele. But her fear of dying reignites her determination. She can't give up on getting close to Adele. With a firm grip, she resolves to fight a long battle for Adele's friendship and decides to start with a diet. The scene changes to a bright, beautiful garden on the estate grounds. Wham! As Celine face plants on the ground, 2 maids whisper to each other in the background. Huffing and gasping for breath while running, Celine thinks that this exhaustion is nothing compared to the pain of her past life. Still dashing through the grounds, Celine startles a red-haired woman, from behind whom a pink-haired Adele peeks out. Forcing a pained smile, Celine manages to eke out a strained "hello." The startled red-haired woman quickly shuffles away, shielding Adele. Celine wobbles unsteadily as she watches the woman lead a concerned Adele away from her. From a window above, a dark-haired man watches the scene unfold with a concerned expression. The man wonders what the commotion is as he spots a tiny, cartoonish Celine running across the lawn below. A gray-haired man with glasses reports that she's been running around the premises lately, and her father asks why she would suddenly do that. The father presses his aide for more information, asking if anything else unusual has happened, but the aide does not know. The aide clarifies that she has been making more contact with Lady Adele and speaking to her frequently. Looking worried, the father immediately suspects the worst, asking if Celine is harassing Adele again. The scene shifts to the family seated for a meal in a lavish golden dining hall. A magnificent feast of roasted meats and lobster is spread across the table. In stark contrast to the feast, a determined Celine sits before a tiny portion of steak, ready to eat. Two maids whisper in disbelief, noting that Lady Celine is eating far less than her usual double or triple portions. Her father confronts her directly, sternly asking what she is plotting. A confused Celine asks what he means, and her father explains that he's heard she has been acting strange. Celine realizes her father has completely lost trust in her and assumes she's up to no good. With a firm grip, she resolves to use this as an opportunity to prove that she has truly changed. She begins by standing and offering a sincere apology to everyone at the table. Sobbing with a handkerchief, she tearfully admits that she has caused everyone so much trouble and worry. As the red-haired woman and Adele look on, Celine continues, stating that she has finally realized her own mistakes. Bowing her head low, Celine apologizes directly to Adele, confessing she was jealous that Adele was sweet and loved by everyone. A stunned Adele and the two maids can only utter a shocked "what?" With tears in her eyes, Celine says she understands if she isn't forgiven right away, but hopes she will be one day. Her father remains skeptical, simply telling her to try not to cause any more trouble for other people. Celine promises and then surprises her father by asking for a tutor, specifically one who can teach magic. The maids are dumbfounded, exclaiming they can't believe this is coming from a lady who once despised the very sight of written words. Bowing gracefully, Celine thanks her father and politely excuses herself from the table. A still shocked Adele watches her go, quietly murmuring, "Sister." 1 week later, the scene opens on the Grand Ducal residence. After a hard workout, a proud Celine wipes the sweat from her brow, feeling accomplished. She celebrates losing 5 kilograms and vows to keep working hard before noticing Adele and a maid nearby. Celine runs over with a bright smile, cheerfully greeting a startled Adele. Overcoming her initial surprise, Adele shyly manages to say hello back. Grinning, Celine thinks her speech must have worked, delighted that her cute sister is greeting her more often. Celine asks Adele if she's going somewhere, and Adele nervously explains they have a guest before a maid urges her to leave. Left standing alone, Celine wonders if an important guest is visiting. She glumly realizes they probably want to keep her out of sight, and she can't blame them. Deciding to avoid them, she takes the long way back to get some more exercise, rustling through the bushes. Suddenly, a black cat with big yellow eyes emerges from the foliage with a loud meow. Squeal. Celine is immediately overwhelmed by how cute the little cat is. She happily picks up the cat, laughing as it affectionately licks her cheek. The cat jumps down and runs off, with a smiling Celine cheerfully chasing after it. As she runs, a voice from off-screen calls out, "Lady Celine?" She stops and turns to see a young, formally dressed boy with blonde hair. Celine's eyes widen in shock as she instantly recognizes the boy from the novel she read. He is identified as the protagonist of the story, and the first in line to the throne. Celine stands awkwardly before the formally dressed blonde boy, looking surprised by their chance encounter. Celine stammers a greeting, and the blonde boy, Louis, politely replies that it has been a while. Gasp! Celine panics internally, wondering what the protagonist is doing here. In a brief flashback, Adele nervously tells Celine they have a guest before a maid whisks her away. Celine realizes the guest Adele was talking about must have been Louis. She recalls that the original Celine was obsessed with Louis, which is why everyone wants to keep her away from him. Louis notes that she seems different somehow, and a flustered Celine can only agree. Ugh. Under a spotlight of embarrassment, Celine bemoans running into him while looking so disheveled. Looking at his kind face, she admits she can understand why the original villainess fell for him. Beam. His handsome features overwhelm her, and she thinks he's as gorgeous as a main character should be. Sob. She reflects on how kind he is to Celine, even though she was always such a nuisance. Just then, Adele arrives with a man in glasses and a maid, asking her sister what she's doing there. Fret. Celine nervously explains that she just ran into him while taking a stroll. A sudden realization hits her. This is another perfect opportunity to show everyone how much she's changed. She decides that by showing she no longer has any interest in Louis, she can positively change their perception of her. Smile. She offers a bright grin and apologizes for her unsightly appearance after exercising. Waving goodbye, she tells them to make themselves at home and excuses herself. Buzz. To her surprise, Adele calls out, inviting her to join them after she's changed her clothes. Celine is moved by Adele's kindness, especially after how terribly she was bullied in the past. She politely declines the offer, thanking Adele and once again apologizing for her past behavior. As she leaves, Celine daydreams about Adele and Louis finally getting together. Louis watches her depart with a thoughtful, unreadable expression. Later, a gray-haired tutor stares at Celine's work in disbelief, declaring it's absolutely perfect. A cheerful Celine is overjoyed to hear the praise and thanks her tutor. The still surprised tutor asks if she should return next week, and Celine happily confirms. Celine understands the tutor's confusion, recalling that the original Celine used to throw tantrums just 5 minutes into her lessons. She gratefully reflects that her father provided a tutor immediately, allowing her to learn about this new world. This simple act of sitting at a desk and learning fills her with joy as she looks forward to starting magic practice. Reading a book, she learns that Adele embodies the power of a goddess, but is confident she can use normal magic herself. Closing her book, she cheerfully announces her plan to exercise in the forest until dinner. Elsewhere, 2 maids gossip about Lady Celine, shocked to hear she's no longer interested in the prince. A kind-faced maid named Jenna suggests that maybe Celine truly had a change of heart. The other maids are skeptical, insisting a leopard can't change its spots and that she must be plotting something. One maid scolds Jenna for being too naive, believing people can really change. Walking nearby, Celine overhears their entire conversation with a weary expression. She admits to herself that they aren't wrong, and that without her reincarnation, the villainess would have remained the same. Peeking from behind a pillar, she notes that Jenna seems like a good person, filled with determination. She hopes that more people will soon notice that she has truly changed. The scene shifts to a lush, green forest on the estate grounds. Huff, gasp. Exhausted from her workout, Celine collapses onto the grass, admitting that dieting is tough. Lying on her back, she smiles, realizing that the physical strain makes her truly feel alive. Rise! With renewed vigor, she prepares to do one more set of muscle training. Hearing a noise, she quietly wonders if it's the cat she met before. Sneak! She is startled to find a young, black-haired boy in a dark cloak lying unconscious at the Wah! She rushes to his side in a panic, crying out to see if he's okay. Bottom. Feeling for a pulse, her heart pounds with relief when she confirms he's still alive. Pull. Slide. She resolves to take him back to the mansion for treatment and helps him up. As she lifts him, his cloak and shirt slide open, revealing a large, intricate red marking across his chest. Supporting the injured boy, Celine decides she needs to move quickly to get him help. Vowing to herself against a blue sky, Celine makes a solemn promise to save the unconscious boy. In a lavish bedroom, a gray-haired doctor examines the black-haired boy, while a worried Celine looks on. Celine anxiously asks the doctor about the boy's condition, but the doctor remains silent. The doctor reports no visible injuries or illness, but when relieved Celine thinks he'll be fine, the doctor gravely says no. The intricate red markings on the boy's chest are revealed to be the source of his condition. A curse. As Celine reacts in shock, the doctor confirms that it is a very powerful curse, leaving her stunned. Celine stands watch over the cursed boy's bed, her hands clasped in deep concern. Sometime later, Celine sits by the boy's bedside, diligently reading a book to find a cure. She looks up from her book, having discovered that holy water is the best way to weaken the curse. The boy remains unconscious. As a narration box reveals, it has been 2 days since Celine found him. Still reading by his side, Celine worries that he might not survive much longer, even with the drip providing nutrients. The doctor explains that the boy was likely born with the curse, and that it is too powerful to undo. The doctor concludes the boy must be an orphan abandoned by his parents, and that his life is in grave danger. Celine glumly realizes the curse is why everyone despises him and reflects on its cruel nature. Sigh. Her father confronts her, asking what she was thinking bringing a cursed orphan into their home. Celine insists she couldn't leave him, but her father declares he will send the child to an orphanage. She cries out that he can't, knowing he won't get proper treatment there, but her father coldly questions why she's trying to save a stranger. Celine feels a pang of sadness, knowing she can't explain that his plight reminds her of her own past life. A flashback reveals her previous life as a brown-haired woman, abandoned by her family and left to die from an incurable disease. Squeeze! Clenching her fist, she resolves that she won't let him suffer the same lonely fate she did. Promising not to cause trouble, Celine declares she'll take care of him herself, and her father reluctantly agrees. Walking through the hall, Celine overhears maids spreading fearful rumors that the curse is contagious and brings bad luck. She sadly reflects that ever since she brought the boy back, everyone in the mansion has been even colder toward her. Determined, she decides the best thing she can do now is treat him with the holy water she read about. The scene shifts to the golden, sunlit interior of a luxurious room. Celine goes through her wardrobe, picking out several dresses to sell. She sorts through her jewelry, deciding 2 sets of accessories should be enough to raise the funds she needs. Pile! Gesturing to a huge pile of her belongings, Celine instructs the maids to sell everything. 3 stunned maids can only ask in unison if she really means everything. Celine confirms her order, explaining she needs the cash as soon as possible to buy holy water. 2 of the maids, including Jenna, ask incredulously if she's doing all of this for the cursed child. Yeah! Celine internally celebrates her plan as a win-win. She gets rid of her tacky old clothes and gets money for holy water. The cursed boy lies in bed, sweating and restless with a high fever. Celine places a cool cloth on his head, noting with concern that he has a terrible fever. Squeeze. She gently holds his bandaged hand, promising to get the holy water soon and urging him to hang in there. Holding a bowl of water, Celine readies herself to tend to him. Adele appears with her maids, looking concerned and asking her sister what's wrong. Wobble, wobble. Celine struggles to carry the heavy bowl, explaining she has to go to the kitchen. Realization dawns on Adele as she asks if Celine is really nursing the boy she found all by herself. Celine simply answers yes, leaving Adele and her maids looking worried. Jeez. Celine internally sighs, realizing how suspicious it must look for the formerly selfish girl to be caring for an orphan. Offering a weary smile, she says goodbye to a stunned Adele and continues on her way. Grip. As Celine leaves, Adele nervously clasps her hands together, a thoughtful expression on her face. In the kitchen, a chef offers Celine some bread, and she gratefully accepts. Grin, with her bowl of ice water, Celine thanks the chef and heads back upstairs. Clink, clink. She struggles under the weight of the sloshing bowl, realizing it's heavier than she expected. Huff, huff. Panting with exertion, she bemoans her lack of muscle. Lift. Suddenly, the bowl is taken from her hands, and she looks up in surprise. Jenna, the kind-faced maid, smiles warmly as she holds the bowl for Celine. The maid offers to carry the heavy bowl, and a grateful Celine stammers out her thanks. A smiling brown-haired maid reassures a small, purple-haired girl, telling her not to worry because she's strong. The purple-haired girl recalls a memory of another maid calling Jenna naive, and thinks to herself that people can always change. With a quiet click, the purple-haired girl politely declines the maid's offer of help. Looking up with wide, concerned eyes, the girl asks the maid if she isn't afraid of the curse. The maid, standing beside a sick black-haired man in bed, calmly states that she isn't afraid because it's not contagious. The girl beams with gratitude, thinking to herself that the maid, Jenna, seems like a very nice person. Jenna offers her assistance anytime, and the purple-haired girl bows deeply to thank her. With a happy blush, the girl feels relieved, thinking she's found an ally. A different maid hands the purple-haired girl a small vial, confirming it's a genuine item purchased directly from the shrine. The girl looks at the vial, grumbling about the tiny amount for the price, but resolves to give it to the boy right away. Watching over him, she silently prays that he gets better soon, even just a little bit. She begins to drift off, realizing that her recent research and caregiving have left her sleep-deprived. Exhausted, she falls asleep by his bedside. As her hand rests near his fingers flinch. The black-haired boy awakens and sits up, looking confused to see the purple-haired girl asleep next to him. Waking up, the girl reaches out to him with a relieved smile, exclaiming her thanks that he's finally awake. With a sharp slap, he violently knocks her outstretched hand away. The boy stares at her with intense hostility, his arms crossed defensively. The girl's expression softens with understanding as she realizes it's only natural for him to be on guard after suffering alone. She gently apologizes if she scared him and introduces herself as Celine. With a bright smile, Celine explains that she found him in the forest and brought him here to look after him. The boy remains silent and wary as Celine explains she used 3 bottles of holy water to ease his curse. Celine reassures him that she won't harm him and promises him the room to himself until he recovers. As she turns to leave, she tells him to rest and promises that no one will come in to disturb him. He continues to stare silently as she adds that she will be sure to bring him dinner later. With a final cheerful smile, Celine waves and says, "See you." The door closes with a soft shut and Celine stands outside, reflecting that she's never met anyone with such cold eyes. Still, she closes her eyes and thinks that she hopes he'll open up to her eventually. Pitter, pitter. Filled with renewed hope, she happily skips down the hall, glad that he's awake. The next morning, Celine bursts in with a radiant smile, wishing him a good morning and exclaiming what a nice day it is. The boy sits silently on the edge of his bed, completely ignoring her greeting. Humming a tune, Celine cheerfully opens the window to let in a breeze while he watches her. A narrator explains that 3 days have passed since the boy woke up, but he still hasn't touched his food. Celine worries that he'll weaken and die, frustrated that even eating in front of him to prove the food wasn't poisoned didn't work. With a brilliant smile, she brings in a tray and enthusiastically invites him to eat breakfast with her. The boy turns his back on her in silence, and Celine thinks with a strained expression, "Not again." It's a small relief that he hasn't moved from his bed, likely because his injuries are still healing. Tap. She sets the tray on a nearby table, telling him to eat it whenever he feels like it. Despite his continued refusal, Celine looks on with determination, vowing that she can't give up just yet. At noon, she brings him flowers, cheerfully explaining they have a relaxing effect. That night, she brings him a set of clean clothes to change into. The next day, she tries to start a new conversation, but he remains stubbornly silent. Leaving him for the evening, she smiles and wishes him good night, promising to return tomorrow. Bam! The door closes on the silent boy who remains sitting alone on his bed. Celine returns with the untouched food tray, sighing in disappointment that he didn't eat again today. She bows and apologizes to the worried cook for all the trouble, but he insists that it's fine. The maid, Jenna, offers words of encouragement, hoping he'll eat tomorrow, and Celine quietly thanks her. Celine waves goodbye to the kitchen staff, telling them she'll see them tomorrow. Bam! As the door closes, the cook and Jenna are left behind, looking on with deeply concerned expressions. Poof. Finally alone, Celine lets out a heavy sigh and collapses face first onto her bed in utter exhaustion. Squeeze. Lying in bed, a troubled Celine thinks that the whole situation is getting to be a bit much. She wonders if she's doing something wrong, recalling images of her father, the gossiping maids, and the sad black-haired boy. Shake, shake. She shakes her head with determination, telling herself to stay positive because she can't just let him die. A memory flashes of a different brown-haired girl sitting alone on a hospital bed, looking out at the sunset. Celine thinks back on this memory, realizing she understands the pain of being lonely. Ta-da! With newfound resolve, Celine cheerfully presents a tray of soup, asking the boy if he would like to try it. A narration explains that while the curse has eased, the doctor warned that his life is in danger if he doesn't start eating. Grip. Clutching her dress, a panicked Celine wonders what she'll do, fearing he won't survive. She tries a new tactic, lifting a spoonful of soup with a bright smile and telling him how delicious it is. Bang! The spoon is violently knocked out of her hand, sending soup flying. The boy glares at her after slapping her hand away, and the spoon hits the floor with a clink. With a pained smile, Celine apologizes for trying to force him to eat. Overwhelmed, she begins to cry, surprised by her own tears and unable to stop them. After she leaves, the boy sits alone on his bed, looking down silently. Creak, creak. He gets up and cautiously opens the curtains to peer out the window. He peeks out into the hall, wondering about Lady Celine's intentions as he spots 2 maids talking. He overhears the maids gossiping about Celine, shocked to learn she sold her precious dresses worth years of their salary to buy holy water for him. One of the maids expresses her dislike for Celine, stating she would never do something so selfless. The other maid wonders if Jenna was right and Celine has truly changed, leaving the boy to ponder their words. Creak. Having heard enough, He quietly closes his door. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny day outside the grand mansion. Gloom Celine carries another food tray down the hall, lamenting that yesterday was a disaster because she was too pushy. Creak! Despite her worries, she enters his room with a beaming smile and a cheerful good morning. She sets the tray down and bows deeply, apologizing for her behavior the previous day, while the boy watches in silence. To her utter shock, he takes a bite of the soup. Overcome with joy and relief, Celine wipes away a tear and thanks him with a radiant smile. Ta-da! Back in the kitchen, she excitedly announces to the staff that he ate 5 whole spoonfuls. Wow! The cook and maids erupt in celebration, thrilled that her hard work has finally paid off. Giggling, Celine thanks them for their encouragement and asks for their continued support. The staff excitedly brainstorms new food ideas to help him, and Celine listens in with a happy smile. Later, Celine eats at a grand dining table with her family, a pink-haired girl, a red-haired woman, and a dark-haired man. She happily hums to herself as she enjoys her meal. Her father asks about the orphan, and Celine glows as she proudly reports he ate both soup and bread. As she speaks, an image of the boy eating shows how his health has improved each day since he started the soup. She clasps her hands to her chest, expressing her immense relief at his steady improvement. Her father notes she hasn't used her allowance, and she explains there's nothing she wants. He then informs her that the first prince is hosting a garden party next month, so they must prepare. Celine looks up from her plate, surprised by the news of a garden party. She quietly muses aloud that she hasn't decided what to do yet, but thinks she'll go shopping next week. Blushing furiously, Celine covers her mouth, realizing she just said that out loud. The pink-haired girl leaps to her feet, eagerly shouting, "Yes, please!" As Celine sheepishly tries to retract her statement, the pink-haired girl blushes with excitement, begging Celine to choose a dress for her. She then dashes off, flustered, as Celine watches in disbelief, thinking the whole exchange feels like a dream. Celine catches up to the pink-haired girl, taking her hands and eagerly agreeing, much to the other girl's delight. As the pink-haired girl glows with happiness, Celine blushes, thinking she's just too cute. Squeeze! Celine happily clutches her dress, overjoyed and wondering if her sister Adele has noticed how much she's changed. Her smiling parents agree to the plan, confirming the shopping trip for next week. Later, Celine happily recounts the day's events to the boy, telling him that her little sister Adele will be going shopping with her. With a determined look, she declares she needs to diet so she won't embarrass Adele. Celine smiles brightly and asks the black-haired boy for his name, but he remains silent. Startled, a sudden worried thought strikes her. What if he was never even given a name? As Celine stammers, the boy quietly says his name is Il, leaving her confused for a moment. Her face lights up with a joyful smile as she thanks him for telling her, excited to get to know him more. Sitting together, Celine expresses her hope that they can become good friends. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired boy sips his tea, wondering if Lady Celine will be attending an upcoming party. He recalls her smiling brightly as she promised not to be a nuisance or get in his way anymore. The boy looks thoughtfully at a piece of paper in his hand. The scene shifts to a dress shop, where an unseen person excitedly calls out for Adele. Celine clasps her hands, telling Adele that the dress she's trying on looks great on her. A blushing, pink-haired Adele shyly thanks her for the compliment. Celine gushes, telling Adele the dress must have been made just for her. Celine thinks to herself that she couldn't sleep last night from the excitement of their long-awaited shopping day. With renewed vigor, she declares she'll just take everything in the shop for her sister. Celine reflects that Adele looks good in everything, so she can't choose just one and has saved her allowance for this moment. She continues picking out more items while a smiling Adele watches from behind. Adele offers to pick out a dress for Celine, who realizes she completely forgot about herself. A flustered Adele asks if she can really be the one to choose a dress for her sister. Celine enthusiastically grabs her hands, exclaiming that she would love that. The scene transitions to an elegant carriage waiting outside. Inside the carriage, Celine happily hugs a large bag of gifts, thinking about what a fun day it was and the presents she got for Will. She smiles and thanks Adele for the wonderful day. Celine beams, saying she had a lot of fun and was so happy to talk with her sister. Both girls share a laugh, with Celine feeling that she's finally gotten closer to Adele. But then, Adele falls silent, looking down sadly as Celine calls out her name in concern. Jump! Adele suddenly flinches, covering her face as Celine panics and asks if she's hurt. Crying, Adele confesses she's just so happy she got to go out with her sister. Celine is moved to tears, realizing Adele had always wanted to be friends with her. She pulls Adele into a tight hug, repeatedly apologizing for her past behavior. A chibi-style flashback shows the old Celine bullying a crying Adele. Celine remembers the day Adele kindly invited her to join them, realizing she never knew how her sister truly felt. A somber image of Adele standing alone accompanies the thought of how much pain she must have endured. Wow! The two sisters cry together in a heartfelt embrace. Later, Adele sleeps peacefully on a blushing Celine's shoulder, their hands intertwined. Ziz. Celine clenches her fist with determination, vowing that from now on she'll put her sweet, adorable Adele first. Cradling her sleeping sister, Celine tears up as she promises to be a great big sister. She closes her eyes, a peaceful and content smile on her face. Ta-da! Back in Will's room, Celine cheerfully presents him with new outfits, saying anything would look good on him. Ta-da! She also presents a variety of sweets, telling Will he needs to gain some weight. Will sits silently on the bed, surrounded by a mountain of gifts, and remarks that it's a lot. Celine laughs sheepishly, apologizing and explaining she just had a lot of fun thinking about what he'd like. Will looks at her and offers a simple, heartfelt thank you. Smile! She beams, replying that he's welcome and that she's glad he likes them. The scene transitions to the exterior of the grand estate, indicating 1 month has passed. A brown-haired maid ties a ribbon in Celine's hair. Celine thinks to herself that the maid, Jenna, is a cheerful, kind, and considerate girl. Jenna happily tells her ladyship that she's lost more weight, and Celine confirms she's changed her diet regimen. A side-by-side comparison shows Celine's past and current physique, as she acknowledges she still has a lot of work to do. Celine announces she's going to see Will, and Jenna wishes her well. As Celine walks down the hall, she spots Adele and another girl waiting for her. The pink-haired girl cheerfully greets her purple-haired sister Celine, who is also greeted by the red-haired woman. The purple-haired girl, Celine, smiles widely and returns the good morning greeting. While at tea, Celine thinks about her improved relationship with Adele and her stepmother, planning to attend a garden party with Adele. The pink-haired girl, Adele, shyly asks the red-haired woman if they could bake sweets together, and the woman happily agrees. The pink-haired girl, Adele, and the red-haired woman wave goodbye to the purple-haired girl, Celine. The purple-haired girl, Celine, says, "Swing," and greets the black-haired boy, Will, with a bright smile. The black-haired boy, Will, smiles pleasantly while reading a book and returns Celine's good morning greeting. The purple-haired girl, Celine, says, "Swing," and greets the black-haired boy, Will, with a bright smile. The black-haired boy, Will, smiles pleasantly while reading a book and returns Celine's good morning greeting. The purple-haired girl, Celine, praises the black-haired boy, Will, for studying all morning, gently patting his head as he quietly agrees. The purple-haired girl, Celine, and the black-haired boy, Will, sit together at a table, studying and looking content. The purple-haired girl, Celine, blushes while fondly recalling the first time the black-haired boy, Will, called her name, which made her cry. As the black-haired boy, Will, studies, the purple-haired girl, Celine, contemplates his unknown past, noting their daily conversations and his possible upbringing with someone. The purple-haired girl, Celine, tutors the black-haired boy, Will, teaching him to read, write, and learn about their country. The purple-haired girl, Celine, watches the black-haired boy, Will, study, swooning and thinking how cute he is. The purple-haired girl, Celine, observes the black-haired boy, Will, following her like a baby chick, finding his behavior endearing. The purple-haired girl, Celine, thinks that now that she is friends with Adele and the maids, they no longer avoid or fear her. The purple-haired girl, Celine, says stand as she suggests they go for a walk since the weather is warm and nice. The purple-haired girl, Celine, holds the black-haired boy's hand, asking if he is okay or tired, to which he replies, "No." The purple-haired girl, Celine, beams with delight in the forest, excitedly pointing out the lovely mushrooms. A bandaged, younger black-haired boy kneels in the forest, as Celine thinks he learned through experience after consuming unknown items. The purple-haired girl, Celine, gently embraces the black-haired boy, Will, from behind in a warm hug. The purple-haired girl, Celine, tells the black-haired boy, Will, to rest while she goes for a run as part of her diet plan. The black-haired boy, Will, questions the purpose of her diet, and the purple-haired girl, Celine, blushes as she declares, "Because I'm fat, obviously." The black-haired boy, Will, looks puzzled as the purple-haired girl, Celine, blushes, inwardly marveling that this is the first time a guy, even a child, called her cute. The purple-haired girl, Celine, smiles brightly, expressing that she is waiting for her one and only prince to appear. The purple-haired girl, Celine, thinks everyone at the castle party will surely fall in love with Adele's beauty. The purple-haired girl, Celine, happily confesses her love for Adele, stating she has made Adele her top priority in life. The scene shifts to the day of the garden party at the Grand Royal Castle, bustling with elegantly dressed guests. The purple-haired girl, Celine, compliments the pink-haired girl, Adele, calling her beautiful, and Adele blushes, thanking her sister. A promotional message prompts readers to visit a specific website, showing a small inset of 3 people at a formal gathering. The purple-haired girl, Celine, standing beside the pink-haired girl, Adele, expresses her excitement about being at such an exciting new place. A blonde woman and a dark-haired woman joyfully greet Lady Adele, telling her it's been a long time and they've missed her. The pink-haired girl, Adele, and the purple-haired girl, Celine, along with 2 other women, react with surprised and curious expressions to an unseen presence. The purple-haired girl, Celine, awkwardly greets someone, internally thinking Adele has probably been bossing everyone around. 2 men observe Celine, with one whispering to the other to avoid eye contact because she will only cause trouble. 2 women discuss Celine, with one observing she seems different, and the other hoping Lady Adele is all right. The purple-haired girl, Celine, sadly realizes she is truly hated, but finds solace in being the Duke's daughter, ensuring no direct insults. The pink-haired girl, Adele, gives the purple-haired girl, Celine, a supportive squeeze hug. The pink-haired girl, Adele, happily tells her sister, Celine, how glad she is that they came together today. The purple-haired girl, Celine, is touched, thinking she loves Adele, and realizing Adele is trying to protect her. A smiling blonde man, Louis, greets Lady Celine and Lady Adele, thanking them warmly for their attendance. The pink-haired girl, Adele, responds with a smile, thanking the blonde man, Louis, for his invitation. The purple-haired girl, Celine, blushes and inwardly thinks the blonde man, Louis, looks even more glorious than usual. The purple-haired girl, Celine, wonders if her dress is unflattering, then decides she needs to leave Adele and Louis alone. The pink-haired girl, Adele, tells Prince Louis, the blonde man, that her mother is calling, excusing herself, and asking him to chat with her sister. The purple-haired girl, Celine, looks shocked and flustered, internally questioning, "Whoa, wait a minute, Adele, why?" as Adele departs. The purple-haired girl, Celine, clutches her head in dismay, thinking, "Ah," and worrying Adele still likes Prince Louis, regretting her silence. The purple-haired girl, Celine, looks with wide-eyed shock at the blonde man, Louis, mentally pleading, "Please stop Adele." The blonde man, Louis, grins, telling Lady Celine he'd love to talk, while Celine internally despairs, "Why?" Buzz, a purple-haired girl in a dark dress, stands beside a blonde-haired boy, looking shocked as she wonders how this situation came to be. Holding the blonde boy's hand as they walk, she internally panics, wondering what she's supposed to talk about with Louis. Louis asks what made her want to change, and she smiles brightly, explaining she's glad her hard work has paid off. She confesses that she was a despicable person who took advantage of her position and was jealous of the beautiful, adored Adele. With a confident smile, she declares that from now on, she's trying her best not to cause any trouble. Celine then offers a formal apology to Louis for all the trouble she's caused him, but he insists he never found her troublesome. Celine thinks to herself how generous Louis is, just like Adele, and feels she really wants the 2 of them to be together. Louis mentions he heard from the Duke that she's been a hard worker, studying about the country and practicing magic. Slap, proudly patting her chest, Celine confirms this, adding that she's also enjoyed working out and has lost 10 kilograms already. She tells Louis she never thought he'd be so easy to talk to, and he quietly agrees with her sentiment. Looking at her with a gentle expression, Louis asks if he can come see her again. Assuming he means he wants to see Adele, Celine smiles brightly and agrees, saying she'll be waiting. Grip. Clenching her fist, she celebrates internally, feeling like she's gotten a little closer to Louis. Watching Adele, Celine is glad Louis has a better impression of her now, especially since he's the one who kills her in the novel. Later, Celine has tea with Will and Adele, sitting between them on a lavish golden sofa. Sigh. Celine laments that, as it turns out, she couldn't make a single friend at the garden party. Adele reassures her not to worry, promising to help everyone realize how wonderful her sister is, which moves Celine to thanks. Celine cheerfully suggests to Will that it would be fun if he made friends too, but he flatly states he doesn't need any. Squeeze. Will suddenly grabs her sleeve, telling her he's fine as long as he has her, leaving Celine surprised. Her eyes well up with tears as she says his name, touched by his words. Squeeze. Overjoyed, Celine pulls Will into a tight hug, calling him cute and expressing her happiness that he's fond of her. Watching them, Adele smiles and remarks that Will really loves Celine, doesn't he? Celine beams, explaining Will is like a little brother to her and that she also loves her adorable little sister, making Adele blush. Celine has a sudden realization, resolving that she must tell Adele that she's no longer interested in the prince. Taking Adele's hands, Celine earnestly tells her that she's not interested in Prince Louis anymore, so she doesn't have to worry. Blush! As Adele points out how much she used to adore him, Celine bashfully admits it's embarrassing to hear that. Will interrupts, asking who he is, and Celine explains that Prince Louis is their country's first prince and a lovely person. Will then asks Celine directly if she likes the prince, and she awkwardly admits she used to, before quickly changing the subject to snacks. The scene transitions to a grand fountain in a beautiful garden courtyard. Pitter-patter. As maids hurry by, Celine walks down a hall, noting how busy everyone is because of Louis's visit. In a study, Will sits diligently writing in a book as narration explains. Celine teaches him things, and he's a smart, quick learner. Celine watches Will as he studies, observing him from across the desk. Celine notices Prince Louis approaching, dressed in a formal white and gold uniform. Knock knock. Her attention is drawn to a sound at the door. Creak. A maid enters, informing Lady Celine that the Duke has requested she attend a tea party with His Highness the Prince. Stand. Celine cheerfully tells Will she'll be right back. Huh? She turns in surprise as he suddenly grabs her clothing. With a serious expression, Will simply tells her, don't go. Stand. Celine cheerfully tells Will she'll be right back. Huh? She turns in surprise as he suddenly grabs her clothing. With a serious expression, Will simply tells her, don't go. Pull. He refuses to let go, firmly saying no. Celine is left speechless, realizing that while he always does as he's told, this is the first time he's ever been so resistant. Squeeze. He hugs her arm tightly, and she realizes that for some reason, he must really not want her to go. Push. Gently pushing his hands away, Celine apologizes and promises she's just going for a little chat and will be right back. Will stands alone in the room, his head bowed sadly after she leaves. Staring into space, he wonders why it's always about him. Back in the other room, Celine feels uneasy, wanting to get back to Will as soon as possible. Adele smiles sweetly and asks her sister which one she likes better. Celine feels overwhelmed as she's put on the spot, crying internally and wondering why they're both always talking directly to her. Celine laments that, despite her efforts to get Adele and Louis together, they always talk to her instead, contrary to the novel's plot. Adele and Louis both turn their attention to Celine, asking her questions and pulling her into their conversation. Shock! A horrified Celine realizes that the two have absolutely no romantic feelings for each other. Stand! Deciding she must leave them alone to talk, Celine resolves that it's time for her to go. Louis notices her intention to leave and asks if she needs to do something, causing her to hesitate. Adele smiles brightly, correctly guessing that her sister is on her way to see Will. Adele explains to a surprised Louis that Celine is caring for an unknown orphan boy she found in the forest. Confused, Louis questions why Celine is personally looking after the boy instead of sending him to an orphanage or leaving him with a maid. Celine explains that she felt responsible for the weak boy, since she was the one who brought him home. Louis smiles warmly and expresses his desire to meet the boy, much to Celine's surprise. With a worried expression, Celine thinks to herself that it's probably not a good idea to introduce the two of them. In a new scene, Louis smiles warmly outside the mansion and offers a simple hello. Dressed for the outdoors, a confused Celine wonders why Louis has been visiting so frequently, even when Adele isn't there. She waits by a carriage with a gray-haired man, who stands beside her silently. Celine turns to the man with glasses, asking why the prince is visiting so often. The man speculates that the king may have ordered Louis to choose a fiancé to counter the growing power of aristocratic factions. He clarifies that the future queen will come from the duke's family, but it's still uncertain which sister will be chosen. Celine doubts his words, thinking there's no way she would ever be chosen. In a quiet room, Celine reads a book to Will, apologizing for being too busy lately to spend time with him like this. Will listens silently, thinking to himself that recently, everything has been about him. Celine laughs at a part of this story, but Will remains stoic and unsmiling beside her. Oh dear. Celine sheepishly admits to herself that she has indeed been very busy because of Louis's frequent visits. She reflects on how Will has become more clingy lately, refusing to speak with either Adele or Jenna. While happy he's attached to her, she worries that it's not good for him if he doesn't mingle with others. Closing the book, Celine cheerfully invites Will on a walk to help with her diet, and he quietly agrees. The scene transitions to a beautiful, sun-drenched gazebo, surrounded by a vibrant garden. In the garden, Celine happily points out the beautifully blooming flowers to a quiet Will. She smiles, thinking that Will seems to like flowers and that he might enjoy helping with the gardening someday. When she asks Will what he likes, he looks at her and responds with a single word: Celine. Blushing, a flustered Celine clarifies that she was asking what kind of flower he likes. She smiles sweetly and recovers, telling him that she likes him too. Leaning in close, Will looks at her intensely and declares that he wants to be her number one. Celine is left speechless and stunned by his sudden and serious confession. She reflects internally that, while she likes the cute Will a lot, it's too hard to prioritize the many people she finds precious. With a bright smile, she lovingly tells him that both he and Adele are her number one. Stop. As she begins to walk, their peaceful moment comes to an abrupt halt. Will looks past her in surprise, spotting her father walking with Prince Louis in the distance. Will's thoughts reveal his shock and displeasure, wondering why Louis is visiting when he wasn't told. The Duke greets Celine and explains he invited the prince over after a meeting, as she stammers a hello. Louis looks directly at Will, asking Celine if this is the boy she was telling him about. A tense silence falls as Will and Louis face each other in the garden. The standoff continues, with the two boys staring each other down in front of the grand estate. Will glares silently, his expression filled with cold animosity. Standing between them, Celine realizes with alarm that Will's dislike for Louis seems more like pure hatred. While the Duke looks away, Louis smiles and apologizes for startling Will with his sudden appearance. A hand suddenly grabs Celine's dress, and she looks down with a start. Apologizing profusely, Celine quickly excuses herself and Will, claiming he isn't feeling well. Louis watches them go with a calm, neutral expression. Back inside, Celine sits by a window, comforting Will as he buries his face in her lap. Drop. A single tear falls from Will's eye as he trembles, and Celine looks on with great concern. In the darkness of his mind, Will's thoughts spiral into despair, filled with frustration, hatred, and the fear of being abandoned. Holding him close, a concerned Celine asks Will what's wrong. As she hugs the trembling boy, she realizes that something must have triggered his past trauma. Celine sits on the edge of a bed, comforting Will in a quiet embrace. Pulling back slightly, she gently asks if he's feeling better as he looks up with a somber expression. She strokes his hair, her heart aching as she imagines the unimaginable pain he must have endured. With a warm, determined smile, Celine resolves to be the one who erases all his painful memories. Cradling him, she guesses his anxiety stems from the fear of being abandoned again, just like his parents did. She pulls him into a tight hug, reassuring him with a heartfelt promise that they'll be together forever. Squeeze. Will clutches her dress, looking up at her with blushing intensity and affirming that it's a promise. Later, a maid brushes Celine's hair, admiring her beautiful amethyst-colored eyes, while another maid smiles nearby. Celine thanks her, happy that everyone seems to be treating her more kindly lately. She muses on the beauty of others' eyes, recalling Adele's ice blue and Prince Louis's golden ones. Her thoughts drift to Prince Louis, remembering the saying that only royalty is born with golden eyes. Thinking of Will, she finds his black hair and eyes nostalgic, as they remind her of Japanese people from her past life. As she gets ready, Celine asks her maid for the day's schedule and is told she has a lecture and magic lessons. In a fond memory, Adele shows a yellow butterfly to a quiet Will as they sit together in a field. Celine recalls watching them, cherishing the peaceful moment, and wishing such days could last forever. The narration reveals the tragic past of a cursed second prince, who was almost killed by his own father, the king. Thanks to his nurse, he managed to escape, but his life afterward was undoubtedly terrible. The second prince, shown as a hooded figure behind Louis, is described as completely different from the beloved first prince. Celine reflects that she can't blame him for eventually seeking revenge against Louis and the royal family, who mistreated him. She believes Louis and Adele will be fine, however, as their heroic and goddess powers will protect them. Sigh. Her optimism fades as she grimly recalls that in the novel's plot, she is the only one who ends up dead. Bottom. Trying to stay positive, she tells herself that overcoming challenges only makes their love deeper. She wonders about the second prince's curse before turning her attention to Will, asking how he's feeling. Noting the setting sun, Adele suggests it's time for them to return to the mansion. When Adele asks Will what he wants to do, he curtly replies that he's sleepy and will go rest. Celine waves a cheerful goodbye to Will as he heads inside ahead of them. Eager for a rematch, Celine challenges Adele to a card game, and her sister eagerly accepts. Laughing together, the two sisters walk off, both determined to win their game. Alone, Will clutches his chest in pain as a sinister red mark glows on his skin. Wobble, he staggers unsteadily down the hall. He sits alone on the floor in a dark room, silhouetted by the pale light of the crescent moon. The next morning, a cheerful Celine strikes a pose in a new dress in front of her mirror. She's surprised to see the reflection of the gray-haired man with glasses standing behind her. She freezes, and they stand in an awkward silence. When he asks what she was doing, a flustered Celine explains she was checking on her recent weight loss. She immediately becomes beet red with embarrassment. The man agrees she looks slimmer, prompting a delighted Celine to turn and eagerly ask if he really thinks so. She confidently states her determination to lose weight comes from her difficult past life. Comparing herself to her sister, however, Celine still feels she looks bulky next to the slender Adele. She asks the man for weight loss tips, and he suggests horseback riding or swordsmanship. Excited by the idea, Celine decides to ask her father, thinking the activities would be both useful and fun. She gives him a big thank you and runs off, full of energy. The scene transitions to a lavish, sunlit room prepared for guests. An ornate cart is filled with a chocolate fountain and an array of delicate desserts. A group of young, noble girls look terrified as they nervously thank Lady Celine for the invitation. Celine gives them a strained smile, welcoming them to the tea party. A red-haired woman explains that she suggested the party after Celine mentioned wanting to make friends. Celine smiles, thinking her mother chose reputable ladies for the tea party and that everything would go well. However, an awkward silence descends upon the party, and Celine realizes she was wrong. Grin. She grimaces, thinking that it will take time to rewrite her past image and improve how people perceive her. The red-haired lady in a blue dress remains silent and stoic. Breaking the silence, a smiling Adele compliments Celine on the delicious sweets she chose. Adele adds that Celine took her time, choosing to ensure everyone would have a good time, causing a surprised Celine to stammer her thanks. Tearing up, Celine leans on her sister, thinking Adele's kindness has saved the party from failure. The red-haired woman approaches the sisters, asking if they have finally made up. Celine recognizes her as Lady Wilhelmina of the Marquis of Follette. Lady Wilhelmina bluntly reminds Celine that she used to speak badly of Adele and make fun of her in public. Celine quietly clarifies that she has since apologized to Adele and asked for her forgiveness. She humbly confesses to Lady Wilhelmina that she used to be jealous of Adele and did many horrible things. Watching her sister's confession, a blushing Adele whispers her name with heartfelt emotion. Lady Wilhelmina smiles, saying she is glad to hear the two have reconciled. She adds that if Adele has forgiven her, then there's no problem, as life is about reflecting and starting over. Munch, munch. Elsewhere, the other two girls nervously eat the provided snacks. Glow. Celine beams with joy when one of the girls confirms that the sweets are delicious. Lady Wilhelmina asks where the treats are from, and Celine explains her father imported them from another country. The mood lightens as Adele and Celine happily share a macaron. Later, as Lady Wilhelmina stands against the setting sun, Celine calls out to her. Celine thanks her, realizing that Lady Wilhelmina's direct questions were meant to break the ice and help her. Chuckle. With a wry smile, Lady Wilhelmina playfully denies it, asking what she's talking about. Celine is moved, thinking that Lady Wilhelmina is a truly kind and wonderful person. Blushing with determination, Celine nervously asks Lady Wilhelmina if she would be her friend. Chuckle. Lady Wilhelmina smiles warmly and accepts her request without hesitation. Glow. Overjoyed, Celine's face lights up with pure happiness. The two new friends promise to invite each other to tea again soon. The scene transitions to the now empty, lavishly set table after the successful party. At the table, Celine happily exclaims to herself that she finally made a friend. She thanks Adele for her help, but Adele modestly insists she didn't do anything. A man informs Celine that her tutors have been praising her as hardworking and a quick learner, much to her delight. Blushing with surprise and gratitude, Celine stammers her thanks for the news. Well, tears stream down her face as she realizes this is the first time her father has ever praised her. Facing her father with renewed determination, Celine promises to keep working hard, and he quietly agrees, The scene shifts to a serene, beautiful garden with an elegant gazebo and a fountain. In the garden, a gardener with a knife speaks with Will, who is carrying a basket. Watching from a distance with her maid, Celine praises Will for working so hard. As Celine approaches, the gardener bows, while Will simply stares at her. The gardener proudly explains that Will has been working very hard to grow his first flower to give to her. Surrounded by an aura of golden roses, Celine beams with happiness as she accepts the flower, promising to treasure it. A joyful memory surfaces of Celine, Adele, and Will holding hands and running together. The memory fades as a yellow rose wilts, its petals scattering into darkness, foretelling the end of those happy days. Back in the present, Celine sits at her desk, fondly admiring the single yellow rose Will gave her. Will asks if she likes it that much, and she confirms it's special because it's his first gift to her. She thinks to herself that she even had an expensive preservation spell cast on it to keep it from withering. Will looks at her tenderly, a soft blush on his cheeks as she cherishes his gift. He then asks if giving her more presents would make her even happier, and she admits it would, but she smiles gently, telling him that her greatest happiness comes from seeing him live a healthy and happy life. As Will falls silent, Celine turns to him with concern, asking what's wrong. Celine thinks to herself that Will hasn't been his usual self, noting he claims to be fine but has barely been eating. She recalls how he strongly resisted seeing a doctor and feels conflicted about her decision not to force him to do anything. In a quiet moment, Celine and Will are shown from behind, sitting side by side at a desk in a library. The scene shifts to a younger Celine in a garden, listening to her gray-haired teacher who holds an open book. Her teacher reminds her of their last lesson on fire and water magic, and she enthusiastically confirms she remembers. As Celine's hand emits a golden magical glow, a narrator muses on her powerful talent, lamenting that the original novel's character wasted it. Celine smiles to herself, thinking about what a waste of potential the original character's inaction was. A lesson on magic explains the 4 basic elements: fire, water, wind, and earth, and the importance of finding one's compatibility. The teacher announces today's lesson will be on earth magic, noting that it's not a popular choice among noble ladies. Celine eagerly agrees, hoping that if she can master earth magic, she might be able to help Will. In the garden, a nervous Celine crouches over a pot of soil, while her teacher watches on with a knowing smile. Her teacher gently informs a disappointed Celine that she doesn't seem compatible with earth magic, and she sadly agrees. While walking through the garden, Celine spots a single wilting red tulip among the healthy flowers. Feeling sorry for the flower, she thinks it looks sick and is the only one withering. She reaches toward the tulip, wondering if adding magical nutrients to the soil might help cheer it up. Suddenly, she notices a beautiful bright light she hadn't seen before. Huh? The once wilting tulip now stands tall and vibrant, glowing brightly as a stunned Celine looks on. Turning to her shocked teacher, Celine nervously asks what just happened. With a serious expression, her teacher abruptly announces that the lesson for the day is over. Still kneeling by the flowers, the surprised Celine agrees. Her teacher glances back at a confused, chibi-styled Celine, standing alone in the garden. The scene transitions to the lavish, gold-trimmed interior of a grand hall. Accompanied by her maid Jenna, Celine wonders why her father has suddenly summoned her. Bottom. Her heart pounds with anxiety as she worries that she might have done something wrong. A voice calls out, "Sister," and Celine stops to see a girl with long pink hair. The pink-haired girl, Adele, smiles and asks if Celine is on her way to see their father. Celine confirms, and Adele excitedly shares that she heard their father is planning a celebration for Celine tonight. Celine enters her father's study, where he sits at his desk, flanked by her teacher and another stern-looking man. She senses the heavy atmosphere, noting her teacher's presence and realizing it doesn't feel like a celebration at all. Her father looks at her intensely, stating he's heard that the goddess's power has awakened within her. Utterly shocked by his words, Celine can only manage a confused, "Huh?" He asks her if the goddess power means anything to her. Startled, he reveals he knows she healed a flower that afternoon, identifying it as healing magic, causing a startled Celine to protest. She insists it must be a mistake, vehemently denying that she possesses the goddess's power. Internally, she reasons that Adele is the heroine destined for that power, not a villainous character like herself. Her father orders his associate to bring it out, and the man presents a dark object on a purple cushion. Gleam. A close-up reveals a large, dark purple crystal resting on the cushion. The man presents the crystal to Celine, instructing her to focus her energy on it. With a look of apprehension, Celine hesitantly reaches out to touch the stone. Change. The instant she touches it, the dark crystal transforms into a brilliantly glowing light blue one. Her teacher explains that the stone had been tainted with black magic, and that Lady Celine has just purified it. A shocked Celine clasps her hands to her chest, wondering if she truly possesses the goddess's power. Her father expresses his surprise, while the other man declares it a great honor that will be celebrated throughout the country. Celine panics, wondering why this happened and worrying how this deviation will affect Adele and the original story. The man with glasses declares that she will now definitively become the fiancée of Prince Louis, leaving Celine speechless. Her father explains that the goddess's power is so precious that His Majesty will surely choose her, especially given her recent good behavior. Horrified, Celine thinks to herself that becoming a princess was never why she was working so hard. She envisions Louis and Adele together, realizing with dread that her newfound power might prevent them from being together and change everything. Overwhelmed by this new reality, she clasps her hands together and wonders what she should do. Her father looks at her with a serious expression, repeating his earlier statement that he heard the goddess's power has awakened within her. Stunned by what she's just heard, Celine can only mutter, "Huh?" An unwelcome thought solidifies in her mind. She is sure to become the prince's fiancé. Her father confirms it, stating that with her goddess power and improved behavior, the prince will surely choose her. Standing before the men in the office, Celine is horrified by the news, thinking, "No way." She clasps her hands worriedly, her mind racing as she wonders what she should do. Days. Lost in thought during her studies, Celine stares blankly ahead while Will works beside her. She flashes back to the previous night's celebratory dinner, where her family rejoiced over the awakening of her goddess power. She reflects on her father's unprecedented happiness, realizing just how highly this power is regarded. In another memory, she learns the Archbishop will arrive in 2 weeks to confirm her power, an event that will change her life forever. She recalls testing her power, watching a scrape on her knee heal with a brilliant sparkle, confirming it's real. Celine grimly considers the consequences of a villainess gaining the heroine's power, fearing it will ruin Adele's happy future. Grabbing her head in frustration, she despairs over how to stop the engagement and worries she's preventing Adele's powers from awakening. Back in the study, Will notices her distress and asks Celine what's wrong. Thud. A sudden, sharp pain makes Will's eyes widen in shock. He slumps forward onto the desk, and a concerned Celine immediately asks if he's okay. Will clutches his chest, silently enduring the intense, sharp pain. The scene shifts to the magnificent golden gates of a grand estate. On a sunlit terrace, Celine has tea with Adele and Prince Louis. Adele beams, telling Celine how proud she is, while a crying Celine thinks the power was meant for her sister. With a pained smile, Celine downplays her abilities, suggesting it might all be a mistake. Louis gently dismisses her doubts, recalling how she revived a flower and purified a crystal, and Adele quickly agrees. Celine asks Louis how the goddesses chosen are selected, and he explains they have noble blood, strong magic, and a beautiful heart. Whisper. Elsewhere, noble ladies gossip that Celine's terrible reputation will cause people to doubt the news instead of celebrating. Recalling her younger, arrogant self, Celine admits that her family's lineage makes her possessing magic believable. However, she compares herself to the angelic Adele and questions whether her own heart could be considered beautiful. Celine asks Louis if 2 people can possess the power at once. He says it's unheard of now, but happened centuries ago. Bright! Her eyes light up with excitement at the possibility. Sigh! She quickly realizes this means Adele will almost certainly gain the power too, just like in the novel. Oh no! Panicked, she foresees a future where she's forced to get engaged to Louis. As Celine spirals into an internal panic, Louis and Adele exchange concerned glances, thinking she's just overwhelmed. Stand! Trying to help, Adele brightly offers to get Celine her favorite sweets. Jump! As Adele departs, Prince Louis offers a gentle, reassuring smile to the flustered Celine. Sipping his tea, Louis muses that the high probability of their engagement makes things a bit awkward. He then smiles and invites Celine to go out with him the following weekend. Surprised, Celine wonders about his intentions but feels she can't refuse an invitation from the first prince. She happily accepts, thanking him for the kind offer. Louis adds that he will also ask Adele to join them once she returns. Celine is stunned, but Louis clarifies that he has no intention of inviting Lady Adele. He looks at her sincerely, stating that he would like to go out alone with only her. Celine stares back at him, completely speechless. Adele returns and excitedly points out that the prince is inviting her sister on a date, much to Celine's shock. Grab! Adele takes her sister's hands, enthusiastically insisting that it's definitely a date. Celine reflects that she never had a relationship in her past life and realizes that this invitation is, indeed, a date. Adele clenches her fists in triumph, declaring that Prince Louis has fallen for her sister's charm. Adele asks if Celine is unhappy because her feelings have changed, but Celine quickly stammers that it isn't true. Her troubled expression persists as she falls into a contemplative silence. Getting her sister's attention, Celine calls out to Adele. She takes Adele by the shoulders, looks her in the eyes, and asks how she feels about Prince Louis. When Adele seems confused, Celine clarifies, asking what she thinks of him as a man. Blink. Adele blinks, completely taken aback by the sudden and serious question. Smiling brightly, Adele tells her sister she has no particular feelings for the prince. Celine presses on, asking more directly if Adele likes him or if he's her type. Beaming with a sparkling aura, Adele cheerfully insists, absolutely not. Shock, Celine is completely taken aback by her sister's enthusiastic denial. Panicked, she wonders why reality is diverging from the novel and worries that it's all her fault. Shine, Adele happily changes the subject, offering to help Celine choose a dress for next week's date. Blushing, Celine gratefully accepts, thinking her sister is adorable and feeling incredibly lucky. While hugging Adele, Celine is secretly overwhelmed, thinking her problems are piling up with no solution in sight. In a flashback, Celine recalls Prince Louis stating he had no intention of inviting Adele, leaving her confused. The memory continues with Louis sincerely explaining he wants to go out alone with only her, Lady Celine. The scene transitions to the grand, red-carpeted staircase of the Marquis Ferret's residence. Having tea with Celine, Lady Wilhelmina playfully teases her about her secret date with His Highness. A flustered Celine insists she isn't even sure if it's really a date. Lady Wilhelmina confidently confirms it is a date, arguing Prince Louis isn't the type to ask a woman out without reason, and Celine concedes the point. Celine reflects on her tea with Lady Wilhelmina, admitting she was nervous for her first meeting alone with a friend but is enjoying herself. Lady Wilhelmina notes that Celine doesn't seem happy about the date, and Celine admits she feels someone else is more suitable. Blushing, Celine shyly confesses her dream is to have a normal marriage based on mutual love. PFFT. Amused by her earnestness, Lady Wilhelmina tells Celine she is much cuter than she had imagined. Lady Wilhelmina calls her dream wonderful, adding that while most nobles marry for politics, some do find love. She brings up Duke Eldred as an example of marrying for love, which makes Celine pause thoughtfully. A flashback explains that Celine's mother died in childbirth, and her father later fell in love with his current wife who gave birth to Adele. Seeing her younger self watching her father dote on his new family, Celine understands why she grew up so cynical. Lady Wilhelmina sincerely hopes a wonderful person appears for Celine, who thanks her with a small smile. Whisper. Leaning in, Lady Wilhelmina makes Celine promise to let her be the first to know when she finds someone, and Celine happily agrees. As the day of her outing arrives, a maid styles Celine's hair while she thinks that the moment has finally come. Celine gives her maid instructions to proceed with their plan once Will lets his guard down. Speaking with a doctor, Celine explains that Will was frightened by the last visit and has now arranged a forced examination without his knowledge. Celine feels guilty for using forceful measures, but feels she has no choice, lamenting that she can't be there for him. As she prepares to leave for her date, Celine tells her maid she's off and the maid wishes her well. The scene shifts to a beautifully decorated, sunlit hall where the date is taking place. Celine enjoys her time with Prince Louis, finding him to be a perfect gentleman whose attentiveness helps her relax. Louis reminds her that her assessment at the temple is the day after tomorrow. With a strained smile, Celine confesses that she hasn't been able to use her goddess power since its first appearance. She worries about the upcoming assessment, certain she won't be able to fool the powerful archbishop. Louis kindly offers Celine more bread, but she declines, explaining that she is on a diet. Louis tells her she's cute just as she is, and a faint image of Will appears behind him. Celine is struck by the comment, remembering Will said the exact same thing and noting a fleeting resemblance between the two. Thanking Louis, she internally dismisses his compliment as simple politeness, unlike Will's sincerity. Not wishing to keep her out late and anger the Duke, Louis suggests it's time for them to leave. While walking outside, Celine's attention is caught by the sound of a child crying nearby. A small, sad boy is seen crying alone on a set of stone steps. A concerned Celine immediately approaches the boy and asks if he's okay. The boy cries that his knee hurts, showing her a fresh scrape. Turn! Celine glances around, looking for the boy's parents. Glow! Kneeling down, Celine places her hand over the boy's injury, and a soft light envelops it. She tells the boy it's all better now, and he stares in amazement, asking how she did that. Hee hee. With a playful smile, Celine puts a finger to her lips and says it's a secret. Blushing happily after helping the child, Celine is watched from a distance by a thoughtful Prince Louis. Prince Louis looks on, his expression soft and intrigued by what he has just witnessed. The scene transitions to a grand fountain in front of a distant clock tower, marking the end of the day's outing. As her date ends, Celine thanks Prince Louis for a wonderful time while he helps her from the carriage. Louis smiles warmly, telling Celine he should be thanking her and asking if he can invite her out again. Watching his carriage depart, Celine thinks to herself that the outing was more fun than she had imagined. Waving goodbye, she muses that Louis is a good person and hopes he falls for her sister, Adele, soon. Upon entering her home, she is met by a panicked Adele, who runs towards her calling out for her sister. Gasp! Seeing her sister's distress, Celine immediately asks what's wrong and if something happened. Crying, Adele reveals that the problem is Will. In Will's room, the doctor explains he found Will in this condition, as Celine recalls he seemed fine just yesterday. The doctor reveals the curses alarming spread across Will's chest, explaining that such powerful curses are unpredictable and that Will hid the pain for as long as possible. Distraught, Celine stands by Will's bedside and desperately suggests they get more holy water. The doctor gravely informs her that with the curse this advanced, holy water will barely help, leaving Celine to wonder what she can do. He delivers the grim news that there's nothing more they can do, and Celine cries out in disbelief. With tears in her eyes, Celine clutches Will's hand as he lies unconscious, the doctor watching sadly behind her. Clasping her hands in despair, Celine thinks about how the holy water failed, and realizes it's now only a matter of time. The doctor gently comforts Celine, telling her not to blame herself because curses are not something one can simply fight. Squeeze! She tightens her grip, realizing Will must have desperately hidden his suffering so she wouldn't worry. Her maid, Jenna, reminds her that she must go to the temple tomorrow, as per the Duke's orders, and Celine quietly agrees. Jenna expresses concern that Celine hasn't eaten since yesterday, but Celine, sitting vigilantly by Will's bed, simply apologizes for worrying her. Watching over Will, Celine feels she can't just sit there, but also doesn't want to leave him alone as her hands begin to faintly glow. Understanding her feelings, Jenna kindly offers to bring the ceremonial books and a meal to the room so she can stay. Wiping away a tear, Celine gratefully thanks Jenna for her thoughtfulness. While reading, Celine is absorbed by the many detailed rules and customs of the temple. She comes across a section on the power of the goddess, illustrated with an image of a red-haired woman who saved the first king. Celine reads that the goddess's power defeated a curse cast by an evil dragon, causing her to look up in sudden realization. Gazing at the unconscious Will, she wonders if her own goddess power could also have an effect on curses. Filled with newfound resolve, she decides that for now, she just has to try it herself. Glow. Closing her eyes, Celine clasps her hands together, and a brilliant pink light envelops her as she channels her power. Stab! A sharp pain courses through her, and she wonders why her body suddenly hurts and feels intensely hot. Through her power, she feels Will's suffering, hearing his pained thoughts as if they were her own. A single tear falls as she steels her resolve, thinking that she absolutely has to save him. As a gentle light surrounds Will, his curse begins to visibly weaken under her power. Celine continues to focus, her face a mask of concentration as she pours her energy into the healing. With a worried expression, she thinks of Will, focusing all her hope on him. Her mind fills with fond memories of him sharing tea, looking out for her, and giving her a flower. With all her might, Celine pushes her power to its limit, radiating a brilliant divine light. Suddenly, Adele and Jenna burst into the room, and a shocked Adele calls out her sister's name. Adele watches over a now unconscious Celine, who realizes she passed out from magical exhaustion while trying to undo Will's curse. Blink. Celine's eyes slowly flutter open. Rise! She bolts upright in bed, frantically asking where Will is, and Adele reassures her that he's sleeping and his symptoms have weakened. Relief. Celine collapses back into her pillows, overwhelmed with relief and thanking God that he's okay. An upset Adele grabs her, crying that it's not a simple matter and demanding to know if she used the goddess's power to cure Will. Adele sternly scolds her, pointing out how dangerous it is to use magic to the point of losing consciousness. Celine apologizes, admitting Adele is right and recalling her own teacher's warnings about overusing magic. She asks where their father is, and Adele explains that Jenna found her first, so they came to the room without telling him, only saying Celine was resting. Adele adds that she has kept Will's curse and Celine's use of power a secret from everyone for now. Overcome with emotion, Celine starts to cry, moved that Adele would go behind their father's back for her sake. Adele earnestly asks her sister to promise she will never do anything so dangerous again. With a soft smile, Celine promises and apologizes for making her worry. Adele thanks Jenna for her help, and the maid smiles, saying it was no problem. Celine suddenly panics, remembering she has to go to the temple and that the Duke will be arriving soon. Adele brightly promises to watch over Will, and a touched Celine thanks her for her kindness. Squeeze. Celine hugs her sister tightly, thinking to herself that Adele is truly an angel. Sigh. Meeting with Celine, their father pinches the bridge of his nose, lamenting that he never thought things would turn out this way. A flashback to an hour prior shows the Archbishop reporting that he can only sense faint remnants of the goddess's power. A stunned Celine realizes she never considered creating an excuse for her lack of magic. Her father argues that she clearly purified her before, concluding he wouldn't be able to see her special power if she'd used it all up. Gasp! Panicked, Celine realizes it's because she exhausted her magic on Will, but quickly denies ever doing something so reckless. The Archbishop clarifies that her power isn't gone, but is extremely weak, only sufficient for healing minor injuries occasionally. Her father whispers, "No," in defeat, while Celine stands beside him with a placid expression. Sigh. Back in the present, Celine lowers her head and formally apologizes to her disappointed father. Kerchak. The sound of a door opening reveals Will sitting up in bed, looking awake and alert. Her face lights up with pure joy as she happily exclaims that Will is awake. Hug. She throws her arms around a surprised Will, telling him how glad she is to see him conscious. Pulling away, Celine gently asks him if he is still hurting anywhere. Will stares back at her with a questioning look, his eyes now a startling shade of gold. Her thoughts flash back to Jenna, explaining that golden eyes are the definitive proof of royalty. Her face lights up with pure joy as she happily exclaims that Will is awake. Hug. She throws her arms around a surprised Will, telling him how glad she is to see conscious. Pulling away, Celine gently asks him if he is still hurting anywhere. Will stares back at her with a questioning look, his eyes now a startling shade of gold. Her thoughts flash back to Jenna, explaining that golden eyes are the definitive proof of royalty. Staring at him, she wonders aloud why Will would have the eyes of a royal. An image of Prince Louis appears in her mind as she realizes Will is exactly like him. Flinch. Will looks away nervously as Celine asks if he is the second prince. Celine stands in stunned silence, unable to believe the possibility. She realizes it makes sense since both were cursed. But this outcome never crossed her mind as it wasn't in the novel. Gazing at his golden eye, she speculates that the curse may have hidden their true color. Drop. She finally understands that Will's animosity toward Louis wasn't simple dislike, but a deep-seated grudge. Her expression fills with compassion as she thinks how difficult it must have been for him. Celine asks if he knew he was the second prince, and he confirms her suspicion with a solemn nod. Remembering the second prince's tragic story from the novel, she's pained to think that Will endured it all. Tears stream down her face as she apologizes for not having noticed his suffering sooner. She embraces him in a tight, comforting hug, her face buried in his shoulder. Blushing with tears in his eyes, Will apologizes for not telling her the truth. Celine holds him closer, reassuring him that it's fine and that she understands. She realizes he had to keep his identity a secret, as it was a matter of life or death. He formally introduces himself by his real name, Wilfred Percival, and she softly repeats Wilfred. She recognizes the name, realizing it was the same one used in the novel. With a brilliant smile, she declares that his position doesn't matter, as he'll always be himself to her. Squeeze. Overwhelmed, Wilfred suddenly pulls her into a tight embrace, leaving her surprised. He confesses his desire to be with her forever, and her eyes fill with emotional tears. Crying happily, Celine tells Wilfred she loves him too, and promises they will always be together. Her expression turns serious as she insists they hide his identity for now, and carefully plan their next move. She frets that if his broken curse is revealed, her own power will be exposed, reigniting the engagement issue. Wilfred promises not to show his eyes or body to anyone, and she accepts his vow. A glimmer of light appears as she strengthens her resolve, thinking she has to be strong. Wilfred looks at her with concern, gently calling her name. Smile. Pushing her worries aside, Celine gives him a bright smile and tells him not to worry. Alone at her desk, she contemplates their situation, having no idea what she should do now. She worries about the royal family's reaction, doubting they would accept Wilfred, even with his curse broken. As Adele worries that protecting Wilfred will bring ruin upon the Duke's family, Celine sits at her desk, frustratedly wishing for a simple, happy life. Russell. In his sleep, Wilfred clutches a teddy bear, dreaming only of seeing Celine. Wilfred realizes Celine must have used up all her goddess power to save him, a conclusion Jenna confirms, leaving Adele shocked at her sister's sacrifice. Adele asks why her sister lied, and Jenna explains that using her power on a cursed orphan without permission would have brought severe trouble upon both Celine and their father. Tearing up, Adele reflects on her sister's kindness, lamenting that Celine gave up her chance to be queen for Will's sake. Remembering Celine's smiling reassurance, Wilfred is consumed by guilt, blaming himself for all the trouble he's caused her. Slump. Overcome with remorse, he collapses against a door in the hallway. His resolve crystallizes in the darkness as he vows to become someone who can help Celine and earn her love, never her hatred. He remembers a younger Celine, happily declaring that she is waiting for her prince to appear. The word prince echoes in his mind, striking him with a sudden, powerful idea. Slip. His cap falls from his hand as he stands motionless, a new purpose forming. With newfound determination, Wilfred walks down the grand palace hallway. Swing. Celine peeks into the room with a cheerful smile, apologizing to Will for being late. She stops in surprise, finding maids dressing Wilfred in a fine suit. Utterly confused, Celine calls out his name, questioning the scene before her. She wonders why he's dressed so formally and not hiding his eyes, and why no one else seems surprised. Wilfred turns to face her, calmly calling her by name. With unwavering seriousness, he announces that he is going to the castle. Celine is left speechless, only able to manage a confused, "Huh?" Swing. Celine peeks into the room with a cheerful smile, apologizing to Will for being late. She stops in surprise, finding maids dressing Wilfred in a fine suit. Utterly confused, Celine calls out his name, questioning the scene before her. Wilfred turns to face her, calmly calling her by name. With unwavering seriousness, he announces that he is going to the castle. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, Celine stands frozen in shock. Her mind goes blank as she tries to process what could have possibly happened overnight to cause this. Startled, Wilfred gently takes her hands, calling her name to break her out of her stupor. Looking her directly in the eyes, he declares with conviction, "I want to be a prince." After her confused reply, he explains that his desire to be a prince is precisely why he must go to the castle. Grasping his hands tightly, Celine pleads with him, terrified that his plan is too dangerous. He looks at her with a calm, resolute gaze, simply telling her that it's okay. She sees the unshakable determination in his eyes and realizes he has made up his mind, wondering what caused such a profound change. Her father suddenly appears in the doorway, calling her name with a serious expression. The Duke reassures a bewildered Celine that he will accompany His Highness, adding they won't go to the castle for another 6 months. Wobble. The shock of her father's words makes Celine stumble, unable to comprehend why he is going with Will. Wilfred moves to stand behind a stunned Celine, quietly apologizing to her. In the drawing room, her father gently asks a quiet Celine how she is feeling. Forcing a smile, Celine insists she's fine, and apologizes for her earlier frantic behavior. She glances at Wilfred, who holds her hand, her thoughts filled only with his name. Her father reveals that Prince Wilfred visited him, confessed his identity, and explained that he wants to live as the second prince now that her power has saved him. As her father admits his own surprise, Celine realizes Wilfred has told him everything. The devastating truth sinks in. All of her lies have been exposed. Bow. Overwhelmed with shame, Celine bows deeply and cries out an apology. She confesses everything, using her power and lying to him and the Archbishop, and states she is ready to accept her punishment. Lifting her head slightly, she looks toward Wilfred and declares that she doesn't regret saving him for a moment. Her father tells her to raise her head, acknowledging her actions were unforgivable, but also the reason the prince was saved. To her complete astonishment, he tells her that, this one time, he'll let it go. He looks at her with a pained expression, admitting he understands why she lied and regretting that he wasn't a father she felt she could confide in. As he asks her to trust him with her problems in the future, A tearful Celine apologizes and agrees. Celine reflects on how happy her father was about her powers, admitting she never imagined he would forgive her for what she'd done. A young Celine recalls her father's past, thinking he must feel some guilt towards her as she watches him and her mother with a newborn baby. Back in the present, Celine stands silently before her father, a serious atmosphere settling between them in front of the grand doors. Her father explains that if people discover she deceived the archbishop and has powers equal to royalty, it would be troublesome, so they must keep it secret. Whew, Celine breathes a sigh of relief. Thankful that her engagement to Prince Louis will likely be cancelled, the Duke declares he will take responsibility for Wilfred and bring him to the castle, using their family's power to protect him, a fact Celine readily accepts. Her father explains the plan. They will hide Wilfred for 6 months and then claim the curse broke naturally to conceal Celine's use of power, and she thanks him. Clutching her brooch, Celine realizes that her father would also be in serious trouble if the truth were ever revealed. Sitting beside Wilfred, Celine somberly considers the 6-month deadline, realizing he probably won't return once he goes to the castle. Squeeze. He tightens his grip on her hand as she sadly thinks that she won't be able to see him very often anymore. Wilfred looks at her earnestly, apologizing for not telling her his identity sooner. With a kind smile, Celine reassures him that he doesn't need to apologize, adding that her father has always been supportive of him. She worries deeply, knowing his future is now off script from the novel and fearing he will be treated unjustly because of his past. Wilfred looks at her with determination, promising her not to worry and that he will do his best. Seeing his optimism, Celine smiles, deciding she shouldn't be so pessimistic when he's trying to be strong. She asks why he suddenly decided to return to the castle, and he begins to answer that he wanted her to, before trailing off. After she questions him, Wilfred quickly retracts his statement, saying it was nothing, leaving her confused. He suddenly pulls her into a hug, asking if she'll forget him when he goes to the castle. Hugging him back, Celine promises to write many letters and ask to visit him. Wilfred looks at her with a blush, earnestly asking her to love him too. With a warm, blushing smile, Celine happily agrees that she will. A week later, the scene shifts inside the Grand Mansion. To hide Wilfred's royal identity, Celine's father has ordered special eye drops from another country that conceal the golden color of his eyes. Wilfred's life has changed, as he's been moved to a larger room and is now attended to by his own designated maids. Sitting with Wilfred and Celine, Adele expresses her continued shock that Will is a prince, and Celine agrees. Celine leans on Wilfred, feeling sad about his impending departure in 6 months. As Adele smiles, Celine reflects that with Will's curse broken, the main obstacle in Adele's path is gone, and vows that neither she nor Will ever hurt her. Looking at Wilfred leaning against her, Celine notes with concern that he still seems to hold a deep grudge against Louis. A maid appears at the door, informing Lady Celine that the Duke wishes to see her. Surprised, Celine asks aloud if her father is summoning her. Her father stands before them and announces that Prince Louis has requested to speak with Celine alone. The unexpected request leaves Celine utterly stunned and speechless. Creak. Celine nervously peeks through a doorway into the room where the prince is waiting. Prince Louis apologizes for the sudden meeting, explaining that there was something important he needed to ask her. Celine sits down, feeling awkward because of the situation with Will and wondering what the prince could possibly want. Prince Louis takes a calm sip of his tea before speaking. Looking directly at her, Prince Louis asks with a placid smile why she lied. Caught completely off guard by the question, Celine can only manage a confused, huh? She tells him that she doesn't understand what he means by his accusation. Louis clarifies his question with a serene smile, asking why she was hiding her power of a goddess. An ornate title card for the series shows a confident Wilfred standing behind a beautifully dressed Celine. Prince Louis repeats his question with a calm smile, asking her why she lied. Celine stares back, still processing his unexpected question with a look of confusion. Sitting across from him, she insists that she doesn't understand what he's talking about. He reveals that he knows she possesses the power of a goddess and questions why she kept it a secret. Celine is shocked, as Louis reveals he witnessed her purifying the stone and healing a child's wound. With a knowing smile, he states that he simply doesn't believe she has no powers. Clenching her fists, Celine is horrified to realize that Prince Louis saw her using her powers. Trying to downplay her ability, Celine claims she can only use her power a little, and that healing a small scratch used up all her energy, citing the Archbishop's assessment. Prince Louis listens to her explanation in silence, his expression unreadable. Celine worries, sensing he isn't convinced but hoping he'll drop the subject, since he doesn't have any concrete proof. Sitting across from Prince Louis, A nervous Celine asks him why he appears to be angry. With a neutral expression, Prince Louis calmly asks if he looks angry to her. Celine looks up at him with wide, concerned eyes and quietly confirms that he does. Placing a hand on his chest, Prince Louis concedes that she is correct and admits he is irritated. He reveals his anger stemmed from his belief that she lied about her powers because she didn't want to be engaged to him, shocking Celine. A flustered Celine frantically denies his accusation, insisting that's not the case. Panicking internally, Celine realizes he's partially right about the lie, but completely wrong about her intention. Utterly confused, she wonders why her lying about her powers would irritate him at all. Louis asks if this means she doesn't hate him, and Celine immediately replies that she thinks he's a wonderful person. She fondly recalls how kind he was to her when she was despicable, stating that is her honest opinion of him. Prince Louis breaks into a warm, sparkling smile, genuinely happy to hear her words. Ugh. Celine clutches her hands, blushing as she thinks his handsome smile is bad for her heart. Prince Louis suddenly announces his intention to tell her father that she will be his fiancée, leaving Celine completely stunned. He explains with a smile that since she has the power of the goddess, he would like to choose her. Shocked, Celine shouts in disbelief, thinking she hasn't done anything to make him like her more. Flustered, she asks why he chose her, and he replies with a simple, direct answer, "You're cute." He elaborates, finding her expressive smiles captivating and admiring her honest, hardworking nature. Celine looks down, surprised by his heartfelt reasons, and thinking they were better than she expected. Prince Louis adds that his mother once told him he doesn't need a deep reason to like someone. Celine argues that Adele might manifest incredible power in the future, but Louis calmly dismisses the idea as unlikely. Internally, Celine sweats with dread, knowing that Adele's power is, in fact, going to manifest. Misreading her hesitation, Louis' expression darkens as he asks if she doesn't like him, prompting Celine to quickly insist she's no match for him. Celine thinks to herself that she could never be queen and has always dreamed of marrying the person she loves. Prince Louis' gentle smile returns as he once again tells her that she's really cute. Now standing, he vows to do his best to earn her affection, leaving a baffled Celine to wonder what he means. Prince Louis gently lifts a lock of Celine's purple hair and kisses it. A blushing Celine is overwhelmed with confusion, thinking that this turn of events is completely wrong. Returning to her room, Celine is greeted by a welcoming Adele and admits the meeting was incredibly bad for her heart. Adele asks what their father wanted, but Celine resolves to keep her meeting with Prince Louis a secret from Will. Grip. Unseen by a smiling Celine, Wilfred stands silently behind her, his hand tightening on her arm with a grim look. The narration states that Adele continued to be an angel as she walks happily with Celine and Wilfred. 6 months later, the family gathers to say their farewells to Wilfred and the Duke as they prepare to depart for the royal castle. Celine reflects on her profound relief that they made it to this day without her secrets being exposed. Despite the passage of time, Celine feels unprepared and overwhelmingly sad about Wilfred's departure. With a gentle, blushing smile, Wilfred looks at her and lovingly says, "I love you." Beaming with happiness, a blushing Celine replies with a heartfelt, "Me too." As the carriage pulls away, Celine watches it go, silently praying for Will's happiness. From inside the departing carriage, a hand reaches toward the window, as if trying to touch Celine one last time. Wilfred looks out the carriage window at Celine's shrinking figure, vowing that he can't wait to make her his. The scene transitions to a grand, sunlit bedroom, quiet and empty. Back in her own room, Celine asks a maid if her father has returned, but is told he has not. A month after Will's departure, Celine worries by the window, having received no news but trusting her father's reassurance. Seeing her reflection, she hopes for information from her father's visit to the castle and resolves to study until he returns. Celine greets her father warmly upon his return, and he offers a terse thanks. She eagerly asks how Will is doing, and her father reassures her that he's studying and training diligently. Visibly relieved, Celine places a hand on her chest and whispers, "Thank goodness." Noticing her father's solemn expression, Celine's relief fades to concern as she calls out to him. With a grim look, her father delivers shocking news. She won't be able to see Prince Wilfred anymore. Celine is left completely speechless, her mind unable to process her father's devastating words. Looking at her father in disbelief, Celine can only manage to whisper his name in question. Celine's father informs her that she won't be able to see Prince Wilfred anymore. A young Celine looks up at him, utterly stunned and confused by the sudden news. She asks her father to explain what he means. He clarifies that she won't see Will for a while, as the prince's existence is being kept a secret from everyone, including himself. Celine questions this, asking if he's not the second prince. Her father explains Will's status won't be revealed until he's 18, so she cannot see him freely. In disbelief, Celine wonders why they're hiding him. Her father simply tells her not to worry, as they promise to look after him. Kneeling to her level, he gently reassures her that the royal family has its own complex circumstances. A tear escapes Celine's eye as she realizes with sorrow that she won't see him for at least 6 more years. Her father offers a ray of hope, revealing they have permission to exchange letters. Right! Celine's face lights up as she asks if it's true. Beaming, she declares she'll write a letter immediately, and her father smiles in agreement. Determined, Celine sits at her desk, dipping her quill into an inkwell to begin her first letter to Will. As she writes, she thinks of all the things she wants to say, to reassure him that he hasn't been forgotten. A sad smile graces her face as she admits to herself how much she wants to see him. She reminisces about her time with Will, vowing that no matter how much time passes, he will always be important to her. Slap! She pats her cheeks, shaking off her sadness and resolving to write a cheerful letter to lift his spirits. From behind, she is shown diligently focused on her writing at her desk. The scene shifts to an elegant party being held at the Marquis Ferret's residence. Celine and her sister Adele wish a happy birthday to a young lady named Wilhelmina. Lady Wilhelmina, a girl with red hair, graciously thanks them for attending her party. As Wilhelmina walks away to greet other guests, Celine wishes her a wonderful day. A narrator notes that Celine spent 2 weeks picking a present, as this is her first time attending a friend's birthday party. A group of girls greets Celine and Adele, and Celine notes their presence. Celine smiles, feeling happy that she's finally making friends who are approaching her on their own. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the crowd, she decides to step outside for some fresh air. Adele asks if she will be alright alone, and Celine reassures her friends that she'll be fine. Out on a balcony overlooking the city at night, a voice calls her name, and she turns to see the blonde-haired Prince Louis. Celine recognizes him, realizing it's the first time she's seen him since Will left for the castle, and they exchange pleasantries about taking a break. Louis smiles wryly, admitting that he thinks people find it hard to relax when he's around. They stand together in comfortable silence, admiring the sparkling city lights from the balcony. Celine gasps in delight, commenting on how beautiful the view is. Looking at her, Louis gently asks if she misses Wilfred. Celine smiles softly and confirms that she does, admitting they were always together. Louis remarks on the incredible coincidence that the boy she found was his brother, and Celine agrees it was a shock for everyone. He asks if she sees Will often, but she sadly explains his existence is hidden within the castle, so she doubts she'll see him again. Louis falls silent as Celine thinks about how Will is now a royal, but in a very different situation than his brother. Glow! A kind expression on his face, Louis promises to let her know if he learns anything, earning a heartfelt thanks from a grateful Celine. Celine adds that Will is like a cute little brother to her, which seems to catch Louis's attention. Lost in thought, Louis quietly repeats, "A brother, huh?" as an image of Will flashes in his mind. Shaking it off, he dismisses his thoughts as nothing and suggests they head back inside. Time passes, and Celine is seen having tea with her sister Adele on a sunny veranda. Her maid, Jenna, excitedly announces that a letter has arrived from His Highness Wilfred, and Celine gasps in delight. With Adele smiling beside her, Celine eagerly holds the precious letter from Will. Overwhelmed with affection while reading his words, she hugs herself and gushes about how cute he is. With tears of pride in her eyes, she notes how much his handwriting has improved, and how hard he must be studying. Adele shares in her joy, and Celine declares she's glad he's well, and must write him back right away. In another scene, Celine stands with a determined look, holding a magical staff with a glowing pink crystal. She and Adele are shown walking and laughing together, their bond clearly strong. Celine smiles peacefully by a window, reading yet another letter, with pink petals floating past. Adele approaches the maid, Jenna, asking if she is on her way to see Celine. Jenna beams with excitement, confirming she was just about to get her, and proudly mentions putting extra effort into getting ready. A pink-haired woman and a maid discuss how Celine has eagerly awaited this day for 6 years to finally see Will again. A maid informs Lady Celine from the doorway that her carriage is ready. Looking over her shoulder with a graceful smile, Celine confirms she'll be right there. The maid stands by the door and announces to Lady Celine that the carriage is ready. Celine looks back elegantly and says she is on her way. A montage of letters reveals that 6 years have passed since Will went to the royal castle, during which he and Celine corresponded regularly. Reading a letter, Celine proudly reflects on how much Will has grown, noting his improved handwriting and excelling skills in swordsmanship and magic. Now 19, Celine feels her own studies pale in comparison to Will's accomplishments over the years. Celine is shown in a beautiful, full-length teal and white gown, ready for the occasion. A portrait shows the Duke's family, Celine, Adele, and their parents, sitting together happily. Celine reflects that as long as Adele is happy, she doesn't mind derailing the original novel's plot, though she'll miss seeing the main couple. She muses on how Prince Louis no longer hides his feelings for her, leading to widespread rumors of their engagement. Blushing, Celine admits to herself that the now gorgeous Louis is bad for her heart. Looking out the window, Celine feels confused about love, but notes that Louis hasn't pressed the subject of engagement since their talk. As her hidden goddess powers grow stronger, Celine worries that it's past time for Adele's powers to awaken, yet they haven't. With a blush and a happy smile, Celine thinks that the day to see Will has finally arrived. Letter explains that Will recently turned 18 and his debut party will be held at the castle. The narration reveals that Will specifically requested for Celine to be invited to see him beforehand. Celine daydreams happily, wondering how much Will has grown and if he's now taller than her. As she travels, Celine looks at the sky, filled with anticipation for her arrival at the castle to see Will. Adele asks her sister to give her regards to Will, and Celine cheerfully promises to do so. With a hand on her chest, a blushing Celine feels a wave of nervousness hit her. She worries that the now teenage Will might find it annoying if she still acts like his older sister. Frowning, she frets that since he's now royalty, perhaps she shouldn't act so friendly. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Celine panics, wondering how she should act around him. Click. A guard suddenly opens the door, announcing their arrival and catching a flustered Celine completely by surprise. Rustle, Celine walks toward the magnificent royal palace, her long purple hair flowing behind her. Stealing her nerves, Celine resolves to simply tell Will how happy she is to see him. A maid greets Celine inside a lavish room and invites her to have a seat. The maid informs Celine that Prince Wilfred's previous meeting was delayed and asks her to wait, which she graciously agrees to. Yawn. Feeling sleepy, Celine realizes her excitement from the night before kept her from getting any sleep. Waiting patiently with a serene smile, Celine thinks to herself that she can't wait to see him. As she dozes, a voice asks who she is, followed by Will's voice apologizing for the wait. Her eye flies open as Celine panics, realizing she fell asleep while waiting. Squeeze! Forgetting all her worries, Celine throws her arms around Will in a joyful hug, exclaiming how much she missed him. Holding him tight, she is overwhelmed with pure happiness at finally seeing him in person. Pulling back with a beaming smile, Celine remarks on how much he's grown. A mature and handsome Will, now with black hair and amber eyes, looks back at her with a calm smile. Stunned and blushing, Celine is left speechless, thinking he's no longer just cute, but incredibly handsome. Will gently hugs her, saying he's glad and didn't realize she wanted to see him so much. He looks down at her tenderly, admitting he has wanted to see her for a long time too. Will leans closer to a surprised Celine, creating a moment of tense silence. Close. He moves in until their faces are inches apart, causing Celine to let out a startled eek. With a pained expression, Will asks if he's different than she imagined, and if he's not cute anymore. Jump. Leaping to her feet, Celine frantically reassures him that's not it at all. Blushing happily, she explains she was just surprised by how handsome he's become. Glow. Beaming with relief, Will tells her she looks wonderful. With a warm, blushing smile, he thanks her and adds that she's beautiful too. Blushing deeply, Celine thinks Will is exaggerating as she wonders where he learned to say such sweet things. Will asks to see her face up close, smiling as he tells her she's really cute. Holding her face, he gazes at her intently, making Celine wonder why he feels like a complete stranger. A maid interrupts to offer tea, and a seated Will calmly agrees. Badam badam. Celine's heart races as she stands beside Will, trying desperately to calm herself down. Stare. While Celine sips her tea to hide her flushed face, Will watches her intently. With a serious expression, Will calls out her name to get her attention. Celine turns to him with a radiant smile and asks what he wants. Leaning in and taking her arm, Will tells her that it's really her. He asks if she knows how much he's missed her, and Celine shyly replies that she missed him too. Mumble, with a faint smile, Will quietly insists that he's sure he missed her much more. Feeling flustered, Celine asks if they can sit farther apart, admitting his closeness is bad for her heart. Squeeze! In a sudden chibi transformation, Will hugs her tightly and declares he's going to stay like this forever. Looking deeply into her eyes, Will suddenly confesses, I love you," leaving Celine utterly stunned. A close-up shows Will's confident and charming smile. Overwhelmed, Celine turns away, thinking she can't handle how gorgeous he is, even if he doesn't mean it. Will gently asks how she's feeling, and Celine calmly replies that she's perfectly fine now, thanks to him. Celine gives a relieved smile, glad that he is recovered. Will asks about her past 6 years, and Celine explains she's been studying, practicing magic, and dieting. She adds that the only thing that's really changed is that she has started attending social events. Celine elaborates that as a duchess, she must make appearances, which has allowed her to make more friends. Will notes that since she's so beautiful, she must get a lot of attention from other men. A bit flustered, Celine admits that it's true and she's actually quite popular with guys. She thinks back on how her change in appearance and attitude led to many men trying to get close to her. Celine mentally complains that she's not used to men and finds their attention difficult to handle. She explains to Will that, surprisingly, Adele is always there to help her out in those awkward situations. Celine reflects that the rumors of her and Louis have been a great help in keeping other suitors at bay. Listening from the side, Will scoffs, thinking there are a lot of people who don't know their place. He asks Celine if she would fall for men like that, and she quickly insists she doesn't know much about love. Changing the subject, Celine asks Will how he has been, noting his letters only told her a little. Will replies that he's been working hard just like her, often sacrificing sleep. Celine feels his workload as a prince must have been much heavier than her own. Laughing, Will says it wasn't too hard, because he has a goal, piquing Celine's curiosity. Smooth, he gently touches her hair, revealing he has something he wants with all his heart and will work to attain it. He adds that her letters were a great source of encouragement for him. He admits he's read them hundreds of times, leaving Celine shocked and speechless. Will confirms it, confessing that for 6 years, she has been on his mind from morning to night. Touched, Celine thinks his obsession only highlights how lonely his life must have been. She cheerfully reassures him that with his looks, he'll surely become popular in no time. Will listens in silence, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. Celine continues happily, certain that all the beautiful ladies will want to be with him. He cuts her off, declaring that as long as she loves him, he doesn't care about other women. Will explains that while he finds socializing uninteresting, he'll do it as part of his duty as a prince. Celine realizes that since he was always hidden away, she and Adele are the only people his age he truly knows. The two sit close together on the sofa, with Will holding onto Celine's arm. Smiling, Celine recalls a similar moment from long ago and gently cups his face. Rub rub, her heart thumps as Will affectionately nuzzles her hand. Blushing, Celine admits to herself that it will take some time to get used to his affection. A close-up reveals Will's blushing and slightly pouting expression. Looking her in the eye, Will reminds her of her promise to always love him, catching her completely off guard. Startled, Celine looks at Will as he holds her promise in his mind. With a radiant, happy smile, Celine reassures him that yes, she still loves him, and always will. Will looks back with a gentle, pleased smile, simply saying, "I'm glad." Rub rub, he buries his face in her shoulder, confessing he loves her too, as a blushing Celine thinks to herself how cute he is. She smiles softly, realizing that despite her initial nervousness, he's still the same boy she's always known. The two share a warm, comfortable moment together on the sofa. Will looks at her with a gentle and knowing smile. Confused by his look, Celine lets out a curious, "Huh?" Her expression turns more serious as she asks him what he means. Will simply smiles back, cryptically asking what she thinks it means. Flustered, Celine wonders about the difference between Will's romantic love and her own familial affection. Will happily tells her it's fine, wanting her to stay just the way she is. Kiss! He suddenly kisses her cheek, promising to explain things to her little by little. Pull! He pulls her closer, causing a flustered Celine to ask why he did that. Smiling, Will reminds her that she used to do the same to him before he fell asleep, to which Celine stammers in agreement. He asks if she doesn't like it, and she quickly denies it, saying, "That's not the issue." Thrilled, Will suggests they do it a lot from now on, leaving Celine utterly speechless. He pulls her into another tight hug, telling her he loves her. Overwhelmed by his closeness, Celine thinks that Will's sense of personal space is not normal. She rationalizes that his long isolation is likely the reason he doesn't know what's considered normal. She resolves that it is now her duty to teach him these social norms. With a blush, she shyly tells him he can't be this physically affectionate with anyone but her. He immediately promises he won't for the rest of his life, catching her off guard with his intensity. Deciding she needs some space, Celine stands and announces she's going home for the day. Will apologizes for not being able to see her off, but she tells him it's okay. At the door, she reminds him they'll meet again at his debut party in a week, and he agrees. Squeeze. He gently takes her hand, telling her he'll miss her. Celine smiles warmly, reassuring him they'll be seeing each other a lot from now on. Looking at him with sincere affection, she says he deserves a peaceful and happy life after all he's been through. She silently vows to do everything in her power to ensure he finds that happiness. A shadow falls over Will's face as he quietly repeats the word, peaceful. Sensing his sudden shift in mood, Celine calls out his name with concern. Smile. Will quickly puts on a bright grin, dismissing her worries by saying it's nothing. He tells her he's happy as long as she's by his side, and she replies fondly. Standing in the doorway, Will bids her farewell, adding one more, I love you. As he watches her go, Celine smiles and waves, departing under a bright blue sky. Walking through the palace grounds, Celine reflects on how glad she is to have seen Will, and how the meeting reaffirmed his importance to her. As a cute chibi, she blushes and squirms, recalling all the surprising and forward things he did. A voice suddenly calls out her name, and she turns around. She finds herself face to face with a smiling Prince Louis. Louis asks what brings her to the palace, and she begins to explain. Turn. She moves closer to him to speak privately. Leaning in, Celine whispers to Louis that she just came from visiting Will. Louis's expression turns stoic as Celine happily gushes about seeing Will after 6 long years. Growing more animated, she describes in chibi form how surprised she was by his growth. Slide. Louis gently cups her cheek, pointedly asking her why she's blushing. Flustered by his question, Celine stammers that, well, something's happened. Louis watches her silently, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. He offers to walk her to the gate, and a grateful Celine accepts. Celine tells Louis it's always her visiting him, and he stammers in agreement. With a gentle smile, Louis simply thanks her. From a high window, Will watches with a somber expression as Celine and Louis walk away together. Will narrows his eyes in annoyance, thinking that Louis is a serious pain. Later, Celine sits at a lavish dinner table with her family and Adele. She beams with happiness as she tells them that Will looked great and has grown so much. Her father smiles faintly, replying that it's good to hear. Celine and Adele share an excited look, planning to attend Will's debut together in a week. In a cute chibi moment, the two girls celebrate that Will can now visit their home, and Celine thinks Jenna will be surprised. The family continues their pleasant dinner in the grand dining hall. In a dark room, an unknown man collapses onto a table, coughing up blood in agony. Will sits calmly on a nearby sofa, looking down at the fallen man and uttering a single word, "You..." Stomp! Will stands over the man's body, declaring it will take more than a few weaklings to kill a monster. He glances at the other unconscious bodies littering the floor, noting the recent increase in attacks as his debut nears. Looking out the window, Will reflects that despite Duke Eldred's support, his life has been targeted countless times. He remembers being a helpless child, realizing the attacks were likely the Queen's doing, with the King's approval. A flashback reveals he only survived because of the immense dark magic from his curse. Will holds a wisp of dark energy, finding it ironic that he was saved by the very curse that threatened his life. His expression hardens as he vows to kill every last one of his enemies and never forgive them. The scene shifts to a radiant Celine surrounded by flowers, as Will thinks he can't let her worry about his troubles. He resolves that from now on, she will be able to live a peaceful and happy life. Looking out at the night sky, Will smiles softly and vows to make Celine happy and peaceful. A week later, a maid claps her hands excitedly, telling Celine she looks absolutely beautiful. Celine, wearing a stunning light blue gown, graciously thanks her. Stare. She gazes at her reflection, thinking she truly is beautiful, and what a waste it was that the novel Celine never changed. With her heart pounding, Celine anticipates Will's debut, recalling how the novel's version of him tried to kill Louis and Adele. The narrative confirms that this is a completely different future than the one in the novel. Celine smiles with renewed confidence, certain that everything will be fine this time. She and her maid enter a room to meet with Adele. Stunned by her beauty, Adele calls out Celine's name in awe. Adele gushes that Celine is the prettiest in the universe, and Celine tearfully thanks her for picking the dress. Adele brightly promises to protect her, leaving a flustered Celine to stammer her thanks. Celine smiles, noting how protective Adele has become lately. Her parents arrive, and her father asks if they are ready to leave for the party. Beside Adele, Celine enthusiastically agrees. Night falls over the magnificent royal palace, its towers lit under a full moon. Arriving at the ball, Celine's father worries they are late and have missed Prince Wilfred's official greetings. Celine sighs in frustration, lamenting the accident and traffic jam that delayed them. Buzz. Inside, they find the ballroom already crowded and buzzing with conversation. A crowd of ladies surrounds Will at the top of the stairs, and Celine notes how popular he is, as expected for a handsome prince. Will maintains a calm and charming demeanor as he socializes with the guests. Adele is shocked by his transformation, while Celine proudly affirms that he has become a wonderful man. Suddenly, Will's eyes widen as he spots Celine in the crowd. Glow. A bright, happy blush appears on his face as he smiles at the sight of her. Bow. Celine approaches and gives a formal curtsy, congratulating Prince Wilfred on his debut. She mentally groans, realizing she has to maintain formalities and can't act familiar with him in public. She tells him she'll see him later, deciding to save their real conversation for a private moment. Grip. As she turns away, Will silently clenches his fist, his expression turning serious. Celine remarks to Adele that he seemed like a completely different person, and Adele readily agrees. Celine's gaze drifts across the room, where she spots her father speaking with the queen. Celine's father and the queen exchange tense greetings, acknowledging it has been a while. The queen sarcastically thanks him for a despicable gift, and he calmly replies that it was his pleasure. From a distance, Adele watches them with a worried expression, thinking their interaction seems ominous. As Adele notes the queen's displeasure with Will, Celine observes that while she is Louis's mother and resembles him, her personality is completely different. The queen suddenly turns her attention to Celine, asking to confirm her identity and startling her. Smile. The queen gives a warm smile, complimenting Celine's beauty and mentioning that Louis speaks of her often. A flustered Celine stammers her thanks as the queen asks her to please take good care of Louis. Celine quietly agrees, deciding that while the queen doesn't seem to hate her, she should remain cautious. Celine and Adele stand together by a grand window, observing the party. Shh! Will suddenly appears behind a startled Celine, putting a finger to his lips to quiet her. After startling her, Will explains he needed a moment alone with her, dismissing her concern that he should be greeting guests. He smiles wearily, confessing that he was so nervous socializing that he's completely exhausted. Celine sympathizes with his anxiety after years of isolation and reassures him, praising his hard work, which makes him beam with happiness. She smiles warmly, thinking to herself how much he's changed for the better. He unexpectedly pulls her into a tight hug, causing her to call out his name in surprise. Burying his face in her shoulder, Will asks for just a moment to recharge before he has to return to his duties. Celine embraces him back, acknowledging his affectionate nature and silently promising to support him through the difficult times ahead. Unseen by the pair, Prince Louis watches them hugging on the balcony with a somber and distant expression. As Louis looks on with a pained expression, Will smirks possessively while holding Celine closer. Celine's family prepares to leave the party early, and she thinks that Will be fine despite the long night ahead. Rejoining Adele, Celine apologizes for her sudden disappearance as Adele admits she was worried. Blushing, Celine recalls the struggle of getting a clingy Will to finally let her go. Bang! She accidentally bumps into a blonde-haired young woman and quickly apologizes. The beautiful blonde lady graciously insists it was her fault and asks if Celine is all right. Celine stares in awe, thinking the girl is as pretty as a doll. She quickly reassures the girl that she is fine and thanks her. As the girl walks away, Celine muses on the many beautiful people in high society, but concludes Adele is still the prettiest. The maid accompanying the blonde girl remarks that she was beautiful and clearly of high status. Flick! The maid adjusts her lady's hair, as the girl, addressed as Your Highness, confidently declares no one is more beautiful than her. Clack. Clack. Walking away, the princess regrets not asking for Celine's name, hoping to make friends when she eventually moves to the country. Her maid advises her not to rush things, and the princess agrees. She smiles brightly, filled with anticipation to finally meet Prince Wilfred, her future fiancé. Later, a smiling Celine sits at her desk, carefully writing a letter with a quill. Her maid, Jenna, peeks over her shoulder, correctly guessing the letter is for Prince Wilfred. Celine happily tells Jenna she received a letter from Will announcing his visit next week and they both celebrate with excitement. She thinks about how his letter was filled with declarations of love, leaving her unsure how to properly respond. With a happy but hesitant smile, she admits that while she wants to see him too, something holds her back. Changing the subject, she notes to Jenna that Prince Louis is due to arrive soon. Through a floral transition, Celine wonders who Louis is bringing with him, as this is a first. Knock knock. A servant announces Prince Louis' arrival, and Celine goes to greet him. Click. As she opens the door, Celine begins to greet Prince Louis. She stops short, surprised to see the blonde girl from the party sitting with Louis. Celine immediately recognizes the guest as the pretty girl she bumped into at Will's debut party. The blonde girl rises and curtsies politely, apologizing for her sudden visit. Framed like a portrait, she introduces herself as Cordelia Dowswell, a duke's daughter from a neighboring country. Celine is taken aback, realizing Cordelia's noble aura is fitting for a foreign duke's daughter. Confused about why Louis brought her here, Celine belatedly remembers to introduce herself as Celine Eldred. The scene transitions to a table laden with tea and cakes. Over tea, Louis explains that Cordelia has only recently arrived in their country. Cordelia adds that after she lamented having no friends to Louis, he offered to introduce her to someone wonderful. Louis earnestly tells Celine she's the most wonderful person in the world, causing her to blush and stammer her thanks. Cordelia smiles warmly and asks if she and Celine could be friends, and Celine readily agrees. Overjoyed, Cordelia beams with relief and happiness. Celine smiles to herself, thinking how incredibly cute and beautiful Cordelia is. As she sips her tea, Cordelia explains that she and Louis are childhood friends. Cordelia mentions that she has heard a lot about Lady Celine, piquing her curiosity. Louis gently chides Cordelia for revealing that, as Celine wonders what he has been telling people about her. Changing the subject, Celine cheerfully asks what brought Cordelia to their country. Cordelia happily announces she has come to be Prince Wilfred's fiancée, leaving Celine utterly shocked. Stunned, Celine internally panics, realizing this is the first she's ever heard of Will having a fiancé. Louis confirms that while it's not official, the engagement is planned to happen sooner or later. Celine reflects that she hadn't realized Will was of marrying age and feels he should have told her himself. Cordelia dreamily recalls meeting Prince Wilfred, gushing over his wonderful, cold mannerisms. Celine is puzzled by this description, wondering when Will was ever cold. Louis explains to Cordelia that while he can't give details, Celine and Wilfred are very close. He then clarifies that their relationship is like that of siblings. Cordelia seeks confirmation that they are just like siblings, and Louis reassures her with a smile. Celine nervously plays along, agreeing that Will is like a cute little brother to her. Cordelia seems delighted by the confirmation as the three continue their tea. With a knowing smile, Cordelia suggests that one day she might get to call Celine sister, confusing both her and Louis. She giggles and clarifies her meaning, telling them that she thinks Celine and Louis make a great couple. Oh, Celine realizes Cordelia has misunderstood, assuming she and Louis are getting married while Cordelia will marry Will. Cordelia adds that the Queen seems to be getting impatient lately, while Celine and Louis remain silent. Grip. Celine clenches her dress, admitting to herself that she's feeling similar pressure from her father and can't afford to be selfish. As she and Louis prepare to leave, Cordelia thanks Celine for a wonderful day and says she hopes to see her again. Louis says his own goodbye, telling Celine it was lovely to see her as Cordelia gets into a carriage. He then grows serious, bringing up their engagement and confessing that he doesn't know how much longer he can wait. Close, he leans nearer, apologizing that he can no longer prioritize her feelings over his own. Batum. His heart pounds as he whispers that she is definitively the one he wants. While Louis smiles, a flustered Celine turns and walks up the stairs, leaving him behind. Alone, Celine stands with a deep blush, looking overwhelmed by his sudden confession. The day of Will's visit to the Eldred residence arrives, and he is shown being greeted by the staff. In her room, Will nostalgically remarks that it hasn't changed at all, and Celine agrees it feels like the old days. Sitting beside her, Will sighs that he wishes he could live at her home again. Celine cheerfully mentions being surprised to hear about his engagement, but Will's expression darkens as he asks her what she means. She explains that Louis and Lady Cordelia visited, and she heard that Will and Cordelia were getting engaged. Will's eyes flash with rage as he thinks, how dare he? Clutch. He grips her shoulder and asks if it doesn't bother her that he has a fiancée, confusing Celine. Will asks what else the first prince said, recalling Louis's confession that Celine is the one he wants. Flustered, Celine blushes as she remembers Louis's intense words to her. Shove! With a cry of surprise, Celine is pushed back onto the sofa by an aggressive Will. He looms over her with a dark, possessive look. Admitting her conversation with Louis really pisses him off. Leaning closer, he asks why she thinks he would willingly leave her to go live at the royal palace. She guesses it was to reclaim his princely status, but he smirks, calling it a mere means to an end. Confused, Celine wonders what other reason there could possibly be for his actions. Touch. He gently cups her cheek and reveals his true motivation. Because I wanted you. Gazing into her eyes, he declares that his entire purpose was to make her all his. His expression softens as he confesses again. Because I want you, Celine. Holding her face tenderly, he repeats his ultimate goal, to make her his and his alone. A wave of realization hits Celine as she finally understands the true depth of his intentions. With a cold and determined stare, Will thinks about how clearly his intentions were just made. Will gently holds Celine's face, leaning in close as she looks up at him with a blush. He smiles knowingly, asking if she has finally realized the truth. Flustered, Celine looks away, unable to form a coherent response. Will explains that while he wanted to tell her gradually, his actions have forced his hand. Watching him, Celine thinks with concern that this is a side of Will she doesn't recognize. Startled by her expression, Will quickly apologizes, saying he didn't mean to make her sad. As they hold hands, he earnestly tells her that he wants her to be happy and wants to be the one to make her happy. Blushing, Will confesses that she's been everything to him since childhood, and that he loves her deeply as a woman. Celine is left speechless and blushing by his direct and powerful confession. Overwhelmed, she wonders what she should do now that she finally understands the depth of his feelings. She recalls a past conversation where Will declared his love was different from hers and that other women didn't matter, leaving her confused. In the memory, Will gently touches her hair, vowing to work as hard as necessary to attain what his heart desires. Celine finally understands that Will's decision to return to the castle and become a worthy prince was all for her. Bringing herself back to the present, Celine calls his name, and a blushing Will turns to her with a happy smile. With a deep blush, Celine looks down and sincerely apologizes for being so insensitive to his feelings. She reflects on the fact that Will has been in love with her for 6 long years, working hard all that time while feeling lonely. Realizing the depth of his devotion, she understands why he would get angry at the mention of him being engaged to another woman. Will also apologizes, admitting that he was unable to hold back his jealousy earlier. Celine expresses her surprise, realizing his concern was about Louis. Leaning in close, their foreheads nearly touching, Will asks Celine if she dislikes Louis. Gripping her arm tightly, a desperate Will asks if she's getting engaged to Louis and if she plans to abandon him. With a determined blush, Will declares that he won't allow that to happen. He buries his face in her shoulder, confessing that he can't live without her. Celine looks down with sad eyes, realizing that he's terrified of being all alone. She remembers his tragic past, nearly killed by his parents, surviving a curse alone, and spending his time at the castle in solitude. Celine's thoughts drift as she acknowledges that she, too, knows the pain of being alone. She recalls the day she found a collapsed young Will in the forest, realizing that act of kindness changed both of their lives and the novel's original story. Her resolve strengthens as she decides she wants to be by his side and see him happy. She acknowledges that while her love may differ from his romantic love, Will is incredibly important to her. Squeezed, she hugs him back tightly, quietly reassuring him that it's okay. With a comforting smile, Celine embraces him and promises that she will never abandon him. Will pulls back to look into her eyes, asking if she means it forever, and she agrees that she'd like that, but hesitates. He looks at her intently, sensing her uncertainty, and prompting her to continue. Celine explains her dilemma regarding her engagement to Prince Louis and her duties as the eldest daughter of a duke. She recalls how her father supported Will 6 years ago, and how much their family bond has grown. With a determined gaze, she thinks to herself that she can't continue to be selfish. Will listens in silence, his expression serious as he takes in her words. Celine brings up his rumored engagement to Lady Cordelia as another obstacle. Will immediately and firmly denies it, stating he has no intention of getting engaged to her. With a sad expression, Celine says she understands his feelings, but there are still complications. Gripping her sleeve, she recalls her father's words about royalty's lack of freedom, noting that Prince Louis has no choice in their political engagement. Will quietly mumbles that he wishes everyone superior to him would disappear, leaving Celine confused by his dark words. He breaks into a wide, almost manic smile, asking if that would solve everything since no one would be left to oppose them. Concerned by his disturbing suggestion, Celine asks what he means but is interrupted by a knock at the door. A maid enters to announce that Prince Wilfred's ride is ready, and he thanks her. As Will takes her hand, Celine looks up at him with a worried expression. He pulls her to her feet, his gaze intense as he tells her that he is serious about his feelings. His eyes narrow with conviction as he vows to do anything to secure a future with her. In a flashback, a young man with light purple hair makes a heartfelt request to be seen as a man. Kiss! A black-haired man named Will surprises the purple-haired Celine with a kiss on the cheek, confessing his love. Pull! A shocked and blushing Celine holds her cheek, completely flustered by his sudden advance. Will smiles warmly, holding out his hand as he charmingly asks her to join him. Overcome with shyness, Celine hesitantly places her hand in his. The scene transitions to a grand, ornate castle under a starry night sky. Creak! Will peeks through a doorway, his expression now grim and determined. Inside, a man with white hair greets him, noting that he is late. The white-haired man, holding a glass of wine, repeats his observation that Will has arrived late. Will sits on a sofa with a downcast expression as the white-haired man asks what he wants. Taking a seat, the man, Richard, tells Will not to be so cold, reminding him that they are friends. Will remains silent, taking a sip of red wine as he contemplates his situation. Will recalls meeting the Marquis Richard at a party and deciding to join forces because of their shared goals. He drinks his wine, thinking that he must take advantage of every opportunity since he lacks power on his own. Richard teases Will, correctly guessing his good mood is because he saw Princess Celine. Seeing Will's silence, Richard smirks and comments on how devoted he is. While Celine worries about her engagement to Prince Louis, Will sits brooding, thinking Louis is a nuisance. Richard claims that the seemingly innocent Louis is actually obsessive and has been keeping Will confined to keep him from Celine. Thinking of the blonde Prince Louis, Will acknowledges he was grateful for his protection over Celine, but declares he no longer needs him. Richard asks about the Queen's plan to marry off the first prince, and Will calmly states that he has an idea. Intrigued by his confidence, Richard looks on with curiosity. In the dimly lit room, the two men face each other as Will confirms his resolve. Days. The scene shifts back to Celine, who is lost in thought while having tea with her sister Adele. Adele looks at Celine with a warm, knowing smile. Adele notes that Celine has been in a daze since seeing Will, prompting a flustered apology from her. Celine internally admits that since Will's confession, she has been consumed with worry about his feelings and her future. Squeeze! Adele earnestly grasps her own hands, offering to help with whatever is troubling Celine. Moved by her sister's kindness, Celine tearfully holds Adele's hands and calls her the best. Celine decides she needs help and considers asking Adele for advice. Jump! Adele startles Celine by bluntly asking if Will confessed his love to her. Stunned and blushing, Celine stammers in disbelief, asking how she could have possibly known. Adele explains with a gaze that Will's feelings were obvious from how he acted, shocking Celine. Adele adds that their parents also seem to have noticed, making Celine realize she was the only one in the dark. Celine feels a deep sense of embarrassment for not having noticed Will's feelings for her sooner. Adele thinks to herself that Will has grown up, and the age difference between him and Celine no longer feels significant. Celine feels conflicted, thinking about Will's confession while also considering that Prince Louis is being pressured to find a fiancé. Adele playfully points out that Prince Louis seems very fond of Celine, making her uncomfortable. Celine recalls how she thought Louis's feelings might fade, but they have remained constant even after 6 years. Clenching her fists, she feels overwhelmed, believing this isn't a decision she can make on her own. Adele offers her help directly, asking Celine what she wants her to do. Looking out a window, Celine thinks that while she admires romantic love, she intends to accept a political marriage for her family. She stands by the curtain, her expression a mixture of determination and sorrow. Celine remembers Will's desperate confession that he can't live without her, acknowledging how serious he was. She closes her eyes, getting the strong feeling that Will needs her right now. She reasons that he only needs her support temporarily to overcome his past trauma, not for his entire life. She worries he's mistaking fondness for romantic feelings, and believes interacting with more people might change his perspective. Celine frets about getting engaged to Louis, imagining Will's desperate pleas not to be abandoned. She believes Will is a kind person who wouldn't kill Louis, despite their rivalry, and decides to ask Adele for a favor. Adele smiles gently at Celine, asking if she has always loved and cared for Will. With a soft smile and a slight blush, Celine simply answers, yes. Adele realizes that with Will's confession, Celine can't tell her father or Prince Louis the truth, and Celine quietly agrees. Celine laments that it would have been better if Will had just stayed her little brother, feeling she can't ask him to wait for her now. Adele points out that if Lady Cordelia becomes Will's fiancée, it'll be even harder for Celine to be with him, a realization that shocks Celine. In a moment of panic, Celine clutches her head, wondering if she is truly out of options. Calming herself, she thinks that all she really wants is to be by Will's side, but everything has changed from how it was 6 years ago. HMPH. A determined Adele clenches her fists, vowing to think of some other options to help. Squeeze. Touched by her friend's support, Celine gives Adele a big hug and thanks her. Her resolve hardening, Celine decides that, no matter what, Will is now her top priority. The scene transitions to a view of the grand sunlit royal palace. In a parlor, a blonde woman offers Prince Wilfred sweets, but he coldly declines. The blonde woman laughs, noting that Will seems even colder than usual today. Nearby, the blonde Prince Louis asks Celine if she's cold, to which she replies she is not. Louis gently takes her hand, smiling as he points out that her hands are, in fact, cold. Internally, Celine panics, realizing her cold hands are a symptom of extreme nervousness, not the temperature. Louis kindly drapes his own jacket over her shoulders, offering it to her. Flustered by the gesture, Celine stammers out her thanks. Across the room, the blonde woman remarks on what a lovely couple Prince Louis and Lady Celine make as a dark shadow falls over Will's face. Crack! As the woman says they look good together, the teacup in Will's hand shatters from his grip. Will calmly claims his hand slipped, and the blonde woman playfully calls him clumsy. Celine watches the scene with a troubled expression as Louis smiles beside her, unfazed. Overwhelmed by the tense situation, Celine begins to cry, wondering how she can possibly overcome this. Will stares at his hand, now dripping blood from the broken porcelain. The blonde woman gasps in horror at the sight of his bleeding hand. Celine rushes to Will's side, anxiously asking if he is okay. She examines the deep wound, worried that she can't use her secret healing powers in front of everyone. Pull! Taking charge, Celine grabs Will's hand and announces she is taking him to get treated. Slam. As they leave, the blonde woman wonders if the prince is all right, while Louis remains silent and impassive. In a private room, Celine finishes wrapping a bandage around Will's hand, and he thanks her. Rap. A small chibi Celine explains in her thoughts that a bandage is necessary so his sudden healing doesn't look suspicious. Sigh, Celine exhales, reflecting on what a stifling and stressful situation that was. She recalls the gathering, noting that both Will and Louis had been invited for some reason. As she finishes with the bandage, she asks Will why he came, knowing his rival, Louis, would be there. Looking grumpy, Will explains that a certain woman told him Celine would be there, but failed to mention Louis' presence. Celine gives him a soft, understanding smile. Holding his bandaged hand, she says with concern that the cut was deep and must have hurt badly. Will looks at her and gently reassures her that it's okay. As Celine stammers, at a loss for words, Will stares at her intently. He brings her hand to his lips, softly kissing her fingertips. Burn. A deep blush spreads across Celine's face as she lets out a small, shocked gasp. Completely flustered, she asks him where he learned to be so forward. Celine worries that being so intimate is not good for them, and that Will will become too dependent, especially with Lady Cordelia to consider. Pull. As Will gently tugs a strand of her hair, Celine smiles and asks him to stop this kind of behavior. His expression instantly darkens as he asks her why, questioning if she dislikes him. Celine insists she likes him and is trying to help him, suggesting they keep a normal distance, which only angers him as he demands to know what's not normal about their relationship. With his eyes glowing a menacing gold, Will gives her a dark, unsettling smile. Shiver. He leans in close and declares that he only wants Celine, his special person, causing her to shiver and realize she's made him angry. Knock knock. Their intense moment is interrupted by a knock and a voice asking about Prince Wilfred's well-being. Will smirks, remarking that Prince Louis is worried about him but thinks to himself that his rival isn't worried at all. Will smiles and suggests they head back inside, taking a hesitant Celine by the hand. He turns to her with a warm smile, thanking her for treating his injury. Celine smiles back brightly, assuring him that he is welcome. As they re-enter the room, a young woman with long, pale blonde hair greets Prince Louis. welcoming him back. Standing beside Celine, a cheerful Will confirms that he's all right. Louis tells Celine she didn't need to treat Will, as they have an excellent doctor available. Flustered, Celine stammers that he's right, agreeing with the prince. Grip. She clenches her hands, thinking that she didn't want Will to be in pain, which a normal doctor might not prevent. Glow! The pale, blonde-haired woman excitedly announces that her engagement will be confirmed next month. Will looks stunned, stating he hasn't heard anything, but she explains the queen told her. The woman then invites Lady Celine to celebrate the engagement with them, putting her on the spot. Celine panics, trapped and unsure how to respond without confirming or denying the news. Step! Louis intervenes, telling Celine that her ride is likely ready, and they should leave. Visibly relieved, Celine comically thanks Louis, calling him a lifesaver for the timely rescue. The blonde woman asks if she and Lady Celine can ride home alone together, surprising Celine. Squeeze! She takes Celine's hands, earnestly stating she has something important to discuss. Celine agrees to go with her, wondering what this private conversation could be about. Standing nearby, Will watches their interaction with a grim and silent expression. The woman dismisses Louis' offer to see them off, explaining that she has her own guards. Touch. Louis gently cups Celine's cheek, asking her to take care, and she thanks him with a blush. Will calls out to Celine as she leaves, and she waves a cheerful goodbye to him. He watches her depart, his face unreadable as he remains lost in thought. Celine and the blonde woman walk along a grand balcony, beginning their private talk. Batum. Her heart skips a beat when the woman says Prince Wilfred must truly adore her. Chuckle. The woman gives a knowing smile, adding that his feelings are obvious to anyone. Seeing Celine's concern, the woman reassures her that it's fine now that he has met her. Grin. She brightly promises to support him from now on, declaring Celine's little brother is in safe hands. Sting! Celine feels a pang in her chest as the woman says she likes her and hopes they can be friends. With a cheerful wave, the woman bids Celine farewell from her departing carriage. Left alone, Celine clutches her chest, confused by the sudden pain she feels. Grab! Just as Louis is about to leave, Will forcefully grabs his wrist, stopping him. Will's hand tightens around Louis's wrist, a clear sign of his unspoken anger. Louis looks down at the hand, gripping him with a calm, almost amused expression. Snatch! Will abruptly lets go of Louis, turning away in frustration. With a grim look, Will concludes that he is running out of time. In a brief flashback, Celine is shown taking the lead, determined to get Will's injury treated. Prince Louis watches her go, thinking to himself that she is both foolish and cute. He firmly steps on a discarded ribbon, thinking that she won't be able to escape him. In her home, Celine's father informs her that the king has summoned them to the castle next weekend. Celine's face fills with dread upon hearing the sudden royal command. Her father confirms it is about the prince's engagement, and Celine realizes the moment she feared has arrived. He softly tells her that he wants to respect her feelings in this matter. Celine clutches her dress, knowing that refusing the engagement would tarnish her family's reputation. Her father gently advises her that there's still time to think, and she quietly thanks him. Once the door closes, Celine is left alone in the quiet room to contemplate her future. She clenches her skirt, believing she has no choice but to accept, fearing the king's cold wrath. She thinks of the complex relationships between Will, Louis, Lady Cordelia, and herself. As her maid brings tea, Celine wonders if everyone's conflicting desires can ever align. The maid cries out in pain as she spills hot tea on herself, and a startled Celine rushes to help. Looking at her injured maid, Celine somberly thinks that she could heal the burn instantly with her magic. Lost in a swirl of magical energy, Celine questions if it's right to continue hiding her goddess power. She reflects that with her power, she could save many people who are suffering, just like she helped Will. Grip. Clenching her hand, she reasons that she can always make an excuse to the archbishop for her sudden increase in power. Standing alone in her room, Celine contemplates this difficult decision with a somber expression. Her thoughts are interrupted as her pink-haired sister, Adele, peeks in and calls her name. The scene shifts to a bustling town square, where Celine and Adele have gone for an outing. While having tea, Adele happily confirms that she knew Celine would like the place she chose. Celine smiles warmly, agreeing that the tea is lovely as she enjoys the moment with her sister. She gratefully recalls how Adele invited her out to cheer her up. Adele cheerfully suggests they visit a cute shop next, and Celine happily accepts. The two sisters walk together through the town, enjoying their day out. As they pass, other ladies in the street whisper in awe about how beautiful both sisters are. Celine's gaze suddenly lands on a familiar figure with black hair and an intense stare. Glow! Will's serious expression melts into a radiant smile as he spots Celine and joyfully calls out her name. Squeeze! He rushes forward, pulling a surprised Celine into a tight, heartfelt hug. Phew! Feeling his embrace, Celine breathes a sigh of relief, glad to see him back to his usual self. They part with bright smiles, both admitting they are happy to see each other. Celine feels glad seeing him out and about, but wonders who he was with in the middle of town. Just then, the white-haired Richard appears, playfully chiding Will for leaving him behind. Richard remarks on how much Will has changed, while Celine silently wonders who the handsome man is. Will begins to make introductions between Celine and his new acquaintance. Richard introduces himself with a charming smile as Richard Starling, pleased to meet Lady Celine. Slap! In a comical scene, Adele grips Celine protectively while Will slaps away Richard's friendly arm. Richard pats Will's head, teasing that he's certainly loved, as a flustered Celine looks on. Celine formally introduces herself as Celine Eldred and her sister Adele, who remain silent. Grin! Richard beams, complimenting the sisters on their beauty, while Will stands by with a stoic expression. Latch! Draping an arm over Will, Richard explains that he and Wilfred are good friends. Celine gasps with delight, overjoyed that Will has finally made a friend. She earnestly asks Richard to continue being friends with the kind-hearted Will, much to his embarrassment. Will's expression turns serious as he notes that their meeting is actually perfect timing. Celine looks at him in confusion, wondering what he means. Blushing, Will earnestly asks Celine if the four of them can spend some time together. Celine asks Adele for her opinion, and her sister gives immediate, cheerful approval. Richard smoothly suggests they all have lunch at a nice restaurant nearby. Will and Celine walk side by side, both sharing a moment of pure happiness. The new group of four sits down for a meal in an elegant dining room. Watching Richard laugh, Celine thinks to herself that he seems like a very nice person. She smiles warmly, filled with hope that Will make more friends and find happiness. Celine playfully asks Richard if he's popular with women, to which he vaguely agrees. Silence. Richard then declares that Lady Adele is his type, earning an icy stare from the unimpressed sister. Cold. Celine mentally notes that her sister definitely does not like men with Richard's personality. Will holds a spoonful of cake out to a flustered Celine, telling her to open wide. Blushing, Celine feels conflicted, knowing she needs to bring up her engagement to Louis. However, seeing Will's adorable, happy face, she can't bring herself to ruin the moment. She reluctantly accepts the bite of cake from a delighted Will. Beaming with affection, Will looks at her and simply says, "I love you." Overwhelmed by his cuteness, Celine's face comically squishes as she struggles to contain her emotions. Watching them, Richard comments on how sweet they are, while Adele looks on with a knowing smile. The pleasant day concludes as the scene transitions to a view of the city's grand architecture. Will turns to Celine, asking if she would mind coming with him as he has something to do. A surprised Celine agrees to go with him, much to her sister Adele's surprise. Celine is delighted, thinking this is the first time Will has ever invited Adele somewhere. As they separate, Will gives a brief, serious glance back. Richard and Adele are left together, with Richard giving a slight, knowing smile. Richard suggests they wander around town, and a cheerful Adele agrees it's a good idea. After some time passes among the trees, Richard asks if they should head back soon. Adele happily agrees, saying that she had a lot of fun. As they return to the main street, they find their path blocked by a large crowd. Richard calmly observes the scene, guessing that an accident must have occurred. Celine, looking towards the crowd from afar, is suddenly struck with a very bad feeling. Pushing through the onlookers, her worst fears are realized, as she sees Will lying bloody and unconscious on the ground. Horrified, Celine's mind races as she questions why Will is hurt. She stands frozen in shock amidst the whispering crowd. Utterly bewildered, she tries to process the violent scene before her. A vision fills her mind of her pink-haired sister Adele, kneeling over Will's body, radiating a powerful light. The vision continues, showing Adele bathed in a divine aura, as Celine wonders if her sister's goddess power has awakened. Snapping back to reality, Celine pushes through the crowd to get to her sister and Will. The injured Will weakly calls out Celine's name as she watches the scene unfold. Completely stunned, Celine observes the pink light emanating from her sister's hands, noting that Will's wounds are already healing. She recognizes the brilliant energy, thinking that this is definitely the power of the goddess. Blah! Adele unleashes a massive surge of healing power with a look of intense concentration. Celine softly calls out to her sister, Adele, as she continues to heal Will. Heal. A final burst of light completely closes the wounds on Will's hand. Wobble! Having exhausted her strength, Adele begins to sway weakly. Celine cries out her sister's name in alarm. Boof! Just as she's about to fall, Richard swiftly catches the fainting Adele in his arms. Holding her close, Richard reassures everyone that she is just unconscious. Celine breathes a sigh of relief, realizing this was likely the first time Adele had ever used her goddess power. Turning her attention to Will, she anxiously asks if he is okay, and he weakly confirms he is. Wobble! Will stumbles as he tries to stand, and Celine rushes to support him, crying out his name. He touches his head, explaining that he lost too much blood, while Celine urges him to rest. Lift. Richard takes charge, lifting Adele into his arms and telling Wilfred to go to the castle while he escorts the ladies home. Glance. Richard notes to himself that their group is now drawing a lot of attention. Buzz. The crowd murmurs in awe, wondering if they just witnessed the goddess's power healing a grievously injured man. Celine looks back at Will with a worried expression. Will tells her it's time to go, and she quietly agrees. The four of them depart from the scene, leaving the stunned crowd behind. The scene transitions to a grand estate 2 days later. Celine and Will sit together on a sofa, both appearing to be in good spirits. Celine thinks about how Will's wounds have completely healed, but still shivers at the thought of what could have happened. Tearing up, she admits to him that the entire ordeal was terrifying. Squeeze. Overcome with emotion, Celine buries her face in his chest, hugging him tightly. Grip. She holds on to him, crying with relief. As Celine weeps on his shoulder, an unsettlingly cold and possessive smile forms on Will's face. After she calms down, Will asks her a question, and she's surprised that he remembered something from so long ago. In a flashback, a young Celine confidently tells a young Will that her sister Adele is pure-hearted and will definitely manifest goddess powers. A young Will questions how she can be so certain, and she simply replies that it feels like it's already determined. Back in the present, Celine looks at Will with a gentle smile, stating she's just glad they are both okay. A narration explains that Prince Richard took Adele home, and she regained consciousness the next day, surprised to learn she possesses the goddess's power. Adele explains to Celine that when she had a strong desire to save Will, a light suddenly came from her hand. With a serene smile, Adele admits that after her power awakened, she was completely entranced by the experience. In a memory, a young Celine looks with wide-eyed wonder at a beautiful red tulip blooming before her. Back in the present, Adele awakens in bed and asks for their father, and Celine informs her he's been summoned to the royal castle. A narration explains that news of Adele's public display of power spread quickly, prompting the king to summon their father immediately. Celine sits alone, realizing that her sister's world is about to change drastically, and she can't help but feel worried. The two sisters share a quiet moment as Celine watches over Adele, who is still recovering in bed. Adele beams at her sister, joyfully exclaiming that she's so happy to share the same divine power as Celine. With a gentle but bittersweet smile, Celine softly says her sister's name. Sitting by Adele's bedside, Celine smiles warmly and agrees with her sister's happy sentiment. Later, Will mentions to Celine that he happened to run into Adele when he was leaving the castle. Celine clarifies that Adele had been summoned to the castle that day. Her expression clouds with concern as she internally hopes that her sister is okay. Will calmly speculates that Adele is probably being recommended for marriage to the prince at that very moment. A shocked Celine listens as Will explains that Adele's strong goddess powers give her the same qualifications as a royal bride. He concludes that the king and queen will surely choose her, leaving Celine looking utterly stunned. Panicked, Celine recalls the novel's plot, realizing that Adele and the prince don't even love each other in this timeline. Her face fills with worry as she processes the dire implications of this new development. Will calmly reassures her, confidently stating that the prince will probably stop the engagement from proceeding. Celine questions if he means Prince Louis, and Will confirms, certain that Louis will not let the engagement go forward. Still uncertain, Celine asks Will how he can be so sure about the prince's actions. Will confidently tells a surprised Celine that he's sure his own engagement plans will be cancelled soon too. He leans in very close, causing Celine to look up at him with a startled expression. Leaning closer still, Will tells her that once both of their engagements are gone, there will be no obstacles left between them. He smiles, looking completely satisfied with this turn of events. Celine is left speechless, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. She internally questions if a royal decision can be overturned so easily, admitting that she sometimes doesn't understand Will at all. Will's smile fades as he looks down at her and asks if she isn't happy about this news. Flustered, Celine quickly insists she is happy, just surprised, while reaffirming to herself that all she wants is to be by Will's side. Guilt, a memory of another woman promising to support her brother, flashes in Celine's mind, and she's crushed by a wave of guilt over her own selfish thoughts. Celine lets out a frustrated cry, while Will watches her with a knowing, gentle smile. He tenderly takes her hand and rests his head against hers in a comforting gesture. Closing his eyes, Will thinks to himself that if he could have this moment, he would be completely fulfilled. Looking up at him with a soft, blushing smile, Celine whispers his name. Though they sit together in a peaceful moment, Celine's thoughts reveal a deep sense of unease that she cannot shake. The scene transitions to a grand estate at sunset, heralding a change in location. Inside a lavish room, Richard casually asks, "Oh?" while having tea with a thoughtful-looking Will. Will rests his cheek on his hand, dreamily thinking about how cute Celine is. In response to Will's unspoken thoughts, Richard simply replies, "Dunno," with his eyes closed. Will abruptly stands up, telling a surprised Richard that he already wants to see Celine again. Richard notes that Will is truly something for orchestrating the accident, but warns he could have died, to which Will confidently replies he would never make such a mistake. With a sly smile, Richard taunts Will, wondering what Celine would think if she knew the accident was his doing. Will's expression immediately turns cold and serious in response to Richard's jab. In a flashback, Will internally confirms Richard was right. He planned every part of the accident to awaken Adele's power. He recalls his research in the royal archives, where he learned about the power of the goddess. He reveals his logic. Believing the desire to save someone was the trigger, he orchestrated a life-threatening situation to force Adele's power to manifest. Richard notes with amusement that Will's entire elaborate scheme was based on something Celine said as a child. Will's expression softens as he simply states, "Celine is special." He reflects on his plan's success, which was crucial for getting Celine removed as a potential royal fiancé by making Adele a more suitable candidate. As he sips his tea, Will thinks that his next step is to focus on putting off his own imminent engagement. Celine closes her eyes with a peaceful smile, thinking to herself that Will is a kind and good boy. Meanwhile, Will's expression is cold as he internally vows that Celine will never know the truth. Richard dismisses Will's thoughts, telling him there is no point in fantasizing about that. Adopting a cute persona, Richard remarks that the wound must have hurt, but Will stoically replies that he can handle it. He reflects on his past, thinking that he has endured far more painful things before. A determined smile forms on his face as he reaffirms his goal. He will do whatever it takes to get Celine. Richard looks on with a skeptical expression, questioning if this is truly about pure love. Will asks about the progress with the Queen, and Richard confidently replies that things are going well and he'll soon get what he desires. Will's focus shifts as he realizes his next task is to deal with his engagement to another woman. Richard points out Will's strong suspicion of Lady Cordelia, to which Will explains that she's the type who does whatever it takes to win. With a knowing smirk, he sees an image of a laughing Cordelia and thinks that he understands her because they are similar types. Richard asks for Will's support after his plans come to fruition, but Will offers only silence in return. Changing the subject entirely, Richard beams with delight, enthusiastically declaring that he has taken a liking to Lady Adele. The scene transitions to a grand castle bathed in the light of a crescent moon. Inside, a blonde-haired man, Prince Louis, sits alone in a dark room, quietly sipping wine. Lady Cordelia places a hand on his shoulder, noting that he seems to have a lot on his mind, and he wearily agrees. Elsewhere, an unseen speaker discusses the shocking news of Lady Adele manifesting goddess power right when Sir Wilfrid was injured. A silver-haired woman smirks, remarking on how strange the timing of the event is. Prince Louis silently considers this, finding it hard to believe Wilfrid would be involved in a simple carriage accident, and admitting the situation bothers him. The Queen expresses her visceral hatred for Wilfrid, calling him a monster for killing assassins and wishing he would just die already. Gasp. A sudden realization strikes Louis as he remembers that people with goddess powers are not supposed to appear at the same time. In a flashback, a young Celine asks Louis if more than one person can have the goddess's power, and he explains that it's rare but has happened before. Bright young Celine's face lights up with pure joy and relief at his answer. Back in the present, a thoughtful Prince Louis wonders why she looked so relieved by that news. He shakes his head, dismissing his suspicions as overthinking and concluding that only a god could know such things for sure. He reflects on the immense power of the goddess, which protects the country, but is also a great threat, realizing Adele's parents will now do anything to bind her to the royal family. Tap. His fingers tap his wine glass as he concludes it will be difficult to persuade them otherwise. With fierce determination in his eyes, he thinks to himself that despite the complications, he wants Celine. Memory of Celine laughing brings a bittersweet thought to his mind. His desire for her isn't logical. Lady Cordelia looks at him with a knowing smile, expressing confidence that he will be able to handle it. She feigns concern over the scary Prince Wilfred, musing that she'll likely be kicked out by him sooner or later. Louis silently agrees that Wilfred is not normal, thinking about his willingness to kill and his abnormal obsession with Celine. He resolves to separate Celine from Wilfred as soon as possible, but acknowledges that it is an extremely dangerous plan. Cordelia blushes, confessing she likes Wilfred because he's so dangerous, leaving a confused Louis asking what she could possibly see in him. A sly, predatory smile spreads across her face as she thinks to herself that she has finally found someone like her. The scene shifts back to the sisters' estate, where Celine asks if Prince Louis truly has no intention of marrying Adele. Adele confirms that, while the king and queen were desperate for the match, the prince himself is strongly opposing it. Surveying the room, Celine realizes that Prince Louis intends to defy his parents directly. Growing visibly irritated, Will curtly states, "Enough about him." Celine turns to him with a worried expression, asking if it's really okay for him to be visiting her so frequently. Grin. With a dazzlingly innocent smile, he tells her not to worry because he has already taken care of everything. Celine thinks of Lady Cordelia, deciding she should start to distance herself from Will now that his fiancé has appeared. However, as Will leans his head on her shoulder, she feels she can't push him away so soon after his near-death experience. Will looks over at the blushing Celine with a confident and knowing smirk. Adele voices her concern that the prince's actions will put him in a bad position, but Celine explains that Will assured her Louis didn't mind. Celine asks why the prince would go so far, and a flustered Adele stammers, unable to answer. Will smoothly takes over, telling Celine not to worry and that he is fully aware of the circumstances. His confident declaration leaves Celine looking up at him, completely startled. She leans against him, a troubled and contemplative look on her face as she processes his words. A small, self-satisfied smirk plays on Will's lips as he thinks to himself that he shouldn't have listened to her doubts. Adele apologizes, but a smiling Will insists it was his fault. Great! Celine suddenly remembers that it's almost time for the royal family's hunting tournament. A narration explains the annual tournament tradition. Men hunt and offer their prey to the women they admire. The custom is illustrated with a blonde man kneeling reverently before a woman with long, braided purple hair. Celine recalls a key event from the novel. Will attempts to kill Louis during the tournament, but Adele uses her goddess power to save him. The scene shifts to the tournament grounds, where guests gather near an elegant pavilion. Amid the crowd, Adele notes there are more people than last year, and a man explains it's because both princes are participating. Celine quietly observes that her sister Adele is the one receiving the most attention. It's explained that the Archbishop recently recognized Adele's power, and she will now learn to use it for the good of the country. With a radiant smile, Adele declares her heartfelt desire to save many people with her newfound power. In a sweet memory, a younger, teary-eyed Celine looks overjoyed for her smiling sister. A voice calls out, "Lady Celine!" causing the purple-haired woman to turn in surprise. A cheerful Lady Cordelia appears, calling out a friendly greeting to the sisters. Cordelia warmly embraces a startled Celine, telling her how much she was looking forward to this day. Celine feels a pang of guilt over what happened with Will as Cordelia holds her arm. Cordelia turns to Adele, remarking that she heard Adele has manifested goddess powers as well, which Adele confirms. Clapping her hands together, Cordelia offers Adele a bright and sincere congratulations. Cordelia tells Celine she's excited for the tournament, and Celine quietly agrees. With a thoughtful smirk, Cordelia wonders aloud if Prince Wilfred will offer her his prey. Celine watches Cordelia with a worried and uncertain expression. Two ladies in the crowd blush with excitement, spotting Prince Louis and Prince Wilfred arriving together. Prince Louis and Will make a striking entrance, standing side by side against a backdrop of blooming flowers. As adoring women look on, it's noted that Will is just as popular as his brother Louis, Squeeze! Cordelia joyfully latches onto an impassive Will, exclaiming how much she's missed him. Watching them, Celine silently wonders if they are truly engaged, admitting they look good together. Clutching her wrist, Celine feels a sharp pain in her chest and questions the feeling. Adele notices her sister's distress and calls out to her with a look of concern. Prince Louis approaches the sisters, warmly addressing Lady Celine by name. Taking her hand, Louis earnestly promises Celine he will do his best to make her queen again this year. A flustered Celine looks up at him, murmuring his name in surprise. With a gentle smile, Louis reassures her that his feelings and their future will remain unchanged. He bids her farewell for now, leaving a thoughtful Celine watching him go. Celine sadly reflects that it pains her not to be able to return his feelings, especially because he is such a good person. The group parts ways, with Will glancing back over his shoulder. Will's expression is cold and intense as he watches the interaction from a distance. Later, Celine sits alone, enjoying tea inside one of the grand pavilions. A lady-in-waiting with short brown hair hurries over to Celine. Leaning in, the woman whispers that Prince Wilfred wants to see her. Celine looks up in surprise, her thoughts questioning the summons from Will. In a secluded part of the woods, Will adjusts his cloak and invites Celine for a walk before the event begins. With his hood drawn, Will leans in and pleads with her, promising to ensure they won't be seen. Celine smiles softly and agrees to his request. Their secret walk begins down a peaceful, sun-dappled forest path. Celine remarks that it's been a while since they've walked in the forest together, and a cloaked Will agrees. He glances back at her, fondly recalling the day she first found him in the woods. In a cute flashback, Celine earnestly warns a young Will to be careful, but he confidently tells her he'll be fine. Celine silently wonders just how skilled he actually is with magic and swordsmanship. Will turns to her, playfully asking if she'll heal him if he gets hurt, to which she readily agrees. Celine smirks, thinking that with Adele's powers now public, no one will suspect her if Will happens to heal suspiciously quickly. Will notices her pensive look and asks what's wrong, prompting Celine to wonder if it's right to keep her own powers a secret. Grab! Will suddenly pulls Celine close, his expression intense as he tells her she must hide her powers for now. A confused Celine looks up at him as he stares down with desperate golden eyes, pleading with her. Looking downcast, a hesitant Celine quietly agrees to his request. A blushing Will breaks into a relieved and grateful smile, thanking her. He pulls her into a tight embrace, explaining that hiding her power is necessary for them to be together. Buried in his cloak, Celine's wide eyes reveal her complete surprise at his actions. Push! A flustered Celine tries to push him away, calling his name and telling him to wait. Refusing, Will simply says no, closing his eyes and holding her even tighter. A blushing Celine peeks up from his embrace, her expression soft and flustered. Pulling back slightly, Will looks at a confused Celine and tells her that this isn't enough anymore. He leans in close, his gaze intense as he confesses that he wants to be with her more. Touch. His hand gently caresses her cheek as he whispers his desire to touch her more. He moves closer to kiss her, murmuring that he wants to squeeze. He pulls back just before their lips meet, his eyes shut tight. Opening his eyes with a sly look, he playfully tells her he was just kidding. He announces that the tournament is about to start and holds out his hand to lead her away. Celine clutches her hat as she walks hand in hand with the cloaked Will through the woods. With a deep blush, Celine thinks about how strange this feels, her heart pounding as if it will explode. Unseen by the pair, a blonde-haired Lady Cordelia watches them walk away from behind a tree. Her face cast in shadow, Cordelia thinks to herself that she already warned Lady Celine. Flanked by two cloaked figures, Cordelia smiles menacingly, declaring she must punish bad girls who steal from friends as a magical blade appears. The scene shifts as the hunting tournament finally begins, with several men setting off on horseback. Standing beside Celine, a pink-haired Adele agrees that the event is underway. Adele notices her sister's flushed face with concern, asking if she has a fever. A flustered Celine frantically denies it, waving her hands in protest. She confesses to a confused Adele that her heart has been feeling strange for a while now. Celine explains that her heart started acting up when she saw Will, and he hugged her. Adele notes that he hugs her all the time, but Celine insists this time felt different, leaving her anxious. A realization dawns on Adele as she asks if Celine's chest hurt when she saw Lady Cordelia with Will. Jump! A startled Celine leaps in surprise, asking her sister how she could possibly know that. Adele smiles knowingly, about to explain what that feeling is called when a voice calls out to both Lady Celine and Lady Adele. Lady Cordelia approaches the sisters with a bright smile, cheerfully asking if they would like some tea. Sob. Cordelia puts on a sad face, claiming no one else would join her, prompting a sympathetic Celine to immediately agree. Celine thinks to herself that Cordelia must be lonely, as she is new to the country and doesn't know anyone yet. Celine asks Adele what she was about to say, but Adele deflects, insisting they will talk about the important matter later. Celine looks puzzled, left to wonder what her sister considered so important. At a pavilion table, ladies gossip about whether Celine will be queen again, praising Prince Louis's excellent hunting skills. Lady Cordelia joins the conversation, adding that Prince Wilfred is also a very skilled hunter. Another lady asks Celine if this is true, but she claims not to know, prompting a playful tease from Cordelia. A sudden pang of unease strikes Celine as she considers what Cordelia knows. Step. A lady with brown hair and an olive dress approaches Celine's chair, asking for a moment of her time. Whisper. The woman leans in to whisper that she needs to discuss something important about Prince Wilfred. Celine grows concerned, wondering what could be so urgent about Will that it requires a private conversation. Celine stands and excuses herself from the table, and the other ladies tell her to go ahead. Celine walks away with the woman, leaving Cordelia and the others behind at the table. Chuckle Cordelia watches her leave with a smug, knowing smirk, wondering if Lady Celine will be hunted down. Suddenly, Celine is on the ground, the world going dark around her as she loses consciousness. Rise Russell Celine slowly pushes herself up, finding herself alone in a dim, unfamiliar forest. Confused, she looks around and tries to piece together what happened, wondering how she got there. She remembers being called away by a young lady she didn't know to discuss something about Will. Alone in the woods, Celine realizes she dismissed her bodyguards, suspecting the summons was related to Will's past, and now wonders who trapped her. Looking around, she recognizes the dense woods as the location for the hunting tournament. Russell. Resolved to escape, she decides she has to find a way out of the forest. Swoosh! A sudden sound whips through the trees, startling her. Celine grows anxious, realizing she is lost in the creepy, unfamiliar woods. Jump! A sudden rustle in the bushes makes her leap back in alarm. Peeking from her hiding spot, she sees two mysterious, cloaked and hooded figures standing in the gloom. Sigh. She breathes a sigh of relief, assuming they must be participants in the hunt. Russell. Stepping out, Celine approaches the figures and calls out to them, explaining she is lost. Pull. To her shock, one of the cloaked men silently draws a bow and takes aim. Whip! An arrow flies past her face with terrifying speed, grazing her cheek. Stunned by the attack that left a small cut on her face, Celine wonders why this is happening as the archer looks on. Dash! The realization of her danger hits, and she immediately turns to run for her life. Stomp, stomp. As she flees, she frantically wonders who would do this, knowing it wasn't in the novel, before she slips and cries out in pain. Boof! An arrow thuds into the ground, just inches from her head as she lies fallen. Looking at the arrow, a horrified Celine wonders if her attacker missed on purpose. The two cloaked men smirk, one noting how close that was, and the other agreeing they must weaken her more. Chill! A wave of cold fear washes over Celine as she understands they are toying with her, hunting her like an animal. Dash! Scrambling to her feet, she flees again, losing a shoe as the men watch from a distance. A faint pink light glows from her hand as she thinks with terror that someone is trying to kill her. Celine considers her options, knowing her spells aren't suited for combat and that healing will drain her energy, when her heart pounds at another rustle nearby. Dash! Barefoot and desperate, she resolves to keep running until help arrives, still pursued by the cloaked figures. She continues her desperate flight through the darkening forest as one of her hunters closes in. Boof! Celine collapses from exhaustion, gasping for air as she realizes her legs won't move anymore. Her three attackers corner her, with one commenting she lasted long, while another perversely suggests they play with the beautiful woman first. The men decide they should kill her first to ensure their mission succeeds, agreeing they can have their fun after, as one gives a menacing grin. Chill! An archer draws his bow for the final shot, as a terrified Celine clutches her chest, accepting her fate. In the encroaching darkness, her final thought is a question. Is she going to die here? A memory surfaces of her past life, lying in a hospital bed, believing no one would be sad if she died. But through the darkness, a brilliant light appears as she thinks that things are different now. She pictures the bright, happy face of her sister Adele. Then, she remembers Prince Louis, and thinks of the people who now care about her. An image of her loving parents flashes in her mind. Finally, she sees Will's smiling face as he calls her name. Tears streaming down her face, a desperate Celine cries out for Will to help her. She lets out a scream as her eyes squeeze shut, then open to a strange, ethereal light. Will stands protectively in front of her, his glowing sword drawn, as Celine sits on the ground behind him, stunned. She looks up at his back, murmuring his name in utter disbelief. Will turns and kneels before her, his expression full of concern as he gently touches her cheek and calls her name. Overwhelmed with relief, Celine can only let out a choked sob as tears well in her eyes. He looks at her with a pained expression, apologizing for taking so long and for the fear she must have felt. Sob. He pulls her into a tight, comforting embrace, reassuring her that everything is okay now. Jump! The cloaked attackers are startled by his sudden intervention, demanding to know what he's doing. Pulling back, Will asks if she's hurt. She says her wounds are mostly healed, but insists they must run, but he calmly tells her there's no need. He gives her a gentle smile, promising to take care of them quickly and asking her to just wait there. Stand! Will rises to his feet, facing the men with his sword at the ready, and asks them what they did to Celine. The attackers mockingly reply that they were just having some fun hunting, but Will remains silent, his expression hardening. Their leader smirks cruelly, taunting Will that he got in the way, just as he was about to kill Celine and have some fun. A dark, furious energy erupts around Will as his golden eye glares, his voice dangerously low as he asks, "What?" From the ground, Celine watches in awe as a palpable dark purple aura of power radiates from him. With a terrifying glare, Will unleashes a wave of dark purple energy from his hand, vowing to kill them. Zoo! The dark energy blasts the two cloaked men, sending them reeling as they cry out in agony. Celine watches in shock, recognizing the cold, negative energy as Will's magic. Thud! The cloaked man collapses to the ground, gasping that he can't breathe under the weight of Will's power. Will smiles cruelly, warning the man that for taunting Celine, he will suffer a fate worse than death. He then casually adds that he might kill one of them first, just for being too noisy. Slash. With a single, brutal swing of his sword, Will cuts down one of the attackers. With blood splattered across her cheek, a stunned Celine can only murmur in disbelief. Will glances back, a chilling smile playing on his lips as blood stains his face and cape. Wounded and terrified, the remaining two attackers cry out in pain and beg for forgiveness. He responds to their pleas with nothing but a short, derisive laugh. Break! Will tortures the man with his power, asking if this suffering compares to what he planned for Celine. His eyes glowing with fury, Will declares they must pay the price for trying to kill Celine. Watching this brutal display, Celine wonders to herself if this is truly the Will that she knows. Gasp! She realizes with horror that he's enjoying the cruelty, just like the brutal second prince she read about in the novel. The image focuses on Will's back, his red cape now stained a darker crimson with blood. He turns to her with a bloody smile, apologizing for losing control of his anger, but his expression only sends a chill through Celine. Will looms over her, his intense gaze fixed on her as a menacing aura of thorns seems to surround them. Her hand trembles as she touches the blood that splattered onto her own cheek. Sad, his expression softens into regret, and he quietly wonders how he could have ever left her alone and vulnerable. Gently caressing her cheek, he smiles and promises to kill the others now, telling her to just wait there for him. As he turns to leave, Celine desperately grabs onto his cape from the ground, calling out his name. With tears in her eyes, she looks up and begs him, please don't kill them. He kneels before her, asking why they should be allowed to live, genuinely confused by her plea. He corrects himself, suddenly realizing they'll need to keep at least one of them alive to interrogate. He decides to kill one and bring the other back, prompting a horrified Celine to ask if he has any qualms about killing. Will smiles coldly, his conviction absolute as he states that they simply don't deserve to live. Celine presses further, asking if this is his first time killing someone, but Will's only response is a telling silence. Her expression hardens with a grim understanding, the reality of who he is sinking in. She reflects on how wrong she was, having believed that this world and Will were different from the novel's vengeful plot. Clenching her fist, she realizes that there was no way he could ever forget the immense pain of his past. A memory surfaces of her promising him that he deserved to live a peaceful and happy life from now on. A tear falls from her eye as she berates herself, wondering how she could have said something so naive. With a deep blush of shame, she looks at him with tear-filled eyes and whispers an apology. A confused Will looks down at her, asking why on earth she is the one apologizing. He gently cups her face, asking if she's hurt, as she inwardly blames herself and feels deeply sorry. He leans in closer, his expression intense, causing the flustered Celine to flinch away slightly. Covering her face, Celine tells herself that now is not the time for tears. And she gets to her feet with newfound resolve, surprising the kneeling Will, who questions her. Russell, still barefoot on one foot, she walks past Will and approaches one of the wounded attackers. The camera focuses on her single shoe beside the attacker's blood-soaked hand on the ground. Seeing the man's brutal injuries up close, she covers her mouth in horror. The focus shifts to the stark splatter of blood still marking her cheek. Glow! Celine reaches out towards the wounded man, her hands emitting a gentle, healing light. Standing behind her, a stern Will looks down and demands to know what she is doing. He asks if she understands what they tried to do to her, and when she says yes, he furiously questions why she's helping them. Fade. The gentle light from her hands diminishes as she finishes healing the man's wounds. Sigh. Celine lets out an exhausted breath, the effort of the healing magic clearly taking its toll. Having finished, she turns to face Will directly. Squeeze. She takes his hand and holds it firmly in her own. Celine admits she was terrified and will never forgive her attackers, but insists they must be punished according to the law. Looking up at Will, she tells him there is no need for him to kill people. Will remains silent, his blood-splattered face unreadable as he takes in her words. Overcome with emotion, Celine leans into his embrace, thanking him for saving her. She closes her eyes, confessing how truly relieved she was when he arrived. As they hold each other, Will quietly replies, "Of course." Celine asks if he will help her hand the attackers over to the military police, and he agrees. Thanking him again, she calls him a good boy as they continue their embrace. Her expression hardens with resolve as she vows to do anything to make him happy. 2 weeks pass since the harrowing events of the hunting tournament. A recap explains that the captured men received medical treatment and an investigation into the attack is underway. Because magic prevents the men from revealing who hired them, the culprit remains unknown, and the tournament was cancelled. Sometime later, Celine shares a tearful, comforting hug with her sister Adele as Prince Louis watches with concern. Celine smiles brightly while talking with Adele and Prince Louis as Will watches silently from the background. Her parents, terribly worried, forbade her from going outside until the culprit was caught. Confined to her room, a pensive Celine sits in a gilded chair, looking out the window. She stares outside, lost in thought as she wonders who could possibly want to kill her. Her thoughts spiral from the unknown culprit to Will as she realizes he must have started killing only after going to the castle. With a grim expression, she concludes that his acceptance there was merely superficial. A maid enters the room, announcing that she has a visitor. Despite her father's strict orders against visitors, Celine curiously tells the maid to let them in. A pair of formal men's shoes steps into the room. She looks up in surprise to see Will standing before her. Noticing his somber expression, Celine asks him what's wrong. He looks down at her and quietly asks if she hates him now, leaving her confused. When she asks why, he explains that she stopped looking at him after the incident and her weekly letters stopped coming. Gasp! He reveals he sent a letter with no reply, and she realizes she was in such a daze she never noticed it. She inwardly laments that his letter must have been lost among the flood of sympathy notes she'd received. Looking away, she apologizes and explains she simply needed time to sort out her feelings on her own. He asks if she's being truthful, and with a weary expression, she confirms she is. Tug. He suddenly reaches out and takes her hand. She looks up at him, startled by the sudden and intense gesture. Seeing his vulnerable expression, she thinks to herself that he looks like an abandoned child. She cups his face, sincerely apologizing and reassuring him that her distance wasn't his fault. His expression shifts as he caresses her hand on his cheek, declaring he'll die if he loses her love. A dark, possessive look crosses his face as he repeats that he would die without her love. His intense confession leaves her stunned and speechless. He gently caresses her cheek, his golden eyes fixed on hers. Pull! He pulls her hand to his lips, asking directly if she dislikes him killing people, and she hesitantly agrees. Grip, he clasps her hand tightly, promising to be more careful and begging her not to hate him. He adds, however, that in some situations, it's either kill or be killed. He then poses a difficult question. Would she rather see him defeated and lose his life? Her eyes widen in sudden understanding that he's referring to the dangers of his life at the castle. She worries her plea not to kill might put him in danger, realizing that, for him, it is a matter of self-defense. She reassures him that she will never hate him, but begs him not to do anything dangerous. He simply says, "Okay, thanks," and pulls her into a gentle hug. Their conflict resolved, they walk together out into the sunlit gardens. As they walk, Celine calls out his name with a serious tone. He turns back with a soft, warm smile, asking what she needs. She stands before him with a look of quiet determination, ready to speak her mind. Will remains silent, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. Celine thinks to herself that his silence must be a confirmation of her fears. The two of them stand together in the garden, a serious and tense atmosphere between them. He turns to her and asks what she will do if his life is truly in danger, leaving her momentarily speechless. He presses further, asking if she'll do something to help if he answers her question. Unsure how to respond, Celine hesitates. Gulp! She swallows hard, resolving that she wants to help him, even if it's just a little. With newfound determination, she puts a hand to her chest and offers to do anything to help. Will questions if she means anything, and she confidently confirms her promise. He accepts her offer and reveals that he has been threatened by assassins sent by the queen ever since leaving the duke's home, shocking Celine. He continues, explaining that they tried to kill him, poisoned him, and even the servants he trusted betrayed him. Will admits that he kept this a secret from her because he didn't want her to worry. He looks at her with a somber and vulnerable expression. He explains that this is why he needs her to stay by his side. Celine promises she is always there for him, but he clarifies that he means something more than that. He takes her arm, his expression intense, and says he wants something more certain, leaving her to wonder what he means. Leaning in close, he smiles gently and tells her that he wants to get engaged. Stunned by his sudden proposal, she can only utter a confused, "Huh?" She asks about his arrangement with Lady Cordelia, but Will dismisses her as a stranger arranged by the queen. He challenges her, asking if she truly wants him to marry someone he doesn't care about, causing Celine to fluster and deny it. Celine inwardly worries that his position will be compromised and that he'll be put in more danger. Her thoughts turn to the recent attack, as she suspects the culprit is the one who caused all this trouble in the first place. Will reveals a shocking truth. He believes the blonde-haired girl who tried to kill her was behind it all. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she denies the possibility. He reassures her gently, saying she doesn't have to believe him now, and that he will find proof soon enough. Stroke as he caresses her hair, she thinks back, unable to believe Lady Cordelia could do such a thing. She remembers the blonde girl Cordelia, who seemed so cute and normal, claiming to be Louis's childhood friend. As Will watches her, she stands beside him with a troubled and uncertain expression. He turns away, confessing that she is the only one he trusts, and that he feels tense and uneasy around everyone else. Celine watches him, her hands clasped anxiously as she listens to his vulnerable confession. He asks her directly if she would stay by his side, if he could avoid his engagement to the other woman. She remains silent, her troubled expression showing her deep conflict. Seeing her hesitation, Will's expression hardens as he accuses her of lying about being willing to do anything for him. With a look of resignation, he tells her he knows she doesn't love him the way he loves her. He turns and begins to walk away, announcing that he'll leave. Startled, Celine reaches out, calling for him to wait, as she debates whether she should hold him back with her half-hearted feelings. She realizes he desires more than their past relationship. He wants to be husband and wife for the rest of their lives. As he walks away, she reaches for him, overcome by the fear that if she lets him go now, he'll be gone forever. A memory surfaces of finding him as a wounded child, alone and cloaked in the woods. A montage of their cherished moments together flashes through her mind, reminding her of their deep connection. Closing her eyes, she makes her decision and firmly says, "All right." She looks down at Will, who has stopped and turned to face her. With resolute conviction, she places a hand on her chest and declares, "I'll get engaged to you." She then promises him that she will convince her father to approve. A surprised Will looks at her, his voice filled with disbelief as he asks, "Really?" Celine meets his gaze with unwavering certainty and confirms her decision with a simple yes. His golden eye gleams with an intense emotion as he takes in her words. He leans in and makes a sudden request, "Kiss me," leaving her utterly baffled. Gently touching her chin, he explains that he wants to know if she is being serious about her promise. A deep blush spreads across her face as she stammers, "Kay, kiss you?" Holding her hand, Will declares that he has no intention of simply getting engaged. He looks at her intently, confessing he wants to marry her, and asking if she's truly prepared for a life with him. A blushing Celine is momentarily stunned speechless by the weight of his words. Internally, Celine admits she's never kissed anyone, and that while she's embarrassed by the idea, she isn't repulsed by it. Gulp. She swallows nervously, realizing that after agreeing to the engagement, there is no turning back. With a determined blush, Celine looks away and firmly agrees to his proposal. Will watches her with a slightly surprised expression, taking in her answer. Mumble. His face shadowed, Will quietly admits that he didn't expect this to happen. A flustered Celine asks what they should do next, confessing that since it's her first time, she doesn't know what to do. Will brings a hand to his forehead, completely speechless, as a confused Celine asks what's wrong. He apologizes with a sheepish smile, explaining that he was struggling to stay rational, leaving a small chibi Celine perplexed. Will tells Celine he will close his eyes so she can do it, and a nervous Celine agrees. As Will closes his eyes peacefully, Celine admires how beautiful his face is. Gasp! Celine panics, worrying that if she hesitates any longer, he might think she doesn't want to kiss him. Close. She leans in toward him, her blush deepening, as their faces are just inches apart. With a look of nervous resolve, Celine prepares herself for their first kiss. Standing on her tiptoes, she closes the final gap between them. Celine gently presses her lips against his, in a soft, tender kiss. Pulling back, she looks up at him with wide, shocked eyes. Covering her mouth in disbelief, Celine realizes she just kissed him, her heart pounding in her chest. They gaze into each other's eyes, a silent, blush-filled moment passing between them. With a bright, happy smile, Celine shyly asks if what she did was okay. He pulls her into a deep and passionate kiss. A completely flustered Celine stammers, asking why he suddenly did that. Will gives her a charmingly roguish smile, apologizing and admitting he couldn't help himself. Embracing her, Will thanks Celine, telling her how happy she has made him and how much he loves her. Smiling warmly, Will promises to treasure her and asks her to be with him forever. He softly calls out to a dazed and blushing Celine. Pressing her hands together, Celine apologizes, explaining that her heart is racing uncontrollably. Will playfully squishes her blushing cheeks, teasing that her racing heart is cute before she begs him to stop. Celine watches his joyful smile, thinking to herself that she's glad he is happy. She reflects that she hopes to be a source of support for him, and that more than anything, she feels happy when she's with Will. Resting her face in her hands, a completely flustered Celine thinks she won't be able to look him in the eye for a while. Will smiles tenderly as Celine continues to hide her blushing face. The scene shifts to a dark, stone corridor with sunlight shining through a barred gate. A silver-haired man approaches Will, coolly observing his good mood, while a beaten man lies at their feet. Will confirms his good mood, a sinister smile on his face as dark magic swirls around his hand, directed at the defeated man on the ground. The silver-haired man asks if something happened with Lady Celine and threatens to tell her about Will's true nature, prompting Will to coldly reply, "I'll kill you." Will reveals with a smirk that Celine agreed to get engaged to him. The silver-haired man accuses Will of threatening her, but Will walks away in silence, his hands still glowing with dark energy. Crossing his arms with a confident smile, the silver-haired man thinks to himself that he knew it. In a moment of self-reflection, Will admits that Celine's feelings weren't mutual, and that he took advantage of her kindness. The silver-haired man asks Will why he suddenly became forceful when he had been so sweet to Celine until now. In a flashback, Will confesses that he was afraid she would get rid of him. He remembers the fear in Celine's eyes, realizing it was the first time she'd looked at him that way, and that it made him see how crazy he'd become. The memory of her looking at him like an alien terrified him. He recalls his desperate fear, admitting the thought of Celine hating him was worse than death, and that he couldn't live without her. With a calculating smirk, Will confesses he had to win her sympathy, taking advantage of her kindness, even though he never actually planned to leave. The silver-haired man smirks, noting that things have been abnormal for a while, and that Will appeared naive next to the innocent Lady Celine. A voice questions if Celine would be shocked by Will's actions as he stands silently, a dark energy glowing from his hand. Prince Louis yawns, eager to interrogate the culprit and go home, and Will quietly agrees. As a beaten man collapses, a narration explains that slow torture is needed to find the exact moment when the magic seal breaks. Will's golden eye narrows as he senses the moment has arrived, declaring, "It's about time." Drop. As the captive slumps, Will presses a sword to his neck and demands to know who ordered Celine's murder. With his last breath, the man reveals the culprit, a woman from a neighboring country with black hair and gray eyes. Despite the conflicting description, Will's mind immediately pictures Lady Cordelia and her attendant. Louis questions if words are enough, but Will knows a confession alone won't be sufficient evidence against a duke's daughter. Enraged and surrounded by a dark aura, Will vows to kill the culprit himself for daring to harm his Celine. The scene shifts to a bright day at a grand ducal mansion. Celine recalls Will's instructions. She must wait to tell her father about their own engagement until his arrangement with Lady Cordelia is broken. Dressed in a formal white uniform, Will greets Celine with a radiant smile. "Kiss!" He gently holds her chin and places a soft kiss on her blushing cheek. Startled and blushing, Celine is left completely speechless by the tender gesture. As his intense gaze meets hers, Celine realizes the way he touches her has changed ever since their first kiss. They share an intimate moment, her shy gaze meeting his warm and gentle smile. "Lean." As he suddenly moves closer, a startled Celine jumps back. Wait, she stammers, trying to create some distance between them. Huff. He asks if she doesn't like it, and she nervously explains it's improper since they aren't officially engaged yet. She insists on doing things in the proper order, while privately admitting she's just using it as an excuse for her embarrassment. A close-up reveals her beet-red face, consumed by shyness. Seeing her reaction, Will gives in with a simple, "All right." Phew. She breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that he seems to understand. Glimmer, glimmer. His eyes sparkle as he sweetly offers to be a good boy, leaving her utterly baffled. OMG. Flustered beyond belief, she caves, thinking she is far too easy on him. She closes her eyes in bashful acceptance as he smiles, ready for their kiss. His hand softly cups her cheek, drawing her closer. He closes the distance, and they share a gentle, intimate kiss. The tender moment deepens as they remain lost in their kiss. Pull. He draws her in, deepening their kiss with more passion. He playfully reminds her she agreed to one kiss, and she retorts that they're still in the middle of it. In the opulent room, they continue their long, uninterrupted kiss. Humph. A flustered Celine pouts and accuses him of being a liar, insisting that was more than one kiss. Grin. He innocently insists it was just one long kiss, much to her blushing annoyance. He watches her with a contented smile as she continues to pout. Squeeze. He pulls her into a warm embrace from behind, and she whispers that she's incredibly happy. Resting peacefully in his arms, she feels a deeper sense of contentment. He eagerly suggests they get engaged soon so they can kiss more, leaving her to respond with a confused, "Huh?" He watches her expectantly while she sits completely flustered by his bold declaration. The scene shifts to a beautiful sunlit gazebo in the garden. As they walk through the gardens, Will remarks that it's time for him to leave the mansion. Celine reflects on her confinement, feeling both scared of the unknown culprit and increasingly claustrophobic. Will resolves that simply killing the culprit isn't enough. Her guilt must be exposed to everyone. When Celine calls his name, he turns with a bright, cheerful expression, asking what she was saying. With a worried expression, she confesses that she's actually gained 5 kilograms while being stuck inside. She laments that her constitution is prone to weight gain, even if her dress currently hides it. He reassures her that she doesn't need to diet, promising to love her no matter what. He fondly recalls how adorable she was when they first met, loving her just as she was. A flashback shows a younger, chubbier Celine, standing beside a young, somber Will. Firm in her decision to marry Will, Celine resolves that she must now have a serious conversation with Louis. Grin. Will smiles intensely at a confused Celine, declaring he'll love her forever, even if she's horribly disfigured. A blushing Celine rationalizes his extreme words, thinking he's just trying to say he loves her inner qualities. Will adds that he doesn't want her to be too beautiful, as it would attract other men. With a soft, knowing smile, Celine fondly thinks to herself, "Oh, Will then suggest they leave the capital and go on a trip to a scenic place, surprising Celine. Holding her hand, he reassures her that the Duke will approve of the trip for her recuperation, provided they have guards. Celine thinks it sounds wonderful, realizing she and Will have never actually been on a trip together before. Grin. Will beams at her, promising he will persuade the Duke. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit hallway in the ducal mansion. Celine smiles brightly, relieved to have gotten the Duke's approval for their trip. The Duke, a dark-haired man, agrees with a calm smile that a break would do her good. Standing beside Celine, Will vows to always be by her side, as she silently marvels at how easily the Duke agreed. Celine turns her head with a look of quiet contentment. Humming happily, Celine thinks about how much she's looking forward to the trip and is surprised that Will also invited Adele. She wonders about their secret destination as she spots a pink-haired young woman waiting for her in the hall. Celine warmly welcomes the pink-haired woman, Adele, who thanks her sister in return. Step. Prince Louis appears behind Adele, as Celine recalls that Adele was summoned to the castle regarding her goddess power. Prince Louis gives a gentle, closed-eye smile. Flustered by his sudden appearance, Celine stammers a greeting. The blonde man calmly introduces himself as Prince Louis. Whisper. Adele leans in to explain that she invited Louis at the request of the king and queen, who wanted them to talk privately. Celine's expression hardens as she realizes the king and queen are still pushing for their marriage. Grip. She clenches her fist, deciding that this provides the perfect opportunity to settle things. Facing Prince Louis, Celine politely agrees to speak with him. The two sit opposite each other in an opulent parlor, ready to talk. Prince Louis calmly takes a sip of his tea. Celine watches him with a serious and determined expression. Clink! Setting her cup down, Celine breaks the silence, noting they haven't met since the hunting tournament. Louis kindly asks how she is, and she admits she was terrified but thanks him for his concern. Smiling pleasantly, Louis asks what she wanted to discuss with him. Celine begins to explain, stating she was truly honored when he chose her as his fiancée. She continues, telling him how she's always respected him as the most wonderful person in the world, who was kind to her even in her wilder days. A montage of memories shows Celine and Louis together, as her thoughts declare that she loves and treasures him. Returning to the present, Celine bows her head low and offers him a sincere apology. Prince Louis gently asks her to raise her face. He smiles kindly and asks why she is apologizing. Celine resolves not to lie to Louis, who has always been so sincere with her. Steeling herself, she decides she must tell the kind prince the truth, unlike how she would with the king and queen. Looking at him directly, Celine declares her desire to be by Will's side, honoring the promise she made to him. Louis's expression shifts into a dark smirk as he asks if she truly believes that choice will bring her happiness. Shocking her, he dismisses her decision as mere self-sacrifice, accusing her of confusing love with sympathy. Flustered, Celine tries to deny his accusation. Louis presses further, questioning if she loves Wilfred as a man and reminding her of her dream to marry for love. Stunned into silence, Celine has no response. Chuckle. Prince Louis lightly chuckles at her inability to answer. He warns her that a life with Wilfred will only lead to unhappiness, accusing Will of manipulating her into the engagement. Looking down on her, Louis calls Will pathetic for taking advantage of her kindness to tie her down. Celine looks at him, bewildered by his sudden harshness, questioning if this is the same Prince Louis she knew. His gentle smile returns as he tells her she isn't obligated to care for Will forever just because she found him. Celine's eyes widen slightly as she quietly processes his cutting words. Louis warns Celine that Wilfred is a cruel and dangerous person, and that she should keep her distance for her family's safety. Celine looks on with a troubled expression, silently wondering how much Louis truly knows about Will. Louis reminds her of Will's merciless killing at the hunting tournament, but she internally defends him, knowing he only did it to save her. She reflects that it isn't Will's fault he is the way he is, but knows she cannot blame the king and queen, who are Louis's parents. With a sad certainty, she concludes that Louis must be unaware of what his parents have done to Will. Louis challenges her conviction, asking if she can be certain something similar won't happen again. Celine's thoughts turn to the original novel, recalling that the second prince was supposed to kill a character named Adele. Remembering a blood-splattered Will, she reminds herself that he is not the same second prince from the story. She lowers her gaze, her expression filled with conflict and worry over the situation. With renewed resolve, she clenches her fists, deciding she must stay by Will's side because his happiness is more important than her own. Looking towards a sunlit window, she silently vows that no matter what happens, she will always be there for him. Facing Louis directly, she places a hand on her chest and declares that Will is incredibly important to her. Louis smiles gently, telling her not to worry and promising to help her realize the truth about Will. Frustrated and blushing, Celine wonders why he refuses to understand her feelings. Slide! Louis' hand moves across the table toward her as she watches him. He suddenly kneels before her, taking both of her hands and leaving her utterly surprised. As a tear escapes her eye, he confesses his love for her, shocking her into silence. He looks at her tenderly, explaining that his actions are born from his deep worry for her. Blushing, she acknowledges to herself that Louis is genuinely concerned for her well-being. Jump! A sudden knock at the door startles Celine as she realizes Louis will never accept that she is okay. Pull! She stands with a strained smile, politely excusing herself for a moment to answer the door. Just as she reaches for the doorknob, Louis's hand lands on her shoulder, stopping her. He suddenly pulls her back into an embrace from behind, much to her alarm. Pressing her against the door, he traps her with his arm, leaving her gasping in shock. Squeeze! He tightens his hold on her, and she lets out a silent, panicked gasp. As she struggles, a voice from outside calls her name, and she realizes with horror that Will is at the door. The door opens slightly to reveal Will, who confronts Louis, asking why he is there. A pensive Will looks past the door, thoughtfully calling out Celine's name. Trapped in Louis's embrace, Celine panics, fearing this confrontation will cause serious trouble since Will already dislikes him. Louis leans in and whispers for her to send Will away, as she realizes any struggle will be heard. Her thoughts spiral into a dark panic as she desperately wonders what to do. Unaware of the situation inside, Will announces from the hallway that he is coming in. Celine flushes with panic, realizing Will doesn't know Louis is there, and that she cannot let him see them together like this. Pushing against Louis, she calls out to Will, claiming she fell asleep and needs a moment to get dressed. Louis leans in closer, his face buried near her hair as he holds her. Clack, clack, clack. As the sound of the lock turning echoes, Louis lets out a sigh while Celine stares in wide-eyed panic. His hand tightens its grip on her arm, preventing her from moving away. Spin! Louis quickly spins her around, to face him, just as the door is about to open. With a look of desperate pleading, Celine begs him not to do this again. Louis looks at her with grave seriousness, advising her to stay away from Wilfred for a while. Puzzled, Celine wonders aloud why a powerful wizard like Wilfred couldn't avoid the recent carriage accident. He gravely informs her that Will has survived far worse attempts on his life before. She turns to him in shock as he reveals that Will has nearly been killed many times in the past. Celine admits she only just learned of the attempts, concluding that Louis must not have known, or he would have acted. Louis looks at her intently, asking if she has ever told anyone about Lady Adele's future awakening of goddess powers. Stunned, Celine stares at him, wondering how he could possibly know such a secret. He explains that he read a book in the royal archive that stated a desire to save someone could awaken the goddess's power. Shocked by the implication, Celine faces him and vehemently denies the possibility. She tries to convince herself that Louis is merely overthinking things, dismissing his theory as a coincidence, despite recalling Will's injuries. Announcing his departure, Louis turns to leave but urges her to seriously consider everything he has told her. With a final somber look, Louis prepares to take his leave. He tells Celine not to see him off, promising he will be back to see her. Squat! The moment he is gone, Celine's strength gives out and she sinks to the floor. Overwhelmed but resolute, she tells herself to pull it together, knowing she must go to Will immediately. The scene shifts to the grand drawing room where Will is waiting. Click, putting on a bright smile, Celine enters the room and apologizes for being late. A voice from within expresses concern, noting that she doesn't look well. Celine reassures Will that she's fine, explaining she just dropped by while running errands nearby. Plop. A pink-haired young woman sits beside Celine, her expression one of gentle concern. The woman, Adele, whispers that she covered for Celine by telling the servants to keep quiet about her meeting with Prince Louis to avoid Will finding out. A grateful Celine thanks Adele, admitting to herself that while she feels guilty for hiding it from Will, she had no other choice. From across the room, Will watches them with a serious expression. He asks why Celine is sitting so far away, prompting a flustered response from her. Will moves to sit right beside a blushing Celine, who feels awkward being so close to him. She quickly apologizes, trying to explain away her awkwardness. He dismisses her apology by pulling her into his arms, stating firmly that he hopes she didn't mean it. Cheer watching them, Adele clasps her hands together, excitedly looking forward to their trip next week. Leaning into his embrace, Celine happily agrees that she's excited for the trip too. Adele now addresses them both, seated together on the couch. Blank. She innocently asks if they are a couple, leaving Celine momentarily speechless. Flustered by Celine's reaction, Adele explains she assumed they were engaged after hearing they had mutual feelings, which only shocks Celine further. A blushing Celine turns on Will, demanding to know what he told Adele. Will calmly asks if they aren't a couple, a question that Celine internally refutes. Pressing his point, he asks if she kisses men she has no feelings for. Block! Mortified, Celine covers his mouth, begging him not to say such things in front of Adele. "Oh dear," Adele exclaims, covering her own face while insisting she didn't hear anything. Will dryly tells Adele she's covering the wrong part of her face as Celine struggles to silence him. Bite! Startle! He suddenly bites her hand, shocking her into silence. Jump! Celine yanks her hand back, her face a mask of utter astonishment. Lean. He moves closer, pinning her with his gaze as he asks, "Are you my girlfriend or not?" Spin. Her head spins with confusion, but she reasons that since they're getting engaged, they must be a couple. She shyly concedes that he's right, to which he responds with a satisfied, "Good." Taking his victory, he immediately asks if he can kiss her now that they're an official couple, stunning her once again. As Will embraces her, happily anticipating their trip, a worried Celine thinks she may have just made another mistake. Snuggled in his arms, she convinces herself that Will is his normal self and that Louis is just overthinking things. The scene shifts to a lavish, moonlit bedroom where a dark mood prevails. A blonde woman, spattered with blood and holding a dagger, sits on the floor and declares her boredom. As she stands before a door, a knock echoes through the room. A man's voice calls from the other side, asking to speak with someone named Cordelia. With a disturbingly cheerful smile, the blood-stained Cordelia agrees, saying she'll come to his room shortly. Creak. She rises from the floor, her bloody dress pooling around her. She coldly hands the bloody dagger to a servant, ordering her to put it away. The maid bows her head in silent, obedient acceptance. Clack, clack. The sound of her heels echoes as she walks away from the scene. In a grand hall, Cordelia laments her boredom, frustrated that Prince Wilfred pays her no attention. She fondly recalls the excitement of watching Lady Celine being hunted in the forest. Clack! However, she thinks with annoyance that the incident only resulted in the postponement of her own engagement. Standing by a moonlit window, she decides her actions must be for someone she likes. With a chilling smile, she concludes that otherwise there's no point in killing. Clack! The scene transitions to a grand white carriage traveling on a bright day. A smiling, white-haired man named Richard remarks on the perfect weather for their trip, while a pink-haired Adele sits beside him in stony silence. Will offers a thirsty Celine a drink from his canteen, as she happily expresses her excitement for the trip. Celine internally celebrates her first trip with Will, noting with surprise that Sir Richard is accompanying them to his own domain. A grand white carriage stands ready, as her thoughts reveal their destination is about 2 days away. With a knowing smile, Celine realizes Will must have invited Adele because Sir Richard seems to like her. Seated inside the carriage, a hopeful Richard asks Adele if his presence is a bother to her. Adele curtly tells him that's not what she meant, and that he should have been direct from the beginning. Right! In a cute fantasy, a blushing Richard vows to invite her on a proper date from now on, as she looks on unimpressed. Adele brightly thanks Richard for carrying her to the mansion when she collapsed and asks to repay his kindness. He dismisses her gratitude with a charming smile, insisting there's no need to thank him. Gesturing out the carriage window, Richard begins to speak as they approach the Marquis's domain. He smiles, pointing out the window and announcing their arrival at his home territory. The scene reveals a beautiful, sun-drenched town nestled by the water. Gazing out the window in awe, Celine whispers her admiration for the stunning view. She turns to Will with a blush, her expression filled with excitement over the beautiful scenery. Will tells her he's glad she's having fun, to which she eagerly agrees. As the carriage passes a windmill, Celine reflects that traveling is a new and exciting experience for her, both in this life and her last. Their elegant white carriage pulls up to the towering gates of a magnificent estate. Standing before his grand mansion, Richard welcomes them and invites them to make themselves at home. Celine and Adele chat with a pleased Richard, who seems happy to host them. He smiles warmly, explaining there's no need for formality as he has no family. Celine's eyes widen in surprise at his unexpected revelation. Richard cheerfully encourages them to party until midnight, leaving Adele and Celine looking utterly stunned. The two women exchange a worried and uncertain glance. The group relaxes in a luxurious drawing room, while maids serve them refreshments. Richard smiles, announcing he's going to get ready, and asking the others to wait for him. With a serious look, Will asks Celine if she's worried about what Richard said, and she quietly admits she is. Her thoughts drift to the cheerful Prince Richard as she struggles to believe he has no family. Will turns to a maid and asks her to leave them alone until Richard returns. With a severe expression, Will sips his tea, a heavy silence settling in the room. Adele gasps in horror as Will reveals Richard's family was murdered after learning of the king's crime. Celine questions him about the king's crime, but he refuses to elaborate, saying it's for her own safety. Shocked, Celine recalls that Will himself has been the target of countless attacks. He apologizes for dampening the mood, but warns her to be cautious around the king and queen. Celine offers him a reassuring smile and thanks him for the warning. She then quietly asks Adele to keep their conversation a secret. Swing. Richard returns with a brilliant smile, ready to show them around the mansion. The four of them share a happy moment, the previous tension seemingly forgotten. Later that night in their room, Celine tells Adele she had a fun day, and Adele agrees. Adele looks away with a serious and pensive expression, lost in thought. Celine correctly guesses that Adele is worried about Prince Richard, who is all alone in both the capital and his domain. Celine somberly reflects on how much Richard must have suffered, losing his parents and inheriting his title at just 21. Adele insists that Sir Richard is a wonderful, kind, and considerate person despite his past. With a gentle smile, Adele quietly agrees with Celine's sentiment. Celine proposes they enjoy the next day to the fullest, so he won't worry, and Adele agrees, looking forward to it. As they sit together, Will's voice calls from outside the door, asking if Celine is awake. She invites him in, Gertjock. Will enters and apologizes for interrupting upon seeing Adele is also present. Jump! Adele suddenly leaps to her feet, hastily declaring she is going to bed, leaving a baffled Celine behind. As Will closes the door, Adele peeks back to say goodnight, ignoring Celine's attempt to stop her. Now alone, a flustered Celine sits on the bed as Will approaches with a serious look. Will asks Celine if she's sleepy yet, and she nervously agrees while thinking about the awkwardness of being on the bed together. He smiles warmly, telling Celine he's so happy he gets to spend the whole day with her. A blushing Celine returns his smile, admitting she's happy too. The two sit side by side on the edge of the large, ornate bed. Trying to create some distance, Celine turns towards the moonlit window, saying they have to get up early and she should get some sleep. With a desperate look, Will grabs her arm, pleading that he doesn't want to leave her yet. With a blush, Will suggests they sleep together, leaving Celine utterly speechless. Her face flushes bright red as she internally panics over what he just said. Pushing back against him, she stammers that they absolutely cannot sleep together. He leans closer, asking why not, since they used to sleep together, a question that only flusters her more. Her head spins as she thinks to herself that things are completely different now. Squeeze. He grips her sleeve, arguing they won't have time like this once they return to the capital. He looks down, confessing that ever since he left the Duke's house, he's been scared and lonely at night. A memory of a small, sad Will flashes through her mind, and her expression softens with empathy. Gently touching his hair, Celine relents, agreeing that they can sleep together. Overjoyed, Will pulls her into a tight hug, thanking her and telling her he loves her. His expression shifts to a subtle, knowing smile as he thinks that she really is kind. He announces he's turning off the lights, and looking at the grand chandelier, she quietly agrees. Stare. After the lights are out, Will stands by the bed, watching a blushing Celine get settled under the covers. Her heart pounds as she realizes there's no way she can survive a week of this. Eventually, she drifts off to sleep, curled up under the blankets. Click. Will quietly opens the bedroom door, only to find Richard waiting for him outside. A grinning Richard immediately calls him a pervert and asks what he was doing in there. Will gives him a flat, unamused stare, simply replying, "You know what?" Richard asks if he's returning to the castle, noting that teleportation spells must consume a lot of energy. Will, looking weary, reassures him it's no problem and that he'll be back by morning. Richard waves goodbye with a smile as Will walks down the dark corridor. Reach. Glow. Will's hand approaches a brightly glowing crystal orb on a pedestal. As the orb's light intensifies, Will declares his destination, the castle. The scene shifts to a magnificent castle under a starry night sky. Zoom. Will's feet materialize on a glowing teleportation circle within the castle walls. Standing by a window, he reflects that the long-distance travel used up quite a lot of his energy. His thoughts explain that teleportation tools are rare on the continent because they require an enormous amount of magical energy to use. Now seated at a desk piled with documents, he thinks about his duties as the second prince, which include minor jobs and demon-slaying expeditions. While signing a document, he muses that being a prince is beneficial, since no one is interested in him, granting him a free existence. Checking a silver pocket watch, he notes with resignation that he'll only be able to sleep for an hour. Placing a hand on a large teddy bear, he vows to do whatever it takes to secure their future together. The next morning, the sun shines brightly on the grand mansion. The group is seated at the dining table for breakfast, and Celine politely thanks their host. Adele leans over to a stunned Celine and whispers, asking if she was sleeping with Wilfred. A flustered Celine frantically denies it, insisting they were just lying on the same bed, as Richard leans back with an amused smile. Celine adds that Will was gone when she woke up, and Will calmly explains he was just taking a little walk. The scene transitions to a beautiful, colorful town street, decorated with festive banners. Standing with Celine, Richard remarks on the beautiful city and suggests they split into two groups until noon. He suddenly pulls a surprised Adele by the arm, declaring his intention to go on a date with her. Adele glares at him, protesting his forwardness. Whisper, leaning in close, Richard slyly asks if she really wants to get in the way of the new couple. Adele looks over at her friend with a knowing glance and agrees with Richard's suggestion. Richard tells Celine and Will to enjoy themselves, as he'll be looking around with Adele, and Will agrees. Grin, Celine smiles to herself, happy that Adele and Sir Richard have become friends. The scene shifts to the opulent interior of a high-end boutique filled with lavish goods. Inside, Celine shows Will a beautiful accessory, telling him it would look great on him, and he considers buying it. With a warm smile, she generously offers to buy it for him as a present. A blushing Will thanks her profusely, promising to treasure her gift for the rest of his life. In a sparkling, happy moment, the two stand together, enjoying their time. The four of them stroll together along a sunlit cobblestone path. Celine asks Adele if she had a good time, and Adele agrees, adding that Lord Richard seems well loved by his people. Will stops and turns to Celine, simply asking her to hold his hand. She smiles warmly, accepting his outstretched hand without hesitation. Hand in hand, the couple shares a joyous, smiling gaze. They watch as Richard and Adele walk ahead, both looking happy and comfortable together. Later that night, moonlight streams into a long, quiet, and ornate hallway. Clack, clack. As Will walks down the hall, he worries that Celine might notice he's gone and decides he should get back soon. Clack. He stops short as a blonde-haired man appears from around a corner, blocking his path. The blonde man looks at him coolly, questioning why he isn't with Celine at the Marquis' domain. Startle. Will smirks back, curtly telling the man it's none of his business. Standing back to back, the blonde man warns Will not to think he can keep Celine tied to him through sympathy. He cruelly insists that Celine neither loves nor trusts Will. Stop. The man stops Will in his tracks, taunting him by guessing Celine never told him she was with him on a certain day. With a triumphant smirk, he claims that she chased Will away just so she could be with him instead. A look of utter shock and confusion crosses Will's face. A memory of Celine apologizing for falling asleep is juxtaposed with Will's current disturbed expression. Will confronts the blonde man, demanding to know if he was with Celine then, and the man calmly confirms it. The blonde man continues to provoke him, smirking as he recalls hugging a bashful Celine behind a door. Snap. Will's composure breaks, his eye twitching with suppressed rage. His face darkens with murderous intent as he threatens to kill the blonde man. Zoom. A swirling vortex of dark purple magic erupts from Will's hand. Clang. Unfazed, the blonde man summons a brilliant golden magic circle to counter the attack. He confidently extends his hand, challenging Will to give him his best shot. Zoosh. Will lunges forward, his face a mask of pure fury, but the image of a happily smiling Celine flashes through his mind. Fade. He holds back his rage, thinking that if it weren't for her, he would kill him this instant. Stop. He halts his attack, grimly determined not to let his rival get his way. The blonde man looks on with an expression of genuine surprise at Will's sudden restraint. With eyes glowing malevolently, Will makes a chilling vow. One day, he will kill him. Pitter-patter. The blonde man watches with a subtle, unnerving smile as Will walks away. Pitter-patter. Maids rush over to a disturbed Will, asking if something is wrong, as the blonde man observes from a distance. The scene shifts to an establishing shot of the grand mansion under a dark night sky. Creak. Back in the bedroom, Celine is woken by a sound, murmuring in her sleep. She opens her eyes to see Will standing over her bed and weakly calls out his name. Her eyes widen with concern as she looks up at his shadowed face and asks why. A close-up reveals Will's tormented expression, his face flushed and his eyes brimming with tears. Sitting up in bed, Celine gently cups his face, her own expression filled with worry as she asks what happened. A single tear escapes as he whispers that she is cruel. Looking down at her with tear-filled eyes, he accuses her of being a liar. Stunned and confused by his words, Celine can only look at him in disbelief. In her thoughts, she realizes with alarm that she has never seen Will look this way before. Leaning over her in bed, Will confronts Celine, asking if she was with the blonde man that day, leaving her utterly confused. A tear rolls down his cheek as he accuses her of sending him away just so she could be with him. Her thoughts race as she begins to realize who he must be talking about. With a blush of shock and worry, she stares at him, piecing together his accusation. Looking up at him, she asks how he knows, thinking to herself that he seemed perfectly fine until they went to bed. He leans closer, his expression pained, demanding to know why she did it as she stammers an apology. He presses her, asking if she truly wanted to be alone with him that badly, but she frantically denies it. With tears streaming down his face, he asks if her promise to stay with him forever was a lie. Her eyes widen in shock as she shouts back that of course it wasn't a lie, and that she is serious. Stunned and lying beneath him, Celine looks up with wide, fearful eyes. She apologizes again, explaining that her only reason was that she didn't want to see the two of them fight. He scoffs, saying he knew she would choose him, as if Will wasn't important, while Celine begs him to listen to her. He asks her directly if it's true that the man hugged her, causing her to think in shock that she hadn't even told Adele about that. She realizes Louis is the only one who knows and wonders if he somehow told Will. Flustered and blushing, she tries to deny it, weakly calling his name. In a moment of pure agony, Will clenches his teeth, repeating no in utter disbelief and pain. He tearfully asks why she would betray him when she's supposed to marry him, demanding she answer. Celine internally accepts the blame for not telling him the truth, but feels she had no other choice at the time. Will asks if she would kiss the other man if he begged, and she shouts back that she would never, insisting it's only with him. Hiding his face in his hand, Will confesses that he's going crazy from all the hatred, sadness, and pain. Squeeze. Celine clutches the fabric over her heart, panicking and wondering what she should do. His expression shifts as he looks down at her, suddenly demanding that she kiss him and make him feel better. A dark blot spreads across her dress as she thinks this is wrong, but she's afraid to push him away in his current state. The quiet, opulent bedroom seems to hold its breath as she considers her terrifying dilemma. With gentle resolve, she reaches up and cups his face in her hands. Closing her eyes, she pulls him down and kisses him tenderly. His eyes widen in surprise at her sudden action. He closes his eyes, sinking into the kiss as she holds him. Pulling her into a tight embrace, he asks if she loves him and tells her to say it, to which she quietly agrees. As she holds him, she thinks that while she doesn't know if this is right, she wants to do whatever it takes to make him happy. Looking at him with a gentle, blushing expression, she wonders to herself why he is so important to her. He holds her close, pleading with her to never let another man touch her again, and she whispers an apology. As thorny vines manifest in the background, he kisses her neck, begging her not to leave and telling her he loves her. In another room, Adele confides in Richard that she's worried, having heard what sounded like an argument last night. Richard smiles calmly, reassuring her not to worry, and explaining that lovers always fight. Click. As the door opens, Will enters the room, and Richard quips, "Speak of the devil." Richard greets Will as Sleeping Beauty and asks where Lady Celine is, and Will replies that she's in her room. Pausing at the door, Will looks back and tells Richard not to bother them, as they'll be together for a while. Richard and a surprised Adele watch him leave the room. Turning to Adele, with a charming smile, Richard notes that it's just the two of them, and reveals he has another date planned. Adele looks on, slightly flustered and uncertain by his sudden proposal. The scene shifts back to Celine, now dressed, sitting alone and looking down with a somber expression. She internally questions why Louis would tell Will how they communicated, and thinks back to seeing Will cry like that for the first time. She realizes with fear that any mistake she makes could have a huge negative impact on Will. Click. Will opens the door and enters the room where Celine is waiting. Sit. He calmly sits down beside her on the chaise lounge. He asks if she is okay, and though she looks worried, she puts on a smile and tells him she's fine. Will gazes at her, his expression placid but difficult to read. Looking into his eyes, Celine asks if he hates her now, and he immediately reassures her that of course he doesn't. Celine gently places her hand over Louis's, apologizing and promising never to hide anything from him again. She looks at him earnestly, asking if he hates her now for her decision. Celine's thoughts drift to the black-haired man, Will, remembering him, saying she must really care for him. Her mind flashes back to when she first found Will, admitting she initially wanted to save him out of pity. In a series of memories, Celine recalls her joy as Will slowly opened up to her, loved being attached to her, and told her she only needed her. She fondly remembers his straightforward declarations of love, admitting she basked in his affection and wanted to be his number one. A memory of a brown-haired woman looking out at a sunset represents her long-held dream of love. She recalls a passionate kiss from Will, affirming to herself that he was the one who loved her the most. Back in her thoughts, she pictures Will before her, softly saying his name. With renewed resolve, Celine clutches her chest, realizing she chose Will because he loves her more than anyone else. She remembers Will's confident smile as he declared that no one could ever love her more than he did. In that memory, Will holds her hands, pleading for her to love him forever, and she softly agrees. The scene changes to a somber Will, who apologizes for the previous night, admitting he was hurt by the awful things Louis said. A worried Celine realizes that Will must have heard about her conversation with the prince. The mood shifts as Celine and her pink-haired sister Adele share a joyful embrace. Later, Celine, Will, Adele, and Prince Louis stand on a balcony, gazing up at the starry night sky together. The scene settles on a grand estate, illuminated by the night sky. Inside, Will tells the silver-haired man he can't believe their trip ends tomorrow, remarking on how quickly it passed. Taking a sip from a golden goblet, Will adds that it's a shame, as he was just starting to become friends with Lady Adele. The silver-haired man scoffs, telling Will he's only impressed by Celine's kindness, as he would never want a crazy guy like him. Will quietly continues drinking, thinking to himself that her kindness still isn't enough. A memory shows Celine with Louis, as Will's inner monologue declares his desire for her to put him first, no matter what. With an intense gaze, Will thinks that the more miserable he appears, the harder it will be for Celine to ever abandon him. He darkly muses about trying to get killed in front of her, prompting the silver-haired man to state that something is seriously wrong with him. Will holds his goblet, lamenting that they won't see each other much in the capital due to someone named Cordelia keeping him at the castle. He resolves that upon returning to the capital, his first priority is to take care of Cordelia. His plans escalate as he visualizes dealing with the king and queen, culminating in a vow to kill Prince Louis in the end. The silver-haired man looks on, skeptically asking if Will plans to kill the prince in a normal, straightforward way. Will remains silent, a calculating expression on his face as he considers his next move. He decides that simply killing Cordelia won't guarantee Celine's safety. He must make Celine realize Cordelia is the true culprit. He recalls Celine's terror during the attack, wondering why Cordelia didn't just kill her cleanly if that was the goal. Remembering a sadistic, blood-stained woman, Will concludes that Cordelia enjoys killing and was behind a servant's recent death. A sinister smile spreads across Will's face as he announces he has an idea. The scene shifts to a sunny day, where a delighted Celine accepts a gift from Adele, promising to treasure it. Celine tells her sister she feels bad for not getting her a gift in return. She then reassures a flustered Adele, insisting she doesn't expect gifts every time they travel. Adele smiles shyly, admitting that a Sir Richard helped her pick out the present. Gasp! Adele covers her mouth, surprised by her own confession, while Celine smiles knowingly. 2 days after their trip, the scene opens on a beautiful sunlit garden. Celine compliments Adele's lovely new earrings. Touching the earring, Adele admits that Sir Richard gave them to her. Celine is inwardly stunned, realizing this is the first time her sister has ever worn a gift from a man. With a gentle smile, Celine observes that Adele and Sir Richard seem to have grown close, but Adele looks down in silence. Noticing her sister's quiet demeanor, Celine calls out to her. Adele turns to her, seemingly lost in thought. Her thoughts reveal Richard's confession. It was love at first sight for him, and now he truly wants to marry her. A deep blush and a soft, happy expression grace Adele's face as she thinks of him. Celine shouts in shock, stunned to learn how far their relationship has progressed. Poor. A flustered, chibi Celine panics, realizing her lack of romantic experience means she can't offer her sister any useful advice. Adele clasps her hands nervously, asking if Celine thinks Sir Richard is telling the truth or just teasing her. A thoughtful Celine considers the idea that she wouldn't be worried about Will if she didn't care for him. Adele smiles, confiding that although she's only just met him, she thinks Sir Richard is a sincere man. In her thoughts, she adds that she's never heard a single bad rumor about him, even in their gossip-loving social circle. As a vision of Richard at a party appears, Celine wonders to herself if Adele is truly his first love. With a knowing, gentle smile, Celine looks at Adele, and agrees that she might be right. Sitting on a bench, Adele tells Celine that Will is a mysterious person who can be like a child one moment and a complete stranger the next, wondering if she's drawn to his different sides. Celine leans closer to Adele, beginning to tell her about something that happened the other day in town. A memory of Will flashes by, an open book floating magically above his thoughtful profile. Adele's expression turns serious as she listens intently to Celine's story. Looking out over an ornate gazebo, Adele apologizes, feeling she couldn't offer much useful advice. Celine's mood brightens instantly as she happily reveals that Richard invited her to dinner again next week, and she plans on going. Beaming with joy for her friend, Adele enthusiastically agrees. Celine reflects on her hopes for Adele's happiness, fearing her own actions might have jeopardized the novel's original happy ending. Overwhelmed with emotion, Adele suddenly pulls a very surprised Celine into a tight hug. Sometime later, a maid approaches the gate, announcing that a letter has arrived for Lady Celine. Sitting beside Adele, Celine turns to the maid and asks who the letter is from. The scene transitions to a grand mansion, surrounded by a beautiful garden and a decorative fountain. Inside, Adele sits with a red-haired woman who notes that it has been 3 long years since they last met. The red-haired woman smiles warmly, holding a teacup and saying she is glad to see Lady Wilhelmina is doing well. Adele recalls that her friend, Lady Wilhelmina, had been studying abroad for 3 years, and they'd only been able to exchange letters. She muses that her father only allowed Wilhelmina to visit because of her status and their long-standing friendship. Adele smiles, thinking to herself that Wilhelmina was always beautiful, but has now become even more so. In a cute, stylized scene over their tea set, Wilhelmina observes that a lot must have happened, and Adele agrees. Wilhelmina leans forward with a sly smile, pointedly asking Adele if she has fallen in love. Caught off guard by the direct question, Adele is momentarily speechless. Clink. As she sets down her cup, she clarifies that she hasn't fallen in love yet. With a soft, blushing smile, she confesses that she has promised to become engaged to someone she deeply cares for. Wilhelmina lights up with excitement, clasping her hands and begging her to tell her more. Wilhelmina guesses it must be Prince Wilfred, the one who is supposed to be engaged to Lady Cordelia. Adele confirms is him, thinking to herself that her friend seems to know the situation well. Hearing this, Wilhelmina's playful expression vanishes, replaced by one of serious concern. She leans in close to whisper a grave warning, telling a confused Adele to be careful of Lady Cordelia. Wilhelmina explains that she heard many rumors about her while abroad, prompting Adele to ask what kind of rumors she heard about the Duke's daughter. A dark, ink-splattered background frames the chilling revelation. Everyone who has ever gotten close to Lady Cordelia has been found dead. The scene shifts to a secluded log cabin, nestled in a forest bathed in the golden light of sunset. Inside, Will sits alone at a wooden table, his expression calm and unreadable. A blonde woman in a fine dress, Lady Cordelia, approaches Will from behind as he sits at the desk. She expresses her pleasant surprise, noting that it's unusual for Lord Wilfred to invite her anywhere. Leaning over his shoulder, she asks with a seductive smile what he intends to do with her alone in the forest. Clack, clack. Her high heels echo on the wooden floor as she steps closer. Slide. She settles onto his lap, wrapping her arms around him and murmuring that she's nervous. He remains still, noting that she isn't pushing him away before directly accusing her. You were the one who tried to kill Celine in this forest, weren't you? Sigh. Cordelia leans back, feigning disappointment and calling him mean for bringing up another woman at a time like this. She smirks fondly, remarking how cute Lady Celine was that day and what a shame it was that he interfered. Glare. Will turns to fix her with a silent, menacing stare. Touch. She cups his face, calling him scary but slyly asking if getting rid of Celine isn't the real reason he summoned her. Grabbing her wrist, Will holds the point of a dagger to her throat and informs her that he called her there to get rid of her. Unfazed, Cordelia smiles with amusement as the blade presses against her skin. Back in the present, Wilhelmina tells a worried Adele that the victims were numerous and found in terrible condition. She finishes her grim story, revealing the bodies had been cut up as if they were toys, causing Adele to gasp in horror. As the conversation continues, Wilhelmina warns that while rumors are just rumors, there is often truth to them. The red-haired woman then brings up the incident at the hunting tournament, indicating she's heard about the attempt on Celine's life. Wilhelmina bluntly accuses Cordelia of being the one who tried to kill her, causing Adele to wonder if Will's suspicions were right all along. Adele's thoughts drift to the investigation, noting that they still have no clues about the culprit from the hunting competition. She connects the dots, realizing that if the dangerous Lady Cordelia is the queen's choice for Will's bride, the queen's plot makes a chilling kind of sense. A deep sense of foreboding washes over Adele as she considers that Lady Cordelia seems to genuinely like Will. At the royal palace, a visitor is informed that Prince Wilfred is currently unavailable. The visitor, Celine, sits patiently on a sofa and calmly accepts the news from the maid. She admits to herself that she snuck out of her house without permission, driven by a growing unease she couldn't ignore. With a look of quiet determination, she steels her resolve. As she stands in the grand hallway, a familiar voice suddenly calls her name. She turns to find Sir Louis standing before her. Surprised to see him, she softly speaks his name. Grin. Louis smiles warmly, asking Celine what she is doing at the palace. A painful memory surfaces of Louis embracing her while a heartbroken Will watched, reminding her she hasn't seen Will since that day. Facing Louis, she states her purpose plainly. She came to see Will. Louis pleasantly informs her that she has unfortunately missed him. Celine confronts him directly, asking why he told Will what happened that day, but he feigns ignorance. She presses him, accusing him of telling Will about their hug, and he nonchalantly asks if that's what has her so worried. Her eyes wide with disbelief and hurt, she desperately asks him why he would do it. With an unreadable smile, Louis coolly asks if he shouldn't have told him. The horrifying realization dawns on her. Louis knew it would hurt Will and told him on purpose to drive them apart. She recalls that, in the novel, Louis was the purest and most sincere character, completely unlike the man before her now. Lost in confusion, she wonders if he changed because of his feelings for her instead of for the original heroine, Adele. Louis's expression softens as he pleads with her not to look at him that way, insisting he only wants to protect her. Celine concludes that their conflict is simple. Louis believes Will is a bad influence on her, and she fundamentally disagrees. Her thoughts are shattered as she senses a commotion and calls out for someone. Dash! A maid comes sprinting frantically down the corridor towards them. Reaching them, Louis asks the panicked maid what has happened. The maid cries out in terror that something terrible has befallen His Highness Wilfred. Grabbing the maid's shoulders, Celine frantically demands to know what happened to Will. The scene shifts to a darkened room, its ornate doors ominously ajar. Peering inside, Celine and Louis are met with a horrifying sight, a figure holding a bloody dagger over a fallen body. A closer look reveals Will lying in a pool of his own blood, a dagger plunged into his chest. The camera focuses on gloved hands, tightly gripping the hilt of the bloody weapon. The full, shocking scene is revealed. Lady Cordelia kneeling over Will's body, holding the dagger. Celine gasps in horror, her hand flying to her mouth as Louis looks on in stunned silence. Lying on the floor, Will weakly whispers Celine's name. Cordelia looks up at the newcomers with a chilling, triumphant smile and says, "You found me. Shove!" In a flashback to moments before, Will shoves Cordelia's own dagger to her throat. Amused, she presses herself against the blade, taunting that while she'd love for him to kill her, he'd lose everything if he did. As he pulls the blade back, she warns him that his precious Celine would be sad. HMPH. Will scoffs, clarifying that he never said he was going to kill her. Zoom. As a dark aura envelops the dagger, Will looks at her with cold fury, telling her he just wants her to disappear from his and Celine's lives. Zoom. He presents the glowing dagger to her, handle first. Zoom. To her shock, Cordelia's hands move against her will, forced by his magic to take the weapon. Will stands from his seat, preparing for the final act. Shove. His magic violently forces her own hand to plunge the dagger toward his chest. Bang! He is thrown backward by the force of the blow, perfectly framed as Cordelia's victim, just as help arrives. As a purple aura envelops her arms, Lady Cordelia raises the dagger high above Will's chest. Believing this can't be happening, she glances down at Will, who meets her gaze with a confident smirk. Stab! With both hands, the dagger is plunged violently downward, spraying blood. Splat! A splash of blood hits Cordelia's cheek as she wears a faint, chilling smile. Lying on the floor, a dazed Will realizes what just happened. In the moments that follow, Cordelia speaks their destination aloud, the castle. Pooh! A glowing teleportation circle engulfs them both, and a shocked Cordelia realizes he's using magic. Swoosh! They materialize in a grand hall, still locked in the grim tableau. Looking around the unfamiliar room, she realizes they're in the castle and lets out a panicked scream. Wobble! She stumbles towards a doorway, where a maid stands frozen in shock. Pitter pitter. Hearing approaching footsteps, Cordelia glances back with a grim expression. Bleeding from his mouth, Will lays out his plan. She will be arrested for attempting to murder royalty, and with evidence of her past crimes, she'll face a death sentence. She stands over him in silence, processing his words. Suddenly, she throws her head back and erupts into hysterical laughter. As her laughter echoes, she looks down at Will with a deranged smile and confesses her love for him. Tears stream down her blood-splattered face as she clutches the dagger, her expression one of twisted joy. Leaning close, she admits she can't believe she fell for it, having feared he would kill her, but never imagining she would be the one to kill him. She speculates on his motives, realizing he orchestrated this entire spectacle because Celine can't be safe until her attacker is caught. A pained smile crosses Will's face as he thinks to himself that Celine loves him more when he appears pitiful. Cordelia stares down at him, her expression hardening with cold intensity. She mockingly calls him crazy, but he retorts that she has no room to talk. Giggle. A soft, sinister giggle escapes her lips as she gazes down at him. She muses that while normal people find happiness in their loved one's smile, she finds it in their suffering. Recalling past victims, she relishes the memory of their begging eyes, confessing she loves being the sole focus of their terror in their final moments. Disgusted, Will can only think to himself what a crazy woman she is. Cordelia smirks, telling him they are the same, as he too has no hesitation in killing people. Sigh. She admits that because of his ruthlessness, she was certain he wanted to kill her himself. Noticing a glowing sigil on his hand, she resigns herself to her fate, knowing the royal guards will soon arrive. Pitter, 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 pitter. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes down the hall. Will's eyes snap wide as he looks toward the doorway. Celine and Louis appear in the doorway, horrified, as Will weakly thinks her name. Leaning in, Cordelia whispers that she bets he didn't expect Celine to be the one to find them. With a triumphant, chilling smile, she looks up at the newcomers and greets them. A dark thought passes. There's one more thing he miscalculated. Will looks up with a grim understanding of the new, terrible situation. Flash! Green magical chains suddenly erupt and bind him, and he realizes, in horror, that his own magic is sealed. Holding a bloody dagger, Cordelia reveals she can also use magic to restrain him, gloating that his luck has run out with his friends arriving instead of the guards. Will thinks that he could normally break this magic, but he is too weak from blood loss, and the energy spent on the long-distance teleportation. Holding up a small vial, Cordelia bids a smiling farewell to Sir Wilfrid, professing her love. From the doorway, a horrified Celine reaches out, screaming Will's name, as Cordelia raises the dagger for a final blow. With a joyful, crazed expression, Cordelia again bids him goodbye. Celine's desperate scream for Will echoes through the hall. Poof! A light appears, and Cordelia looks down in confusion. Crack! A brilliant barrier of rainbow light erupts from Celine, shattering around Cordelia with immense force. Bang! The blast sends Cordelia flying backward across the room. Clink. The dagger is knocked from her hand, skittering across the floor. Celine stands with her hand outstretched, looking at it in stunned disbelief at the power she just unleashed. Louis watches in awe, wondering if he just witnessed a barrier created by the goddess's power. Rush! Snapping out of her shock, Celine runs to Will's side, crying out his name as she kneels beside him. Overcome with emotion, Celine weeps at Will's side. Lying in a pool of blood, Will looks up with a faint, triumphant smile. A knight captain bursts in with his guards, shouting the order to capture Lady Cordelia as she is apprehended in the background. Rush! Celine reaches for Will's wound, desperately telling him she will treat him immediately. Will grabs her wrist, stopping her as he explains that a more serious wound ensures Cordelia's punishment and keeps his power secret, shocking Celine. Reach! She argues that his life is more important than any of that. Slap! She forcefully bats his hand away from her own. Zoom! Cradling him, Celine looks at the dark magic swirling from his wound and tearfully asks why he would do this. Celine sheds a single tear, realizing he is serious and that healing him against his will would only cause him more pain. With her back turned, she silently wonders why he would sacrifice so much for her. From the doorway, Louis quietly observes Celine holding the wounded Will. Later, a pink-haired woman tells the seated Celine she's glad she was able to treat him, while a white-haired man watches. Celine thanks the woman Adele, who humbly replies that it's the least she could do. With Will recovering safely in bed, a narration explains that Adele's magic saved him, and Lady Cordelia has been arrested. Celine recalls Cordelia's crazed expression, finding it hard to believe she was capable of such an act. She smiles in relief that Will is okay, but feels a pang of regret for not being able to save him herself. Adele watches Celine with a cool, unreadable expression. The white-haired man tells Celine and Adele to get some rest, assuring them he'll watch over Wilfred. He adds, with a lighthearted tone, that Will would surely scold him if Lady Celine were to pass out from exhaustion. Leaning close to Adele, the white-haired man quietly asks for her help, and she gives a subtle nod of agreement. Adele suggests to her sister that they should go home for the day, and Celine quietly agrees. Watching over him as he sleeps, Celine softly whispers Will's name. She gently caresses his cheek, her touch full of love and concern. With a pained expression, she wonders why he is always the one who has to suffer. During her carriage ride home, Celine reflects on the near tragedy, realizing she could never have forgiven herself if she had lost Will. This harrowing experience makes her realize just how much Will truly means to her. She recalls that it was her hidden goddess power that protected Will, a power she hasn't trained like Adele. While she thought she had decent control, the day's events proved she still has much to learn. With newfound determination, Celine wishes she had the strength to confidently protect Will and the people she cares about. She wrestles with her dilemma. Revealing her power would reignite her conflict with Louis, but she needs it to stay with Will. Staring out at the night sky, she holds her brooch and comes to a realization. The scene transitions to a quiet, moonlit balcony. The white-haired man scolds a recovering Will, asking if he's a masochist, but Will tells him to shut up as he rises, vowing to kill Cordelia himself. The man expresses relief that their plan worked, but Will's mind is elsewhere, asking why Celine was at the castle with Louis. The man explains that Celine came out of worry for Will after hearing rumors about Cordelia and simply ran into Louis by chance. Will smiles, pleased that his plan to frame Cordelia was a success and that Celine witnessed his near-death experience. When asked why he lured Cordelia to the forest, Will explains it was to make her believe he was seeking revenge, lowering her guard. He adds that staging it in his room would have risked interruption. The man listens, finally understanding the complex plan. The white-haired man warns Will that his reckless schemes will eventually get him killed. He then softens, adding with a smile that he's worried for both Will and for Lady Celine. Will agrees, thinking that with Cordelia gone, he can now be with Celine openly, while he eliminates his remaining enemies. He imagines a bright future where, after his plans are complete, he can dedicate his life to making Celine happy. Sometime later, a recovered Will approaches Celine as she sits by his bed and gently takes her hands. Looking at him with a radiant smile, Celine makes a life-changing proposal. Let's get married. Will is left completely speechless, staring at her in utter shock. In another room, Celine's father expresses his worry over her sneaking out of the house, and she apologizes. She recalls how Lady Wilhelmina's words confirmed her bad feeling, compelling her to rush to the castle just in time. Her father expresses his relief that the culprit was caught and tells her she is now free to go out, as long as she has a bodyguard. Celine offers her father a warm, grateful smile and a simple "thank you." Celine's father expresses his relief that Prince Wilfred is okay, to which Celine quietly agrees. Her father then warns that while he will help, the king and queen don't approve of the prince, making his position difficult. Celine agrees, acknowledging that Will's position is vulnerable and he lacks powerful allies. With quiet resolve, Celine sets her jaw, a determined look on her face. Noticing her expression, her father asks what she is thinking. Looking him in the eye, Celine boldly asks for his permission to marry Will. Click. The doors to Will's room open, and Celine enters holding a bouquet of flowers. Sitting up in bed, a delighted Will calls out Celine's name in surprise. She asks if he is feeling better, and he confirms he is, thanking Adele for her healing and apologizing for making her worry. Squeeze. Overwhelmed with emotion, Celine suddenly embraces him, simply saying she's glad. Caught by surprise, Will can only say her name as she holds him close, confessing how relieved she is that he's all right. Blushing, Will returns her embrace, his expression softening. Will thanks Celine for saving him, and she tells him it's fine, understanding he refused her help so they could be together. Burying his face in her shoulder, Will confesses that he was terrified and truly thought he was going to die. Celine's expression fills with sorrow as she listens to his pained admission. In the quiet room, Celine softly reassures him that he's safe now. Creak. The ornate bed frame groans under a shift in weight. Pulling back from the hug, Celine gently cups his cheek. Pat. As she caresses his face, Will leans into her touch with a blissful, blushing smile. PF'd. Celine can't help but smile, thinking to herself how cute he is. Squeeze. Taking his hands in hers, she tells Will she has something important to tell him. He looks at her curiously as she confirms the gravity of her words. With a radiant smile, Celine looks into his eyes and makes her proposal. Let's get married. Stunned into silence, Will can only stare back in utter disbelief. Celine explains that a simple engagement isn't enough to guarantee they'll be together forever. A narrator explains that Will had been confident his engagement to Cordelia would be canceled once she was exposed as the culprit. Celine thinks that unlike an easily broken engagement, marriage is binding, as divorce is nearly impossible for nobles and royalty. Since they plan to be engaged anyway, she reasons that getting married is just speeding up the inevitable. She continues, stating she no longer wants to hide her goddess powers for her own convenience. With newfound resolve, Celine declares her desire to use her power to protect the people she cares about. Holding his hands, she explains that if the world knew the Duchess's daughter had strong powers, it would greatly improve his public standing. Will looks down, his expression unreadable, as he remains silent. Celine assures him that she has her father's blessing and the king and queen won't object, urging him to sign the documents so she can register their marriage. She smiles sweetly, suggesting a formal ceremony can wait, and asks for his answer. Looking at her with a pained expression, Will gives a one-word answer. No. Her world shatters. Shocked and confused, Celine asks why he would refuse after promising he wanted to stay by her side forever. Click. The white-haired man enters, announcing he's brought the requested items. Oops. He immediately senses the tense atmosphere and asks if he's interrupting, but Will tells him it's fine. Stand. Celine rises to her feet, apologizing for rambling, while Will insists that's not it. With a sad smile, Celine promises to visit again soon before leaving. The white-haired man watches her go, a look of deep concern on his face. Once she's gone, he approaches Will, who is now slumped on the bed, and asks what happened. The white-haired man is flabbergasted when Will tells him Celine proposed, and he rejected her, demanding to know why. Looking at his own trembling hand, Will admits that he was scared. He confesses that while he's wanted Celine more than anything, he was terrified that when he finally had her, his heart wouldn't be able to handle it. He remembers Celine's happy, hopeful smile from just moments before. His thoughts reveal his true motive. He couldn't bear to see her look so sad. The white-haired man listens intently, his expression serious. Breaking the tension, he playfully teases Will for still having human emotions left, then quickly adds that he's kidding as Will glares. The white-haired man's expression turns cold as he accuses Will of being selfish, saying he only thinks about dragging Celine down for his own sake, despite his promises to make her happy. Slumped on the edge of his bed, Will sits in silent, heavy contemplation. Rub, rub. The white-haired man ruffles Will's hair, teasing that his concern for others is a cute sign of maturity, but Will just tells him to shut up. With a pained and blushing expression, Will thinks to himself that this wasn't how things were supposed to go. The white-haired man's expression turns serious as he watches his friend's distress. His smile returns as he decides he'll have to help Will out of this mess. The scene shifts to Celine's room, where she sleeps peacefully in her ornate bed. In her thoughts, she recalls Will's rejection, his voice echoing that he doesn't want to marry her like this. Lying in bed, she wonders why Will would turn her down after he always professed his love for her. Squeeze. She clutches her bedding, feeling ashamed for assuming he would accept her proposal. Tossing in bed, she admits she's terrified that his love for her might be diminishing, even slightly. In the quiet of her sunlit room, Celine continues to rest, lost in her sorrowful thoughts. Click. The white-haired man cheerfully enters the room, but his "good afternoon, sister-in-law" is met with a sharp slap from an annoyed Adele. Woken by the commotion, Celine sits up and greets the two visitors. Adele, Sir Richard. Now seated in the parlor, Richard apologizes for arriving unannounced, explaining he needed to talk to her. Grin. With a broad smile, Richard drops a bombshell. He's found a good woman to be Wilfred's wife. Celine stares back in utter shock, unable to process his words. Turn. A surprised Adele turns to Richard, asking why he didn't tell her anything about this. Richard leans in close to Adele, his expression intense. Richard praises the prospective bride's status and beauty, adding that the king and queen approve of her family, all while Adele pouts beside him. He adds that the woman understands Celine's relationship with Wilfred and is fine with them continuing a family-like bond. A close-up on a teacup provides a quiet pause in the tense conversation. Celine remains silent, her expression unreadable as she processes the proposal. Richard concludes his pitch, calling it the best possible outcome, and asks for Celine's thoughts, promising to convince Wilfred himself. Celine looks down, distressed and uncertain, only managing to say, "But..." Richard looks at her intently, pointedly asking if there is a problem with his plan. He explains that with this marriage, Wilfred will gain powerful backing, and Celine will be able to remain by his side as family. Grip, Celine clenches her fists, wondering why she isn't happy with a plan that seems so perfect for Will. She considers that this would allow them to go back to how they were before. Throb, a memory of dancing with Will flashes in her mind, causing a sharp pang in her heart. Remembering their childhood, she thinks that she has always loved Will. As a memory of them walking together surfaces, she realizes that her feelings for him now are different. Blushing, she grapples with the true nature of her feelings for him. Richard watches her with a knowing smirk, simply asking, "Why not?" Blushing furiously, Celine finally confesses her true feelings. "I love Will as a man." Recalling moments of his kindness and her own fear for his safety, she realizes she's likely felt this way for a long time. Having confessed, Celine looks down, flustered and embarrassed. Adele looks at her sister with a soft, understanding expression. "Clap." Richard claps his hands together, beaming with delight at her confession. He cheerfully announces that everything he just said was a lie, and to forget about it, leaving both sisters stunned. With a confident wink, Richard admits he had to go to such great lengths to make her finally realize her feelings. He laughs, confessing there was no way he could persuade Will anyway, as Celine stares in disbelief. Burn. A mortified Celine covers her bright red face, realizing Richard was testing her all along. Hit, hit. Adele furiously pummels Richard, who just laughs and tells her she's cute when she's angry. With a happy, relieved smile, Celine admits that thanks to Richard's scheme, she was able to understand her own heart. She sincerely thanks him for his help, as he and a flustered Adele look on. Richard dismisses her thanks and urges her to tell Wilfred, noting that Will seems completely unaware of her romantic feelings. With a gentle, determined smile, Celine agrees. She places a hand over her heart, filled with a newfound sense of peace and resolve. Richard encourages her to go see Will immediately, quoting, "Strike while the iron is hot," but a flustered Celine insists she isn't mentally prepared yet. Richard happily assures Celine she doesn't need to prepare, betting that Will cry tears of joy, as a smiling Adele agrees. Placing a hand to her chest, Celine quietly accepts his advice, simply saying, "I see." She recalls Will's open-hearted nature, realizing she should have confessed her romantic feelings before asking him to marry her. With a bright, determined smile, Celine thanks them and announces she's leaving to see him now. Bam! The door shuts behind her, leaving a confident Richard and a pleased Adele alone in the room. Walking purposefully down a grand, sunlit hall, Celine hopes that her heartfelt confession will make him happy. Clack, clack. The scene shifts to a dark, cold dungeon corridor, with a barred iron door. Creak! A man in a pristine white uniform approaches the cell. Clack! From inside, a disheveled blonde woman with dirt on her face looks up with a serene smile. The woman, Cordelia, greets the blonde-haired man approaching her cell. "Oh, Louis." The blonde man, Louis, stands outside the bars and surprisingly says, "You came to visit me." Now inside the cell with her, Louis asks Cordelia why she did such a foolish thing. She feigns ignorance, asking what he means, so he flatly accuses her of trying to kill Celine. Smirk. Cordelia taunts Louis, asking why he's not worried about his brother, and pointing out he did nothing when Wilfred was about to be killed. Gripping the cell bars with a grim expression, Louis demands that she answer him. Cordelia explains that Celine kept hanging around Prince Wilfred despite her engagement, stating that one shouldn't take what belongs to a friend. She then adds with a wistful look that she actually likes Lady Celine, calling her beautiful, adorable, and pure. Sitting on the stone bench, Cordelia notes that Louis doesn't seem surprised to learn she's a killer. Louis confirms he's heard the rumors and speculates that's why his mother chose Cordelia to be Wilfred's fiancée. With a knowing look, Cordelia continues to listen to his explanation. Louis reveals the Queen's cruel plan. She hoped Cordelia, with her history of trouble, would eventually kill Wilfred for her. Cordelia laughs and turns the tables, asking if he isn't also guilty for knowing this plan and staying silent, admitting she was just taking her time. She then claims Prince Wilfred set her up, explaining she stayed quiet because she had no proof anyone would believe her. Leaning against the bars, Cordelia remarks that Wilfred is crazy, and that the lengths he'll go for Celine are frightening. From the doorway, Louis quietly agrees, concluding that it's too dangerous to let his brother live. Cordelia feigns disappointment that she won't see them battle to the death, then asks if she's receiving the death penalty. Louis confirms it's likely, as Wilfred has submitted a lot of evidence, and she casually accepts her fate, admitting she has killed many people. As he leaves, Louis admits it's a shame since he doesn't dislike her, but says they probably won't see each other again. Cordelia smirks, telling him she'll miss him too before bidding him a final goodbye. The scene returns to Celine, waiting patiently in a lavishly decorated room. Blushing, she thinks to herself how nervous she is, even though she has told Will she loves him many times before. Sigh, her heart pounds as she thinks about how anxious she is, now that she understands the romantic nature of her feelings. Click. The sound of the door opening makes her gasp and look up in surprise. She is taken aback to see Prince Louis standing in the doorway. With a pleasant smile, Louis greets Miss Celine, explaining he heard she was here and needs to discuss something important. Startled by his sudden appearance, a flustered Celine stammers her agreement. Creak. Louis thanks her as he takes his seat on the sofa opposite her. He begins to apologize, but Celine quickly interjects, insisting that what happened wasn't his fault. Louis looks down with a pained expression, taking the blame for introducing her to Cordelia in the first place. Celine tries to comfort him, saying she would have met Lady Cordelia eventually, regardless. Louis observes how kind she is, thinking to himself that her kindness is exactly why he's so worried. He reveals that he just visited Cordelia, who claimed her attempted murder was entirely staged by Wilfred, shocking Celine. Louis continues, stating that while Cordelia is a criminal, he finds her story credible and questions how such a weak girl could have defeated Wilfred. He explains that Cordelia claims Wilfred used magic to manipulate her into stabbing him, all to win Celine's sympathy, leaving her utterly bewildered. Celine is stunned, trying to process the horrifying idea that Will would orchestrate being stabbed just to make her feel sorry for him. Louis watches her reaction, noting that she clearly doesn't believe him. He accuses her of being deceived and brainwashed, but Celine immediately denies it. He presses further, asking if she can be absolutely certain that it's not true, and she hesitates, unable to answer. Slice. A memory of Will effortlessly killing an assassin flashes in her mind, and she admits that it's unlikely Cordelia could have hurt him. Louis declares that Wilfred is crazy, but Celine calmly replies that she knows, and she's fine with that. Louis watches her, his expression unreadable as he takes in her words. Celine looks down, quietly stating that she accepts him just as he is. Louis smiles knowingly, asking if it's because she considers him family. With a hand over her heart, Celine looks up and firmly declares that she loves Will as a man. Stunned into silence, a wide-eyed Louis can only think, what? Grip. Louis clenches his fist, asking if she's serious, as Celine confirms she wants to marry as soon as possible. The prince is left utterly speechless by her unwavering resolve. Celine realizes with a chill that Louis truly hates his brother, and that his sudden appearance here is highly suspicious. Stand. Deciding she's had enough, Celine gets up and announces she is leaving. Walk. As she moves past him, her heart pounds with a sudden, tense feeling. Bottom. Louis grabs her wrist, pleading for her to wait. He pulls her back aggressively, demanding to know why she won't understand, while she struggles and tells him to let go. Bang! He slams her against the wall, trapping her and desperately confessing that he's the one who truly loves her. As he pulls her into a hold, she begs him to stop, crying out that she loves Will. Ignoring her pleas, he leans in close, intent on kissing her. He forces a kiss on a shocked and unwilling Celine. The unwanted kiss continues, highlighting his desperation and her distress. Grip. Celine grabs his arm, her mind reeling as he holds her in place. Sigh. He finally pulls back, both of them looking breathless and conflicted after the kiss. Push. Celine shoves him away forcefully, causing him to blink in surprise. He looks down at her hands, still holding them gently after she pushed him back. With tears streaming down her face, Celine looks away as a pained Louis calls her cruel. She cries, her voice breaking, as she tells him that she had trusted him. Dash! Tearing herself away, Celine runs from the room, wiping her eyes as Louis watches her go. Bang! Louis smashes his fist against the wall, cursing his failure. The scene transitions to a quiet, empty corridor in the aftermath. A maid pushes a food cart down the hall, murmuring with concern that someone will get sick if they don't eat. The maid, Adele, sadly leaves the tray of food in front of a closed door. Adele glances back at the door with a deeply worried expression before leaving. In another room, Richard asks Wilfred how Celine is doing, Adele reports to Richard and Wilfred that Celine has locked herself in her room for 3 days and is barely eating. Richard confirms that this started right after her conversation with them, which Adele affirms. Wilfred looks down guiltily, admitting he hasn't seen Celine since he rejected her proposal. Richard and Adele share a look of grave concern. They both express their worry, noting how unusual this behavior is for the normally cheerful and energetic Celine. Richard suggests Wilfred go talk to her, reminding him that he needs to apologize, but Wilfred hesitates. Adele and Richard offer him an encouraging smile, urging him to go. After a moment of silence, Wilfred rises from his seat, having made a decision. Meanwhile, Celine lies in bed, feeling heartbroken and knowing she's worrying everyone, but wanting to be alone. She buries her face in her pillow, shaken by the memory of Louis forcing himself on her. She then recalls Will's pained, crying face, wondering why a simple hug had hurt him so deeply. Lost and confused by everything, she desperately wonders what she should do now. Hearing her name called, she recoils in surprise. She quickly sits up in bed, shocked to see Will standing in her room. Wilfred apologizes for his reaction the other day, explaining that he didn't mean to hurt her. He confesses that her marriage proposal made him truly happy, and that he wants to spend his life with her. He admits he felt selfish for taking advantage of her sympathy to stay by her side, and got scared. Celine finally understands. Will thought she proposed out of pity, which is why he looked so devastated. She realizes he wants her to stay by his side, but his priority is her happiness. With his hand on her door, Wilfred tells her that even though he forced the engagement on her, he wants to wait until she is truly ready. Outside her room, Wilfred leans against the door, listening with his eyes closed. Inside, Celine looks up with tears in her eyes, whispering his name. Drop. Drop. As tears fall, she thinks about how she loves him too, but is now afraid to face him. Hearing her muffled sobs, Wilfred asks if she's crying, and she tearfully apologizes. He asks to come in, but she turns away, quietly telling him no. From the hallway, he asks if she hates him, and she insists that isn't it. Wilfred stands with a look of quiet resolve, having made up his mind. Announcing that he's coming in anyway, he turns the handle as she shouts for him to wait. The door opens to reveal a tearful and startled Celine sitting on the floor. Wilfred stands in the doorway, his expression serious as he looks at her. Touch. He steps inside and gently takes her hand, calling her name. Kneeling before her, he asks what happened and if someone hurt her, but she can only apologize. He questions why she's apologizing, leaving her looking at him in stunned silence. She's terrified to tell him about Louis, fearing it will make Will hate her and destroy the brothers' relationship forever. Rub. Wiping a tear, she decides it would be unfair to keep it from him. Wilfred reveals he went to the castle 3 days ago to see her, which surprises Celine. She realizes with a grim certainty that Louis must have deliberately kept them apart. His gaze sharpens as he asks her directly, "Don't tell me you saw him." Celine explains that Louis claimed he had something important to say, and Wilfred presses for the rest of the story. Her voice trembling, she confesses that Louis kissed her. Wilfred's eyes widen in utter shock, unable to believe what he's just heard. She tearfully confirms what happened, repeating that his brother kissed her. Still reeling from the revelation, Wilfred looks at her in stunned disbelief. They sit in a heavy silence, the weight of her confession hanging between them. Crying, Celine apologizes and says they should just pretend the engagement never happened. Wilfred's expression shifts from shock to a pained intensity. He grabs her shoulders and passionately declares he'll never leave her. With a gentle expression, he reassures her that she did nothing wrong and has no reason to apologize. Visibly moved by his words, she looks at him and whispers his name. He then asks if she fell in love with Louis, and she immediately and forcefully denies it. A relieved smile spreads across Wilfred's face as he says, "That's good." He pulls her into a sudden, tight hug, catching her by surprise. Holding her close, he sobs and finally confesses, "I love you, Celine." She cries into his embrace, finding comfort and solace after her ordeal. As he holds her, Wilfred's expression hardens into a cold, serious glare. Pulling back slightly, he changes the subject, asking why she went to the castle in the first place. Flustered by the question, a blushing Celine struggles to find the right words. He leans closer with a knowing look, asking if it's a secret she can't tell him. She thinks about how she wanted to confess properly, not in her nightgown, but decides he'll be happy either way. They gaze into each other's eyes, the moment charged with unspoken feelings. Taking a breath, Celine gathers her courage. her hands clasped nervously. She confesses that she likes him as a man, explaining her feelings have grown from familial affection to romantic love, complete with jealousy and the desire for his touch. A radiant, joyful smile lights up her face as she finishes her heartfelt confession. She tells him that this was her reason for coming to the castle, and he listens in stunned silence. His quiet reaction makes her nervous, and she calls his name with concern. Looking down, he asks in a hushed, hopeful voice if she really likes him as a man. With a soft, blushing smile, she confirms that she does. He looks at her intently, needing to be certain it's not just out of pity or sympathy. Overcome with emotion and a shy smile, Wilfred realizes his love is finally returned. As she gently cups his tear-streaked face, he is completely overwhelmed by happiness. The purple-haired woman, Celine, initiates a heartfelt kiss with the black-haired man, Will. Startled by her sudden affection, Will lets out a quiet, "Ah!" as he embraces her. He closes his eyes, surrendering to the passionate moment. Their tender kiss deepens, sealing their feelings for one another. As they part, Will apologizes for showing her his vulnerable, emotional side. Celine affectionately calls Will a crybaby, and he explains it's because he loves her so much that she's the only one he can cry in front of. With a radiant smile, Celine promises to love him no matter what. Leaning closer, Will slyly asks if she would get angry if he made a move just this once. A flustered Celine stammers in response while a content Will smiles beside her. Resting her head on his shoulder, Celine listens as Will confesses he's been desperately searching for a way to stay by her side. With a peaceful smile, she assures him he doesn't need to do that anymore. Will looks down at her, admitting that this happiness still feels like an unbelievable dream. He asks if she will really marry him, and from off-panel, Celine's voice confirms she will. The couple sits together in contented silence, Celine resting her head on Will's shoulder. The scene changes to the pink-haired Adele, who looks utterly shocked while talking to Celine. Elsewhere, a cheerful, silver-haired man drapes his arm over a pleasantly relaxed Will. Night descends upon a magnificent, sprawling castle. In a dark corridor, Will cautiously peers into a room. He steps into the dimly lit study, his expression somber. Crash! In a sudden burst of fury, he violently sweeps everything off a nearby desk. Overwhelmed with anguish, he grabs his head. His face contorts in rage as he shouts, telling them to stop kidding. Seething, Will slams his fist down hard on the wooden desk. He clenches his fist so tightly that it bleeds, thinking furiously about how dare they do this to his Celine. A dark aura surrounds him as his thoughts turn murderous, vowing, "I'll kill you." His rage still consuming him, he pounds his fist on the desk once more. With a chilling look, his vow to kill the perpetrator echoes in his mind. Thump. The wave of anger passes, and he slumps back into a high-backed chair. Sitting amidst the mess, he admits his head felt like it was going to explode with anger and murderous intent. He grips his face, realizing that if he kills the first prince, he'd be no better than Cordelia and would lose his future with Celine. The thought brings an image of Celine's bright, happy smile to his mind. He reflects on his past doubts, when he thought her love was merely pity or familial affection. He finally accepts the truth. Celine definitely saw him as a man. However, his insecurity remains, and he wonders how long she will love him before falling for a normal man. He leans back, despairing that he isn't worthy of her love and will never feel secure. Stealing his resolve, Will decides his first priority must be to move quickly and protect Celine. At his call, a butler with teal hair appears before him. Will gives his order: arrange a meeting with the king. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day in a beautiful garden with a grand fountain. Will and Celine meet with her parents, presenting an engagement contract signed by His Majesty the King. Celine's father, the Duke, inspects the document, confirming the king's signature is authentic. Will formally requests the Duke's permission for the engagement, proposing a wedding in 6 months. Celine thinks to herself that 6 months is a very short time, even though Will was the one who requested it. The four of them sit in the opulent parlor, the important decision hanging between them. The Duke begins, stating that Celine is their beloved daughter, which touches her deeply. He turns to Will with a serious expression, asking if he swears to love and protect Celine for the rest of his life. Will declares he will do so with his life, adding that Celine is the most important person to him too. He stands closely behind Celine, a comforting and protective figure. He gently takes her hand, their fingers intertwining. They stand together, sharing a look filled with love and mutual understanding. A gray-haired man in a formal suit smiles warmly with his eyes closed. The man bows deeply, announcing the arrival of Prince Wilfred. Wilfred stands beside a surprised Celine, who can only manage a small at his appearance. He gently lifts her chin, noting with concern that her eyes are still a little red from crying. Beaming with joy, Celine closes her eyes and tells him she can't help it because she's so happy. As he tenderly cups her face, she says it still doesn't feel real that they're finally engaged. Celine explains that they'll forego a public party, but she is certain the news of their engagement will spread across the country by tomorrow. Her expression turns thoughtful as she quietly wonders if Louis is aware of the news yet. Startled, she asks, "What?" as Wilfred takes her hands and promises to be a good husband to her. Wilfred looks at her with a soft, blushing expression and vows to make her happy for the rest of her life. He gazes at her with deep affection, his love clear in his eyes. Leaning into his embrace, she assures him that she's already more than happy. Wilfred informs her that he'll be busy from now on, so they will have less time to see each other. Celine gives an understanding smile, while Wilfred leans in close, promising to assign her a personal bodyguard. Her eyes widen slightly, looking concerned by his sudden talk of a bodyguard. Celine suggests paying their respects to his majesties, feeling it's proper since they approved the engagement so easily. Wilfred's eyes narrow as he internally questions her use of the word easily. They stand facing one another, the cheerful mood now replaced by a quiet, uncertain tension. With a serious expression, Wilfred admits that he was hesitant to tell her something. He decides to tell her now before she finds out on her own, as she listens with a concerned look. Wilfred reveals the condition for their marriage. He made a promise to the king to go on a monster hunting expedition. Celine is utterly stunned by his shocking revelation. He explains again that he promised the king he would lead a monster subjugation expedition in order to receive permission to marry. Her shock deepens as she struggles to process the dangerous news. In a panic, Celine asks him to explain what he means by a monster subjugation. He clarifies that a drake was recently confirmed in the forest near the second city. Wilfred states his intention to take command and defeat the drake to prove his worth as the second prince. Celine recalls reading about the dangerous, fire-breathing drakes and realizes with horror that the king is using this as an opportunity to get rid of Wilfred. She grabs him and pleads with him to refuse the dangerous mission, but he smiles calmly and promises he'll defeat it. He places a hand on his chest, assuring her with a confident smile that he's strong enough to handle it. She protests that anything could happen, but he insists that marrying her is worth any price. Resigned, Celine understands that Will is determined to go, a turn of events she never could have imagined. He holds her hands, informing her that the expedition will depart in 2 weeks after preparations are made. A look of steely resolve crosses Celine's face as she thinks, if that's the case. Her expression is firm and determined as an idea begins to form. She insists that he should be the one to stay, arguing it's safe within the building, but he immediately tells her it's too dangerous for her. He explains that he's worried because she lacks combat skills and he can't always be there to protect her. A monstrous drake drools poison, highlighting the grave danger and potential loss of life the expedition faces. Celine begs him to listen to her, but he gently takes her hand and firmly says, no. Smooch. He playfully kisses her cheek, teasing that her stubbornness is troubling. Blushing and flustered, she pulls back slightly and insists that she's being serious. Leaning close to her ear, he smiles and whispers that if she won't understand, perhaps he should just lock her up somewhere safe. Her eyes widen in shock at his unsettling suggestion. He laughs it off, saying he was just kidding, but she remains stunned into silence. She nervously clutches her shoulder, still reeling from his dark joke. Wilfred puts an arm around her, casually telling her they should get along now that they're engaged. Though she quietly agrees with him, her troubled expression reveals her unease. As he kisses her head, Celine solidifies her resolve. She must find a way to stop Will from going. The scene shifts violently to a dark room, where a voice screams, "You useless fool!" as a maid cowers on the floor. A blonde woman in a blue gown stands menacingly over the maid, who can only apologize in terror. Bam! Enraged, the blonde woman raises a hairbrush, shouting that an apology from a mere servant is worthless. A blonde-haired young man stops her, grabbing her arm and telling her to calm down. Screaming that she can't be calm, she listens as he warns that her declining reputation will only hurt her. They watch as the other maids rush to comfort the terrified servant on the floor. Throb. The queen sits on her chaise, arms crossed and face shadowed with fury. Grasping her hair in frustration, she desperately wonders where the evidence against her came from. The young man stands silently before his seething mother. A flashback shows Wilfred presenting evidence of the queen's past crimes to the king. Louis recalls how the serious evidence enraged his father, yet Wilfred oddly chose not to make it public, leaving him to wonder about his true motives. The queen nervously bites her thumb, convinced that the king is planning to abandon her. Louis remains silent, offering no response to his mother's paranoia. She suddenly stands and declares she's done something for him, piquing his curiosity. A brief memory of the queen's past corruption flashes through her mind. Clutching her chest, she laments that Wilfred has now gained permission to marry the duke's eldest daughter. She fumes over how Wilfred and Celine are always standing in her way. Louis considers the situation, noting that they're only engaged, and Wilfred is being sent on a dangerous drake hunting mission. The queen gives him a knowing smile, asking why he's questioning her about something the king already told him. Louis looks down, his expression hardening as he falls into a grim silence. With a sinister smile, she declares her intent to use the subjugation mission as an opportunity to have Wilfred killed. The scene shifts to the capital city. As the narrator notes, it has been a while since their last visit. Over dinner, Wilfred suggests they visit more often, and a beaming Celine happily agrees. Her mood darkens, however, as she remembers that today is the execution day for Cordelia, the woman who tried to kill her. Wilfred reassures her not to worry, telling her that everything is finally over. He privately reflects that her crimes deserved a punishment far worse than death. The scene cuts to a stark image of an empty gallows and a swaying noose. At the execution site, a bound Cordelia smiles warmly at Wilfred, telling him she's glad he came. She asks if he's there for Celine's sake, admiring that he never falters in his convictions. With a calm smile, she asks him to watch her die properly. He smirks and agrees, and she closes her eyes peacefully, accepting her fate. Back in the present, Wilfred snaps out of his reverie and asks if the sentencing is finished. He is suddenly confronted by Louis, whose appearance leaves him stunned. Wham! Wilfred lunges forward and violently grabs Louis by the collar. Shoving his brother against the wall, he furiously demands to know what he's doing. Wilfred accuses him of hurting Celine, but Louis calmly asks if he's referring to their past encounter. Tightening his grip, Wilfred seethes and vows to kill him one day. His face contorts into a mask of pure, unrestrained rage. Louis, completely unfazed, simply adjusts his cravat with a smug smile. Wilfred taunts him, declaring that Celine loves him, the monster, not Louis. The insult hits its mark, and Louis's eyes narrow with anger. Louis retorts that, while she claimed to love Wilfred, she kissed him, a memory that makes his own hands tremble. The brothers stand back to back as Louis tells him he can relax for now. As Louis walks away, Wilfred calls after him to say whatever he wants. The intense confrontation leaves Wilfred in a daze, his own name echoing in his thoughts. Back at the dinner table, Wilfred apologizes for his distraction, just as Celine announces that she's coming with him on the expedition. She brightly explains she has permission to bring knights from her dukedom, so he shouldn't worry. To her surprise, Wilfred calmly agrees to her request. He explains that he knows she is too stubborn to be stopped, so it is better to accept it and take proper precautions. He asks her to travel in disguise to avoid unwanted attention, and she agrees. He adds that he will arrange for his own guards to protect her as well, for which she thanks him. With the plan settled, Celine sits with a serene and happy expression. A horse-drawn carriage travels along a road bordered by a dense forest. Inside the carriage, Celine tells Wilfred they're almost at the Duke's mansion, and thanks him for the day. Leaning against her, Wilfred wistfully says he doesn't want to be separated from her. He smiles warmly as Celine blushes, enjoying the tender moment. As he rests his head on her shoulder, she reflects that despite her nerves about the engagement, nothing has changed between them. He gently pulls back, gazing at her with a soft, affectionate expression. Leaning in close, they share a sweet, blushing kiss. Startled, Celine utters a soft, as he deepens the kiss and holds her hands. She thinks to herself that even though they've done this many times, she still can't get used to it. He leans in again, asking if this means she wants to be with him too, and she shyly admits that she does. Overjoyed, he whispers, "I'm so happy," and kisses her passionately. As he pushes her back against the seat, a flustered Celine tells him to wait and asks what he's doing. She stammers that it might be too soon for that, realizing with a blush that things have indeed changed. He playfully asks when it will be okay, leaving her unable to answer. Blushing, Wilfred confesses that he wants to do more than just kiss her. He wants everything about her. Panicked, Celine declares they should wait until after they're married, while he innocently asks what she means by that. Utterly flustered, her face burns bright red as she becomes speechless. Slam! Bursting out of the carriage, she shouts that she doesn't know, leaving Wilfred watching from the window. He watches from behind the curtain as she hurries away into the building. Gazing at his hand, he thinks to himself how cute she is. With a sly smile, he vows that he doesn't plan on waiting until they're married. The scene shifts to a parlor, where Wilfred and Celine sit across from a white-haired man and a pink-haired woman, who announces she will join the expedition. The pink-haired woman looks on with a determined expression. A shocked Celine, now in a red gown, immediately rejects the idea, insisting it's too dangerous. The pink-haired woman argues that if Celine is hiding the power of the goddess, her presence could help cover for it. Celine stammers that while that may be true, she still wants her sister Adele to wait at the estate. Bam! Adele declares with absolute certainty that if her sister is going, she will absolutely go too. Desperate, Celine turns to the white-haired man, begging Richard to help stop Adele. Richard casually replies that he already tried to stop her at least 100 times before they came. He smiles and gently pokes Adele's cheek, causing her to blush. Celine pleads with Will to say something, but he calmly tells her to do as she likes. Surprised, Celine listens, as Wilfred explains that with Richard going, it's not a problem, praising the other man's skills. Richard places a hand on a stoic Adele's shoulder, smiling warmly. Wilfred adds that if Adele, who has the goddess's power, is going, the king will assign more guards, but Celine is still hesitant. Though she doesn't want to drag Adele into danger, Celine admits her sister can be incredibly stubborn. Wilfred confidently states that the subjugation will be over quickly, so there's no problem. Richard points out that Adele will follow her regardless, so it's better to accept it and keep a close watch. A thought bubble explains it would be better than taking one's eyes off her and risking something happening. Resigned, Celine agrees they can go together, but only on the condition that they stay behind her at all times. Overjoyed, Adele clasps her hands together and thanks her profusely. Celine thinks with a sigh that she's not at all excited about their monster subjugation double date. Richard stands up, announcing that since the discussion is settled, he'll be heading back to handle some business. He smiles, promising to contact them again since there's much to prepare. Adele happily offers to see him off, and they walk away together. Celine starts to stand, intending to go with them. Wilfred gently takes her hand, stopping her and asking her name. He leans in and whispers that they should let the other two be alone for a while. Celine agrees, noting happily that Richard and Adele seem to be doing well lately. As Richard waves goodbye, Celine calls out a farewell to Sir Richard. A smiling Celine thinks to herself that she's being inconsiderate. Wilfred leans in close, his face partially hidden as he speaks to a surprised Celine. He pulls her into a passionate kiss as they sit together on a plush sofa. Pulling away slightly, Wilfred smiles and apologizes, admitting he just wanted to be alone with her sooner. A blushing Celine looks at him, caught off guard by his directness. He explains that since they won't have much time together around the expedition, he wanted to recharge on Celine while he could. Wilfred holds Celine tenderly, their faces close as they gaze into each other's eyes. Celine's thoughts drift to the dangers of the Drake subjugation, recalling that people have died from its poison, which causes suffering beyond imagination. Gently touching his hair, she agrees that he must be anxious and offers to do anything she can to help. He asks if she really means it, and she smiles, confirming her offer with a simple yes. Beaming with happiness, he thanks her and playfully suggests they continue from where they left off once the mission is safely over. Flustered, Celine asks what he means, but before he can finish describing their passionate kiss, she quickly covers his mouth to silence him. With a sly smile, he says he's glad she understands what he meant. He tells her that her support makes him feel like he can try his hardest, leaving her momentarily stunned. Blushing, Celine admits she's glad to hear it. She thinks to herself that at this point, she can't just pretend his suggestive comment was a figure of speech. Looking away slightly, she asks him to not overdo it on the mission, and he agrees while holding her hand. The two sit close together on the sofa, holding hands in a quiet moment. The scene shifts to a bleak, cloudy sky where a lone crow flies. Several crows fly over a dense, green forest. Drip! Drops of blood splatter onto the grassy ground near a pair of black boots. A blood-spattered Wilfred leans wearily against a tree in the woods. He clutches his side, his armor and gauntlets stained with blood from a wound. Cough. He covers his mouth, his face bruised and bloody from a fight. Wounded and exhausted, he stumbles before looking up with a pained but determined expression. He grimly reflects that this mission seems genuinely dangerous. The scene changes to Richard, Adele, and a cloaked Celine arriving at the forest where the Drake is hiding. Celine, disguised as Brenda, notes how dark and quiet the forest is, as Adele nervously calls out her false name. Smiling warmly, Brenda turns and asks what her sister needs. She adjusts her hood while standing before a group of fully armored knights. The knights are identified as those belonging to the ducal family. It's noted that their escorts will be arranged for them. With the additional knights assigned by the king for Adele's protection, their group should be safe. Richard turns back with a confident smile, asking if they're ready to go. Adele agrees, and they proceed into the dark woods. The armored knights march forward, with Richard and the two sisters following close behind. The party of knights, along with their hooded charges, moves deeper into the forest. Richard tells Adele he'd hoped the king's objections would stop her from coming, prompting her to ask if he's disappointed. He reassures her that he isn't at all, adding that her stubbornness is one of the things he likes about her, which she quietly accepts. Brenda watches them with a knowing, amused smile. Her expression sobers as she wonders if Will is all right. She recalls the plan. Will is leading the main force, and they will follow in the rear to treat him if he gets hurt. Brenda schemes that with Adele present, they can use the opportunity to discreetly treat other injured soldiers as well. Richard tells her not to worry because Will is strong, and Adele jokes that he's too tough to die even if someone tried to kill him. Suddenly, a snarling green goblin with glowing eyes leaps out of the woods, swinging a stone club. Kia! Adele cries out as Richard quickly pulls her into a protective hug. A powerful green shield of light erupts from Richard, enveloping them both. The magical barrier instantly vaporizes the goblin as the knights draw their swords, and Brenda watches in amazement. Holding Adele close, Richard calmly dismisses the creatures as small fry and says they should keep moving. Impressed, Brenda thinks that she can rest easy knowing Richard is there to protect Adele. As knights battle goblins, a cloaked Celine worries, noting that they still haven't seen any sign of the main force. Richard approaches Adele and Celine as they rest on a large log in a clearing. He teases Adele about not being much help, but she sincerely thanks him for his assistance. Richard smiles flirtatiously, asking Adele if she has fallen for him all over again. Blushing, Adele shyly looks up and admits that she has. Caught completely off guard by her honest reply, a flustered Richard asks if she's serious. Watching them, Celine thinks to herself that Adele and Richard are a perfect match and will surely get together soon. Richard daydreams about hurrying back to spend time alone with Adele, who playfully tells him to get a grip. Gazing into the misty woods, Richard notes that it's strange they haven't encountered Wilfred's main force or the Drake yet. As they walk, Adele tells Celine that they're just following the knights sent as guides, but something feels off. Richard confidently remarks that with Wilfred leading the charge, it's possible the subjugation is already over. Adele turns to her sister, deciding she'll ask their guides just to be sure. The trio stops before two of their heavily armored knight escorts. Adele asks a knight when they will rendezvous with the main force, and he replies that they are on the planned route. The knight crosses his arms, adding that they should have met by now, and speculates that something unexpected may have happened. When Adele asks about using a magic communication tool, the knight reveals that they can't get through to the main force. Shocked, Celine exclaims, "What?" and realizes this crucial detail was never mentioned to them before. Richard watches the exchange with a subtle, knowing smile. He suggests that in this case, it would be more efficient to split into two groups and act separately, shouting, "Wait!" Adele is stunned as the knights suddenly draw their weapons and surround the trio, with weapons pointed at them. A horrified Celine wonders what in the world is happening. A small, purple-haired cartoon character waves happily before wiping a tear from her eye. The cartoon character schemes a solution before smiling, as a large purple rose emblem appears below. A large, yellow triangular warning sign is displayed prominently against a dark background. Adele cries out, "Wait!" as the knights encircle them with drawn swords, and Richard looks on in confusion. Trapped within a circle of armed knights, Celine looks on in terror, questioning what is going on. A knight warns Richard to refrain from acting alone, stating it would be a problem if anything were to happen to Lady Adele. Richard remains silent, his expression hardening as he assesses the situation. Suddenly, a new group of knights in black armor rushes onto the scene, calling out for Lady Adele. Adele stands her ground, holding up a hand and telling the newcomers to stay back. The white-haired knight asks Richard what he's doing, but Richard coolly states he's only there to accompany Adele. Richard challenges the knight, asking if there's a problem with them joining the main group, but the knight stays silent. Celine senses that something is deeply wrong, unable to shake the feeling that their escorts are hiding something. Richard quietly explains to Celine that their goal isn't to harm them, but to separate Adele from Wilfred. Realizing the Knight's goal is to prevent Adele from using her power, Celine fears they plan to harm Wilfred under the guise of the mission. As Celine wonders what to do, Richard admits that fighting their way out is too risky, with the Drake's location still unknown. Richard concludes that they can only pray for Wilfred's safety, while Celine's expression becomes one of grim determination. Richard puts an arm around Celine, confirming her suspicion that their enemies don't want Adele and Wilfred to meet. With resolve filling her eyes, Celine declares that she will go to Wilfred by herself. Richard and Adele look on, surprised by Celine's sudden, bold declaration. Richard calmly tells Celine that leaving Adele's side in such a dangerous situation is a bad idea. Celine understands his reasoning, thinking to herself that for the Knights, Adele is the only one who matters. Placing a hand on her chest, Celine insists that, despite the danger, she cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Adele stands between Richard and Celine, her expression tense as she takes in the weight of the situation. Facing them both, Adele looks back at her sister and says that she understands the plan. A surprised Richard asks Adele if she is serious about letting Celine go. Adele gives a firm and resolute yes, her eyes filled with determination. Celine lays out her plan. She will create a diversion to draw the Knight's attention, giving Adele a chance to escape. Adele smiles confidently, assuring her sister that she will be sure to cover for her escape. Celine looks at her sister with gratitude and concern, softly speaking her name in a moment of farewell. With tears in her eyes, Adele begs her sister to promise she will come back with Wilfred. Squeezing her hand reassuringly, Celine promises she will. Richard tells them to leave it to him and Adele to handle things here, and Celine thanks him, asking him to be careful. Adele gazes forward with a new sense of resolve. Raising her hand, Adele declares they can't afford for anything to happen to the second prince, and must hurry. Richard and Adele move forward, with Richard demanding their guide show them the so-called official route. As the Knights escort Richard and Adele away, Celine calls out for Lady Adele to wait. Celine thinks to herself that she would like to take at least one guard with her. A mysterious, cloaked man appears at her side, offering to go with her. Recognizing him as the guard Wilfred assigned her, Celine realizes she can trust him completely. Celine thanks the guard and states her wish to find Wilfred, which he accepts. Together, the two cloaked figures race through the dense, misty woods. Suddenly, Celine stops, staring in shock at something ahead as tendrils of dark energy whip past. A horrifying scene unfolds. A massive, slain drake lies amidst a battlefield, littered with the bloody corpses of knights. Celine and her companion arrive at the grisly aftermath, standing before the bodies. They stand in stunned silence, surveying the field of carnage left behind by the battle. The scene flashes back a few hours earlier, showing Wilfred leading his armored knights through the forest. Wilfred reflects that Celine and the others should be in the forest by now, hoping to finish his task before they arrive. A knight informs Wilfred that they will soon arrive at the Drake's hiding place, and he curtly acknowledges the report. Wilfred considers the mission, confident the Drake is no threat but wary of the Queen's agents using this as a chance to assassinate him. He and a knight come upon a massive green drake, fast asleep. With his knights surrounding the beast with swords drawn, Wilfred stands ready for battle. Roar! The drake awakens with a furious cry. Unfazed, Wilfred confidently gives the order to attack, and his knights respond with a resounding yes. He lunges forward, sword poised to strike the massive beast. Leaping high over his men, Wilfred brings his sword down on the drake's head. He deftly lands on the drake's back, narrowly avoiding its snapping jaws as it breathes out purple smoke. Standing over the defeated creature, he notes that its strength is fading. He silently reflects that he fought carefully to protect his men from serious injury, knowing it would cause Celine pain if they were hurt. With his men watching, he declares that he will finish it with the next strike. As he raises his sword to deliver the final blow to the drake, he prepares himself. He gasps in shock as his own knights suddenly turn their blades on him. With a clang, Wilfred is forced to block a surprise attack from one of his own men. The force of the blow sends his sword flying from his grasp. He lands gracefully, a determined smirk on his face as he prepares for a new fight. Clang. He narrowly parries a vicious sword strike aimed at his neck. Wiping a trickle of blood from his lip, he lets out a humorless laugh. Facing the soldiers who have betrayed him, Wilfred mutters in disbelief. He realizes with dawning horror that he was right to be suspicious. The queen sent every one of these men to kill him. Erupting with furious purple energy, Wilfred snarls at his assassins. "Don't mess with me!" His power flares, forcing two knights back as he stands his ground. With a sharp command, he summons his own shadow assassins, who emerge from the ground around him. His eyes glowing with murderous intent, Wilfred makes a chilling vow to kill them all. Back in the present, the camera pans over the bloody aftermath of Wilfred's desperate battle. Celine's eyes widen with dawning horror as a single thought consumes her. She has to find Will. Stepping through the field of corpses, she desperately calls out Wilfred's name. She looks around at the carnage, wondering what could have possibly happened to cause so many deaths. Her cloaked guard kneels beside a body, noting that the fatal wounds were not caused by a drake. When Celine asks what he means, he explains that humans killed them, and that some bodies bear traces of Wilfred's magic. He concludes that Wilfred and his comrades must have fought against the kingdom's own knights, leaving Celine utterly speechless. Her mind reeling, Celine questions if Wilfred could have possibly killed so many people. She dismisses the thought, certain he would never kill without a just cause. Looking at a dead knight, she comes to a horrifying realization. They were all there to assassinate Wilfred. Her companion spots a trail of blood from one person, giving them hope that Prince Wilfred is still alive. TSK. Celine grimaces at the sheer amount of blood, a sign of a terrible fight. She clenches her hand, terrified at the thought of Wilfred being badly injured and alone in a dangerous forest. "Let's go," her companion urges, and she agrees. Her focus solely on finding Will. They follow the bloody trail on the forest floor with urgency. In the distance, Celine finally spots Hima, dark-haired man, wounded and slumped against a tree. "Dash!" She runs toward him, desperately crying out his name. "Will!" They race along the path, the drops of blood guiding their way through the woods. Her eyes lock onto the injured Wilfred, collapsed and vulnerable at the base of a large tree. She sprints forward, screaming his name as she closes the distance between them. Her trembling hand reaches for his blood-soaked shoulder. Gently, she touches his armored chest, her expression fraught with worry. Overcome, with relief that he's alive, she begins to channel glowing purple healing magic into him. As she tends to his wounds, she looks at his unconscious face and wonders why this had to happen. Her guard warns that Wilfred has lost too much blood, leaving a panicked Celine to wonder what she can do. She resolves to stop the bleeding and get him to the royal capital for a transfusion, a plan her guard accepts. Having healed his major injuries and removed the poison, she knows they must hurry back to the capital. Suddenly, her guard stops, alerted by an unseen presence. He moves to protect her, telling her to stand back as she looks on in confusion. From the trees, a group of royal knights in full silver armor emerges. Celine recognizes the uniforms of the royal knights with a sense of dread. Her mind flashes back to the carnage, realizing these are the very men who tried to kill Wilfred. The knights spot them, deciding to eliminate the defenseless prince and his unknown female companion. A knight gives the cold command to kill both the woman and her guard on the spot. The guard grimly states that running seems unlikely, and Celine clicks her tongue in frustration. Shielding Wilfred, Celine realizes they are completely surrounded by the assassins from the kingdom's own knighthood. As defeat seems imminent, her guard leaps forward to intercept an incoming attack. Clang! The guard's sword meets the knight's in a desperate parry. The guard realizes his identity as a duke's man won't matter against royal orders, while Celine searches for a solution. The guard is struck down, and a knight callously orders his men to hurry and kill the remaining two. As the knights close in, Celine pleads for them to stop, but one simply states that he is following orders. On the ground, the defeated guard weakly gasps Wilfred's name. Holding Wilfred, Celine tearfully recalls her love confession and their promise for a future together. A knight raises his sword, preparing to execute them both. Celine throws herself over Wilfred, screaming, "Please, stop!" A massive wave of purple energy erupts from her, blasting the knight backward. The knight is sent flying through the air by the powerful, unexpected magical force. Lying on the ground in a daze, the knight wonders what just happened. Her guard looks down in shock, realizing his wound is miraculously healing. He watches in awe as Celine stands over Wilfred, enveloped in a protective violet aura. Panting, Celine stares at her hands, wondering in disbelief if she's still alive. Adele and Richard burst onto the scene, with Adele frantically calling for her sister. Adele takes in the chaotic aftermath, asking what happened, while Richard grimly notes that the situation looks bad. Celine looks toward her sister and Richard, her expression filled with worry. She collapses, begging them to save Will as a shocked Adele rushes to her side. The scene transitions to a peaceful, sunlit garden centered around an ornate white fountain. Elsewhere, a woman with long lavender hair rests peacefully in a luxurious bed. A brown-haired maid smiles with relief, announcing that her lady is finally awake. A disoriented Celine wakes in bed as the maid explains she collapsed and has been asleep for 3 whole days, causing Celine to gasp in shock. Bolting upright, Celine frantically asks her maid if Will is safe. The maid calmly reports that while Will is unconscious, he is receiving treatment at the royal castle and is not in danger. Overwhelmed with relief, Celine covers her face and weeps, grateful that Will is safe. After composing herself, Celine asks if Adele and the others are all right, and the maid confirms they are. The maid's expression turns somber as she hesitates to deliver more news. She reveals that word has spread about Celine possessing a strong goddess's power, leaving Celine stunned. The shocking news hangs in the air as Celine processes that her secret is out. The maid explains this is the first time 2 women with such power have appeared, causing an uproar among the people. Celine calmly accepts the situation, acknowledging that it was inevitable after she used her power in front of so many people. The maid turns away as Celine watches her, sensing there's more to the story. Suddenly, a joyful Adele bursts into the room, thrilled to see her big sister has woken up. Adele rushes to Celine's side and takes her hands, confessing how incredibly worried she was. Looking at Celine with concern, Adele laments that she's always the one getting into dangerous situations. Celine pulls her sister into a tight embrace, apologizing for always making her worry. She asks Adele to confirm that it was her and Lord Richard who saved them, and Adele tearfully says yes. Celine learns from Adele that she and Will were quickly taken to the capital for treatment and protection, and Will is recovering. A tranquil Will is shown resting in bed, having woken up just once since the incident. Adele fondly recounts that the first thing Will did upon waking was to confirm Celine's safety. The maid notes that Celine's first thought was also of him, highlighting their mutual concern. A soft blush graces Celine's cheeks as she thinks of Will's devotion. The scene confirms Will is being treated at Lord Richard's residence and is physically unharmed. A flashback shows the bloody aftermath of an attack by royal knights during the subjugation, with all of Will's accompanying knights slain. The narration reveals the captured attackers confessed it was the blonde-haired queen who gave the orders. Celine is horrified by the news, and Adele explains the queen denies it, but is in a precarious position because their father is enraged. Adele concludes that, with Will's testimony, it will be impossible to cover up such a large-scale assassination attempt. Clenching her hands in anger, Celine realizes the queen used the monster hunt as a cover, and vows she can't forgive her. Adele apologizes that the knights leaked information about Celine's power, but Celine reassures her it couldn't be helped. Celine soberly reflects that, from now on, her position is certain to change. She clenches her dress, realizing her engagement to Will and the Queen's fall from grace make a marriage to Louis highly unlikely. With grim determination, she decides to testify as a victim to ensure the Queen can't continue her schemes. Celine wonders if she can see Will, but Adele advises her to wait until he fully regains consciousness. Clasping her hands in prayer, Celine resolves to do everything she can in the meantime. 5 days later, a stately white carriage waits in a bustling town. Celine reflects on the past days. She had her awakened powers appraised, confirming they were stronger than Adele's, and feels the world shifting around her. The Queen remains a suspect in Will's assassination attempt, but a lack of physical evidence has so far protected the royal family. Now dressed elegantly, Celine heads to the royal castle, eager to finally see Will now that he has woken up safely. A smiling Will stands in a grand room and warmly calls out Celine's name. Overjoyed, Celine runs to him and throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. She buries her face in his shoulder, admitting how worried she was. Holding him close, Celine realizes that the thought of losing him was far scarier than dying herself. Now sitting together, Will apologizes for worrying her and thanks her for saving his life, but she's just glad she could help. Will looks away with a grim expression, admitting he never expected everyone to be an enemy. Celine listens intently, her expression filled with concern for him. Taking her hand, he confesses he didn't care about others, but wanted to be someone worthy of her. He offers a sad smile, remarking that he can only laugh at the outcome. Celine is taken aback by his painful words. He gently rests his head on her shoulder, admitting the ordeal really hurt. Leaning against her, Will confesses that for the first time, he really thought he might die. Embracing Wilfred, Celine reflects on his pain and reassures him that everything is okay now. He holds her close, and they share a tender, passionate kiss. Pulling back slightly, Wilfred gently touches her lip and confesses that he was scared. He kisses her again, deepening the embrace as they sit on an ornate sofa. In a swift motion, he lays her down on the sofa. Wilfred gazes down at Celine, an intense and loving look in his eyes. He tells Celine that he wants to feel more alive and wants to truly feel her by his side. Blushing but resolute, Celine looks into his eyes and quietly agrees to his heartfelt request. They move to the floor, holding each other in a desperate, loving embrace. An informational page introduces Violet Chan and her team, who work hard to bring new comics to readers. A promotional page provides links to the Scanlation team's website and Discord server, along with hiring notices. A warning page from the Scanlation team advises readers to use their official website for the best experience. The scene returns to Wilfred and Celine embracing passionately on the floor. He holds her tightly, kissing her neck with affection. Looking deeply into her eyes, Wilfred professes his love, telling her she's the only one he wants. Overwhelmed and blushing, Celine is left momentarily speechless by his confession. He leans over her again, his expression filled with desire. They share another deep and passionate kiss. Standing together, a smiling Wilfred asks Celine what she loves about him, and she shyly confesses her love in return. As they embrace from behind, Celine worries about being discovered, while Wilfred simply says he's glad. Wilfred's expression turns serious as he apologizes for not being able to protect Celine when she was scared. His smile returns as he gently cups her face, vowing to erase every last one of their enemies for her. Celine touches her face, realizing Will intends to directly confront the king and queen. Remembering a dark vision of a young Will threatened by a shadowy figure, Celine feels she can't stop him. A confident smirk plays on Wilfred's lips as he declares the queen's downfall is only a matter of time. Wilfred smiles, his golden eyes filled with quiet determination. Celine looks resolved, thinking that she's happy just having Will by her side. A voice muses that things are about to get busy. Celine affirms her new goals, learning to control the goddess's power and attending a party with Adele. Standing beside Adele, Celine acknowledges that strengthening her own position will in turn strengthen Will's. Wilfred looks at her with concern, gently asking her not to push herself too hard. Patting his head, Celine pulls him onto her lap and tells him he must also rest. Smiling down at him, she reminds him of his promise to rest well. With his eyes closed, Wilfred rests his head on her lap and agrees. As she strokes his hair, Celine resolves that to protect him, she must grow stronger herself. Elsewhere, a blue magical orb shatters violently as an unseen person roars, "Don't mess with me." The furious queen slams her hands on the table, seething that Celine has ruined everything. She realizes with dread that Celine has been hiding her true power, which surpasses even Adele's. The queen panics over her losses, convinced that Celine will now move to bring her down completely. When her son Louis arrives, the queen accuses him of betrayal before smirking, noting Celine wasn't taken by Wilfred. The queen presents a glowing red potion to Louis, calling it a precious imported medicine with a charm spell. She instructs him to use the potion on Celine, promising it will make Wilfred regret everything. The queen muses about making Celine a second wife if she has a child, causing Louis to look visibly disgusted. Louis coldly refuses, stating that while Wilfred is free to act, he will not stand by if anyone harms Celine. Bam! The queen slams the wall in frustration as Louis turns and walks away. Her anger boils over as she screams, wondering why everyone is mocking her. Calming herself with a sinister smile, the queen vows to kill every last person who has stood in her way. The scene shifts to a grand ball, where Celine and Adele make their entrance down a magnificent staircase. A noblewoman approaches and congratulates a smiling Celine on her engagement, which she graciously accepts. The woman compliments Celine on her pure-hearted nature, leaving Celine flustered by the praise. The celebration for Adele has arrived, but Celine notes that Will is resting and won't be appearing for a while. A party guest remarks that Lady Celine, with her goddess's power, is a perfect match for the second prince who defeated Drake. While Wilfred's reputation has grown, the truth about the annihilation of the knights has been covered up. Adele asks a distant Celine if she's okay, reassuring her sister. Celine smiles and says she's going to get some fresh air. On a balcony, a blonde-haired man in a blue suit looks out, calling out to Lady Celine. Celine recognizes him as Lord Louis. She remains silent, remembering the day he kissed her and how she hasn't seen him since. With a stern expression, she turns to walk away from him. Lewis reaches out and grabs her hand, asking her to wait. He continues to hold her hand, pleading for her to wait. Bowing his head, Lewis apologizes for his selfish feelings the other day, calling his actions unforgivable. Celine stands before him on the balcony, coldly telling him to lift his head. She clenches her fist, stating that she can no longer trust him, and their relationship can't be the same. Celine thinks about how she once loved Lewis for his kindness and the way he treated her. Recalling their forced kiss, she thinks that if it happens a second time, it will be her fault. She resolves that what matters most now is Will, and she will never hurt him again. Lewis is left speechless by her firm declaration. Lewis asks if he can at least greet her as an acquaintance, while she wonders if things can truly never go back to how they were. Celine confirms with a yes, stating that she is now Will's fiancée. As she walks away, she bids him farewell. Lewis looks shocked and hurt as Celine leaves him behind. He clenches his fist, watching her walk back into the grand hall. Dejected, Lewis laments that he can't have her now, but knows he can't give up. Celine and Adele walk down a dark hallway, accompanied by two men. Celine comments on how quickly the event went by, and Adele thanks her for the help, saying she enjoyed it. As the party ends, Celine reflects that she didn't see Lewis or the Queen again after her encounter. Adele suggests a picnic in the forest tomorrow, and as Celine agrees, a drop of blood suddenly splatters on the floor. Drip. Celine touches her lips, finding blood, and wonders what's happening. She collapses to the floor as Adele and a man cry out her name in alarm. Adele panics, wondering why her healing magic isn't working as Celine lies unconscious. Looking down in despair, Adele is helpless. She whirls around and desperately shouts for someone to call a doctor immediately. A black-haired man bursts through a doorway, shouting Celine's name in terror. Later, Celine sits up in a luxurious bed and greets Will, who has come to her side. Will gently touches her cheek, asking if she's okay, and she reassures him that the problem is over. He asks what happened, and she reveals she seems to have ingested a slow-acting poison during the party. She clutches her chest, explaining it was a special poison that magic couldn't cure, but a doctor managed to create an antidote just in time. Will grimly states that it was definitely the Queen's doing, prompting a confused Celine to ask how he knows. With a smirk, Will reveals he drank the same poison when he first came to the castle, calling the Queen bothersome for leaving no evidence. Celine is left speechless and worried by his revelation. His expression darkens with rage as he vows to kill the Queen for daring to harm Celine. Kneeling beside her, Will warns that the Queen will continue targeting her, preferring to wear someone down mentally rather than kill them outright. Celine realizes with dread that the Queen isn't just after Will, but her life as well. She recalls the assassination attempt, concluding that the royal knights can no longer be trusted, even with her father investigating. She asks Will what they should do, and he calmly promises to take care of everything quickly. Will confesses he was almost killed in his sleep many times and wants to stay close to protect her. Celine is left speechless, finding it difficult to listen to his painful past. Will proposes to come to her room every night so they can sleep together for her safety, but she questions how he could possibly do that. Celine recalls that Will had been secretly traveling between the castle and Lord Richard's territory, which explains his mysterious disappearances. She worries about the toll of teleportation magic, but a smiling Will assures her he has plenty of magic power and the short distance is no problem. Celine agrees to his plan, admitting she only feels safe from assassins when Will is near, but asks him to take care of himself. A blushing Will smiles warmly, reassuring Celine that being with her is what gives him strength. Will gently takes Celine's hand and brings it to his lips for a tender kiss. As she blushes, Celine suddenly feels a wave of unease about the situation. An informational page introduces Violet Chan and encourages readers to visit the official Scanlation site. A promotional page provides links to the Scanlation team's Discord server and lists open positions. A bold warning page from the Scanlation team urges readers to use their official website. Will continues to hold Celine's hand to his lips, leaving her momentarily speechless. A close-up reveals Celine's worried expression as she wonders why she's starting to feel uneasy. Now in a simple nightgown, Celine sits nervously on a sofa, waiting. Facing a large wardrobe, she thinks to herself that it's almost time. A purple teleportation circle flares to life on the floor, and a pair of feet materializes within it. Will appears from the magic circle, smiling as he greets Celine for the evening. A surprised Celine thanks him for coming, realizing he truly can use teleportation magic. Dismissing it as nothing special, Will casually sits down beside her on the sofa. Celine asks if he's busy, wondering why he isn't sleeping yet. With a gentle smile, Will tells her that things have been quiet for him lately. Leaning closer, he sniffs a ribbon on her nightgown and asks if she's nervous about sleeping next to him. Blushing furiously, Celine is left utterly flustered by his question. Leaping to her feet, she announces in a panic that she's going to sleep now. Will watches with a fond smirk as the flustered Celine turns away from him. Now lying in bed together, Will remarks that it's been a while, and Celine fondly recalls how he used to sneak into her room after having nightmares. She smiles at him from her pillow and asks if he doesn't have scary dreams anymore. Resting his head on his hand, Will sheepishly admits that his excuse was a lie. Stunned, Celine asks what he means, and he confesses he just wanted to be with her. Looking at her with deep affection, Will confesses he has always loved her, even back then. Touched and blushing, Celine softly replies, "Oh, you." Celine's eyes fill with emotion as she thinks about being protected by Will. Will leans in with a sly smile, suggesting that maybe they should do something bad. He closes the distance between them, initiating a deep and passionate kiss. The intimate kiss continues as he gently cups the back of her neck. Lost in the moment, Celine thinks to herself that she honestly wants to do more. Will pulls away and sits up, telling a breathless Celine that he'll stop there so she can get some sleep. He gives her a soft, blushing smile as he sits on the edge of the bed. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Celine quickly hides her face under the blankets. Settling in beside her, Will gently wishes her good night. He lovingly strokes her cheek, promising to protect her so she can rest easy. Looking up at him with a grateful smile, Celine softly thanks him. The two are shown sleeping peacefully together in the large bed. Celine rests her head on Will's chest, her expression serene as she sleeps. Will watches her for a moment before placing a tender kiss on her forehead. After Celine is asleep, a determined Will sits at a desk to begin his work. He writes diligently at his desk, the grand room lit only by the chandelier above. Tucked in bed, Celine murmurs Will's name in her sleep. From his desk, Will glances back toward the bed, a gentle look on his face. Morning light streams through a tall, arched window, signaling the start of a new day. Waking alone, Celine sits up in bed and realizes that Will has already returned to the castle. At her desk in a grand library, Celine focuses on her training, determined to do her part while Will deals with the queen. As Celine and Will sit together on a bed, unseen observers comment that Richard's recent public displays of affection are annoying, though another remarks that the couple is a good match. With a thoughtful smile, Celine anticipates Adele's plan to confess her love to Richard next week, eager to see his reaction. Will explains that the king and queen are still trying to marry Adele off to someone else, likely nervous due to her strong goddess power. Celine reacts with dismay, calling the situation awful. When Celine asks about the queen's condition, Will smiles and reassures her that there is nothing to worry about. Will suggests it's time for bed, and as he leads her away, a hesitant Celine agrees. After falling asleep, Celine is suddenly awake and on a balcony, gazing out at the full moon. She looks down to see her bare feet standing near splatters of blood on the polished floor. Later, Celine sits on a balcony and reads a letter she has received. The letter is from someone who has been busy but promises to visit as soon as things settle down. 4 days have passed, and Celine hasn't seen Will. He refuses to explain the blood, but insists in his letters that he is fine. Despite his reassurances, Celine worries if he is truly okay. As her teacher is about to arrive, Celine tells her bodyguard she's returning to her room. The black-haired bodyguard, Will in disguise, quietly agrees, having stayed by her side for protection recently. Will holds the grand doors open for Celine. As she enters the hallway, Celine spots Adele and Richard walking together in the distance. Smiling, Celine calls out to Adele and asks if it's true that another woman proposed to Richard. Celine watches with a shocked expression as the couple continues down the hall. Looking back with a smile, Richard confirms that Adele has indeed heard the rumor. Richard tells a flustered Adele not to worry, but she insists that she is worried. With a knowing smile, Richard leans in and asks Adele why she is worried about him. Looking away shyly, Adele confirms her concern with a simple yes. Richard seems taken aback by her quiet admission. Taking a breath, Adele looks at Richard and confesses that she likes him. A deep blush covers Adele's face after her heartfelt confession. Richard stares back, completely stunned into silence by her words. Adele explains that she doesn't want him engaged to another woman and apologizes for taking so long to reciprocate his affection. Overwhelmed, Richard suddenly drops to his knees before a startled Adele. As Adele expresses her confusion, Richard states that he can't take it anymore. Burying his face in his hands, a blushing Richard admits he's so happy he could die. He confesses that while he hoped for this, hearing her say it was more powerful than he ever imagined. Richard chastises himself for his immature reaction, feeling he is the worst. Adele smiles warmly, telling Richard she likes that about him, and he shyly replies that he likes her too. A pink-haired woman stands before a stern-looking blonde man in a dark military uniform. Holding hands, Richard tells Adele it was love at first sight, and she agrees with a happy "me too." Richard asks to be her boyfriend, but Adele surprises him by saying she confessed because she wants to marry him. Overjoyed, Richard pulls her into a tight hug, saying he felt the same but didn't want to seem too serious. Adele laughs happily as they embrace tightly. Holding her close, Richard lovingly declares that he can't win against her for the rest of his life. Watching the happy couple from a distance, Celine smiles and accepts the outcome. The scene shifts to Celine sitting at her desk, focused on her work. She is startled from her reading by a sudden presence in the room. Will has appeared before her, and she says his name in surprise. Sitting with her on the bed, Will apologizes for his absence and informs her he'll be away a few more days, but has arranged for guards. He adds with a confident smirk that he doubts any assassins will dare to come near. Celine asks if he's okay, and Will reassures her that while he's busy, things are proceeding well. With a hand to her heart, Celine thinks with wonder that she's really going to marry Will. Will sweetly tells Celine she will be the most beautiful bride in the world. As he lifts her into his arms, Will reveals he is buying a mansion in the capital, deeming the palace too dangerous for her. Celine is concerned, acknowledging the palace is unsettling but noting that royalty has never lived outside its walls. Will confidently promises not to let anyone complain, reminding her that they were kicked out of the palace to begin with. Holding her hand, Will promises they can move into their new home next month, but Celine tells him he's getting ahead of himself. When Will asks if she's thinking about their wedding day, Celine worries that a distant reception means they'll be coming home very late. After she suggests a hotel, Will smiles mischievously and promises that wherever they stay, he won't let her sleep that night. With a blush, Will admits he's been holding back this whole time and tells a stunned Celine to be prepared. Turning away with a blush, Celine thinks that while they'll do that after marriage, the day still feels far away. Her inner thoughts continue as she acknowledges she should be mentally prepared for what's to come. The scene shifts to Celine sitting on a sofa with a pink-haired woman. Celine happily congratulates the pink-haired woman, who smiles and thanks her. The pink-haired woman takes her leave as Richard is arriving, and Celine agrees to greet him later. With the day to herself, Celine stretches and decides to spend her time studying. While reading, she reflects on the overwhelming amount there is to learn as part of her princess education. When a visitor is announced, Celine smiles, guessing Will must be done with his work, and tells the attendant to let him in. Will bursts into the room with a wide smile, joyfully calling Celine's name and telling her how much he missed her. He leans in close, explaining that since he hadn't seen her in a while, he missed her a lot. With an amused smile, Celine points out that it has only been 5 days. She blushes, quietly admitting to herself that she actually missed him too. Will earnestly tells her that to him, the 5 days felt like an eternity. Her expression shifts to concern as she spots a patch of red on his sleeve and asks what it is. Will dismisses the bloodstain as something from cleaning trash, but Celine grimly realizes he's killed again, recalling the assassins who broke into her room. He smiles casually, confirming he just killed the last assassin, and revealing that the queen was behind the attack. Celine reacts with utter disbelief to the revelation. Recalling the blood on the balcony, Will explains his absence was due to hunting down all the escaped assassins. A worried Celine asks if he is okay, and he quickly reassures her that he's fine. He explains he stayed quiet to avoid scaring her until everyone was dealt with, and she quietly accepts his reasoning. Celine thinks about how serious the queen's threat is and what might have happened if Will hadn't been there. Gently placing her hand over his, she thinks to herself that he didn't have to resort to killing. Will apologizes, acknowledging that she doesn't like this kind of violence. With a gentle smile, Celine looks at him and thanks him for helping her. As they have tea, Will reveals he has enough evidence of the queen's crimes to ensure she is finished, and Celine asks about his next move. He plans to formally accuse the queen in 3 months, keeping her under close surveillance until then, which makes Celine question the delay. Will explains a troublesome law that would prohibit their wedding for a year if a royal is convicted, stating he wants to marry her first. He adds that he must also deal with the king, a more difficult target, who has long used murder and power to cover his crimes. Changing the subject with a wink, He declares that preparing for their wedding is his top priority, flustering Celine. A sudden knock at the grand double doors interrupts their conversation. Adele and a silver-haired man enter the room, asking for a moment of their time because something troublesome has happened. The silver-haired man approaches the couple on the sofa and asks what has happened. He delivers the shocking news that the first prince has just accused the queen of a crime, leaving Will stunned. Elsewhere, a furious blonde woman confronts a blonde man named Louis at his desk, demanding to know why he did such a thing. Louis calmly looks up from his writing and asks what she means. The queen furiously accuses him of being the one who exposed her crimes. Setting down his quill, Louis calmly confirms that's what she's talking about. He explains with a thin smile that it's better for the people to hear the news from him, her real son, than from Wilfred. The queen trembles with rage, questioning why he acted now, when they could have managed the situation together. She realizes his true motive, accusing him of orchestrating this to stop the marriage between Celine and Wilfred. Louis sits in silence, his expression unreadable as he refuses to answer. The queen finally snaps, lunging at him while screaming about how she was the one who raised him. As guards burst in, Louis coldly orders them to take the queen away. The guards restrain the struggling queen as she demands they let her go. Being dragged from the room, she glares back at Louis and vows she will never forgive him. Louis watches her departure with a cold, resolute expression. At his desk, Louis asks a blonde maid to clean up for him, and she agrees. The maid stands nervously beside Louis, looking hesitant to speak. Holding out a small vial of red liquid, she explains that she found it in his jacket. Louis takes the vial with a pleasant smile, thanking her for returning it. The vial is described as a precious and magical drug imported from a foreign country. Now alone, Louis stands by a grand window, staring down at the potion in his hand. With a cold and determined expression, Louis holds up the vial and vows to prevent the marriage from happening.